Kanahagakure no Sato. It was a peaceful day. The villagers were doing their works and the ANBU were jumping from rooftops to rooftops. The children walked to school with their friends and laughing, joking with each other. The life in Kanahagakure seems normal to everyone. But that's not the case of the boy by the name Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto is the boy at the age of 6. He has spiky blonde hair and sky blue eyes. He wore a white shirt with a spiral in the middle and dark blue shirts. Naruto has been ignored by the villagers and the other people as long as he remembered. He didn't understand why the people just tried to either ignoring him or glared at him with hateful eyes. He tried once to make friends with other kids, but they just told that he was a bad kid because their parents told them so. And that's why Naruto didn't have anyone in his life. Of course, there were Sandaime Hokage and the Ichiraka family, but they were also had their business to take care of. Also, he wanted to have someone close to their age to talk to. Naruto is not average kid and understands stuffs that are more advanced for his age. For example, Naruto since the age of 4 has an extreme interest in fuinjutsu. Although ninjutsu and the other arts of shinobi interested him as well, he felt a special pull towards fuinjutsu. Nobody know this, but Naruto often was seen sneak into the training grounds to see the jounins and chunins training. One day, he was exposed by the jounin named Geku Hayate. Hayate saw the boy has an interest in the shinobi art and decided to teach him some basic stuff such as molding chakra and through shurikens. Naruto was very grateful for him and called him sensei. Since that day, Naruto came to Hayate when he was not busy and asked for tips and method to train himself. Time skip. Academy. Class. There were lots of children was seen seeing in their place waiting for their teacher to appear. Lots of them were the future heir and heiress of noble clans. The boy with pineapple hairstyle and lazy expression is the heir of the Nara clan, which is the part of the famous Ino Shikacho of Konoha. His name is Shikamaru Nara. Next to him is the chubby boy that has a spiral on his cheeks. He was seen to constantly eating a pack of chips. His name is Akimichi Chuji, the future of the Akimichi clan. The boy with a puppy on his head and has wild look with fang marks on his cheek is Kiba Inazuka, future heir of Inazuka clan, one of the clan of Konoha that used dogs as partners for shinobi arts. Their dogs called Ninken. Next to him is a mysterious boy that wearing sunglasses to hide his eyes. He also wore a high-collar jacket that nearly covered his entire face. That was Shino Aburame, the future heir to Aburame clan, the only clan that used the special insects called Kikeichu in battle. Kikeichu has the ability to absorb the chakra from his or her opponents. Also, there were 2 girls that constantly argue over the matter who will sit next to the dark-haired boy. Speaking of the boy, he was from one of the most prestigious clan in Konoha. His name is Uchiha Sasuke. He has raven hair in a duck butt style and dark endless eyes. He wore a high-collar black shirt and white pants. Uchiha clan is one of the most prestigious clan of Konoha, because together with the Senju clan, Uchiha was considered founder clans. Uchiha clan is one of the clans that possessed dojutsu. The dojutsu of Uchiha clan is called Sharingan. It's the eye technique that allowed the user to predict opponent movements and on further stage can even copy the movements or techniques. Sharingan is the reason why the Uchiha clan was so feared and respected. On his right side is a cute girl with short blonde hair wearing an orange t-shirt and a purple pants. She also has lovely baby blue eyes. She is Yamanaka Ino, the future heiress to the Yamanaka, the only clan that can perform mind walk and to invade the mind of other people. Her father and the fathers of Shikamaru and Chuji makes the ideal formation of Ino Shikacho. On Sasuke's right side is also a cute girl with pink hair and emerald eyes. Her name is Sakura Haruno. She is the only one from the group that didn't belong to the clans. There is also one more person of the group that belonged to the clan. The said person constantly sneaking a glance where Naruto just sat bored. The name of that person is Hinata Hyuga. She is the future the heiress of the famous Hyuga clan of Konoha. Hyuga change considered to be on par with the Uchiha clan, because they also possess a dojutsu called Byakugan. Byakugan was said to grant the user to see 360 grades and saw far ahead of him. Like the Sharingan, Byakugan could also see Tenketsus. Together with their fighting style called Jukin makes Hyuga the feared and respected clan of Konoha. Jukin is a fighting style focused on closing his or her opponent's Tenketsus. Then there is Naruto Uzumaki. There is one word to describe him: prodigy. Even though Naruto always tried so just enough to get the average grades, he was still far better than other students. Nobody actually know this, but Naruto is the future heir of the ancient Uzumaki clan that was feared throughout the world because of their unreal ability in using Fuinjutsu. It was so feared that the clan was wiped out by the 3 major villages because they were considered that much of the threat. Naruto knows he is far more advanced than even the clan's children. The reason is simple: when they have the luxurious to enjoy the life and their childhood. Naruto can't, so he completely dedicated himself in learning more about shinobi arts. First, it just interested him, and a second, because he knew that he need all the skills he need in order to survive. He can't rely on anyone but himself. That was what he realized in the cruel life. Suddenly, the door opened. The teachers walked in. One was a man with hair in ponytail style, also he had a scar above his nose. The other was a tall man with long white hair. They both wore a chunin vests. "All right, let's start the lesson, everyone," said the man with a scar. Time skip. After the academy. Naruto walked out of the academy and began to think where he should go now. He felt someone's gaze at his back and looked back from the corner of his eyes and noticed the Hyuga girl from his class. He wondered why she always stalked him like that. He shrugged his shoulder and brought his hands behind his head and began walking ahead. He began to think where he should go. He could go to Ichiraka ramen stand and eat ramen, then talk with Ichiraka family. Then he could go to the training ground to check if Hayate sensei is there or not. If he is there, then he could train with his sensei for a little. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice that he has gone too far from the desired destination. He was about to turn back when he saw a symbol on the ground before him. The strange thing is, his symbol on the shirt is exactly like the symbol on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and began to think. Coincidence? No, I think something is far greater than that. I felt that if I step into that symbol, my whole life will change from now. Naruto looked at the symbol and approached it, then he sat down and touched it. Suddenly, there is a glow on the ground around the circle and Naruto closed his eyes from the intense light. In a blink of an eye, Naruto was disappeared from the place he were before. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the Sandaime Hokage and the current Hokage of the village. He was given the title of Professor and Kami no Shinobi because of his knowledge and near undefeated record. His successor was Minato Namikaze, but he sacrificed himself in order to seal Kyuubi in Naruto and saved the village. He tried to do everything so that the people will acknowledge Naruto, but all in vain. The people's heart can't be so forgiven, and the hatred in people's heart were still great. He knew that Naruto is far advanced than other children. There were only 2 other persons that was like that in the past. One is the son of White Fang of Konoha, copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi. The other is the prodigy of Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Both became ANBU at a very early age. Though Naruto is not like them. He knew that Naruto was destined to change the world. He knew that Naruto didn't has any attention to join ANBU. In the past, his teammates and Danzo had made one decision, that if Naruto find out, he will want to destroy Konoha this instant. That's why he tried to keep his eyes on Naruto all the time. He knew Naruto didn't have any love to Konoha right now, also didn't have any connection except with himself, Ichiraka family, and Geku Hayate. He knows that if the truth was exposed, then they will have to deal with the second Madara or Orochimaru. He looked at his glass orb and suddenly saw Naruto walked to an ancient-looking employee place, and there was an Uzumaki symbol on the ground. He widened his eyes and cursed. Shit, it's too late now. He had found out the secret entrance to the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. Raven! He shouted out, and an ANBU appeared in the swirl of leaves. You called Hokage-sama, said the ANBU in Raven mask. You are to enter the circle with Uzumaki symbol and spy on Naruto. Here is the seal to enter, said Hiruzen, and gives Raven a paper with a seal on it. Hi, said Raven and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Hiruzen looked out of the window and began to sweat nervously. If Naruto find out the truth about his clan, then we will have to deal with Euphoрио's Uzumaki with the potential of Madara and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Konoha still not recover from the Kyuubi attack. If Naruto decided to go against Konoha, I don't have a choice but to eliminate him, muttered Hiruzen with a solemn look. Uzushiogakure ruins. Naruto suddenly appeared and looked around to see where is he. Strange. I was suddenly transferred to this place all of a suddenly. But the question is, what is this place? It seems like some kind of ruins. Maybe if I walked around I maybe will be able to find out something, said Naruto, and looking around the ruins then he began to walk away. Not far from him Raven had appeared and began to follow Naruto. Naruto walked for a while and still couldn't find anything. Suddenly he saw a door that is leading to underground. He tried to push the door open, but it not open no matter what. He stopped for a minute and began to think why it not open. He looked at the door, then find the same symbol that was on the ground in Konoha. Naruto's eyes widen in realization. This is the ruins of Uzushiogakure, and the symbol on the ground in Konoha was the entrance to Yuzu. Long time ago, Senju and Uzumaki were allies, that's why there is an entrance to Yuzu. It seems fate has led me to this place for some purpose. And if this door can't be opened by normal means, that means there is the only way to open this door is. With that Naruto bite his finger so that it leaked the blood and put his palm on the symbol. The symbol didn't react instantly, but then it began to glow white and the door slowly opened up. Naruto watched in awe and stepped in. The door immediately closed itself. Raven didn't make it in time and cursed. Behind the door Naruto walked in and saw the room is glowing with seals. He walked ahead and noticed some paintings on the walls. He looked at them closely and noticed that those were the paintings of the previous leader of Uzushiogakure. Suddenly, the last paintings began to glow and a spectral figure appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto looked at his appearance and saw he has long red hair with white samurai armor on his body. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. I have been waiting for you for such a long time. I am glad that you are finally here, said the spectral figure. Who are you? How do you know my name? Asked Naruto curiously. I am Uzumaki Jushiro, the last leader of Uzumaki clan. I will be the one that will awaken your true abilities and told you the truth about the destruction of our clan 20 years ago. Uzushiogakure ruins. Outside the secret room, Uchiha Itachi or Raven touched the gate of the room and muttered. It seems that only the member of the clan could enter there. Hokage-sama won't be pleased. Though why did he reacted that way after finding out that Naruto-kun was here? There is definitely something hidden behind that room that makes Hokage-sama so worried. Itachi decided to explore the ruins to see if he could find out some clue. Inside the secret room, Naruto looked at the spectral figure and asked again. You are the last leader of Uzumaki clan? What true abilities of mine are you talking about? Also, what kind of the truth are you talking about? Didn't Yuzu was destroyed by the combined force of 3 major villages? Jushiro looked at the young Uzumaki, then decided to answer his questions. It's true that we were destroyed by the 3 major villages, but that's not the whole truth. We were attacked by the 4th village as well. No, to be more precise, we were betrayed. Naruto, after hearing that, widened his eyes in disbelief and said shakingly, Why you don't want to say that dash? Jushiro nodded his head and gritted his teeth in anger. You guess right, Naruto. We were betrayed by Konoha, right after the death of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. But why? Didn't Konoha and Yuzu were alliances with each other? Why did Konoha betray them? Asked Naruto, not understood anything. The reason is simple, Naruto. Konoha sold out Yuzu to survive. Do you really think that Konoha stood a chance in that war after the death of Senju Tobirama? Even with the 3 legendary Sannin and the White Fang, Konoha were outnumbered greatly. Just the Kinjin brothers of Kumo had managed to decrease the numbers greatly before that. That's why, when Sarutobi Hiruzen took the mantle of Hokage, he tried to negotiate with Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa for Konoha's survival. After a while of negotiation, all 4 villages agreed that Yuzu is the major threat because of the unnatural abilities in Fuinjutsu of Uzumaki clan. Hiruzen together with his teammates and Danzo decided to use the Seal of Ally to enter Yuzu. There the members of Uchiha clans used Sharingan to control some members of our clan to open the gate, so that the army of Kiri, Kumo and Iwa could invade. And just that, the invasion has started. Even though our clan was powerful, we were greatly outnumbered and was wiped out in the end. But we still managed to kill off about 60% of the enemies, explained Jushiro with a solemn face. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger and his widen in rage. Unconsciously his chakra began to leak out in waves and the wind blew around him. Jushiro looked at the young Uzumaki and felt impressed at the amount of chakra he possessed at such a young age. When the anger has subsided a little, Naruto took a deep breath and turned to Jushiro to said, "Thank you, Jushiro-sama, for telling me the truth. I never expected Konoha to be so rotten. And they even dare to wear the symbol of Uzumaki clan on their attires to mock us. Konoha and the other 3 villages will be crushed by my own hands. That I promise you. Then I will revive Uzumaki clan once again and show this world that Uzumaki will never disappear no matter what." Jushiro shook his head and said, "I didn't tell you the truth so that you will take the path of revenge, young Uzumaki. I told you because you are not an ordinary Uzumaki. You are the only one that can awaken the Chutsum Uzurigan. It's a dojutsu that transcends time and could see the past, as well as the future when mastering the eye abilities. Your true abilities lies within that eye, young Uzumaki. You are the one that will change the shinobi world with your action. I won't tell you what to do from now on, because that's your decision. I am already a dead man. I just want to tell descendants the truth about what happened 20 years ago. Whether you choose the path of revenge or forgiveness, I will still support you. Remember this, young Uzumaki. The members of Uzumaki clan cherish the families above anything else. That's why in the history of Yuzu, there were never a traitor in our rank. We cherish the bond we have with our clan and try our best to protect it. Now, I think it's time for me to awake your Uzurigan." With that, Jushiro approached Naruto and put his right palm on Naruto's right eye. He began to push his chakra to the eye. At first nothing happened. Suddenly Naruto felt an intense pain on his right eye and cried out in pain. Slowly, but the pain was subsided. Jushiro took his palm away from Naruto's right eye and stepped back, then said, "Try to slowly open your right eye, Naruto." Naruto slowly did as he was instructed. Jushiro looked at the eye silently. The eye itself is ice blue in color. There was a ring around the pupil and out from it there were 9 lines appeared. 3 lines on top of the ring, 3 on far right and 3 on far left. Those 9 lines when looking at the eye making the impression of the starting whirlpool. Naruto panting heavily and looked around for the mirror. When he found it, he looked at his new eye and smirked satisfyingly. "So this is my dojutsu Uzurigan. It looked pretty cool. But I assumed like other dojutsus this is only the first stage of the eye, right, Jushiro-sama?" asked Naruto, still looking at his reflection. "That's right, Naruto. Like the other dojutsus, Uzurigan has 3 stages. Though I don't know what it's look like, and is there anything else besides to look in the past and future? I only knew about the transcending time ability of the eye, because some millennia ago there were also one person that possessed the eye. He left some notes and they were in the library of our clan, though he only managed to find out only a slight power of Uzurigan and never developed further. That's why nobody knows what Uzurigan is true capable of," answered Jushiro. Then Naruto decided to ask one question that he should ask from the start. "Jushiro-sama, why I am the only one that awakened this eye? I understand why nobody knows about it if the last wielder of the eye loved millennia ago. But why I suddenly awake the eye? It's because you are the one that was given the title of Sadaime no Uzumaki. In our clan from long time ago, there was a prophecy that one day when the clan will no longer exist, one Uzumaki will appear and change the whole world, as well as bring Uzumaki back to full strength. I was not only a shinobi, but an onmyoji as well. That's why I could read the stars and knew that the future son of Kushina is the Sadaime no Uzumaki, explained Jushiro, crossing his hands. Naruto widened his eyes hearing that. He never believed that his existence will be such important in the future. He always think of himself as far more advanced than the others because of the circumstances. But hearing that he will be the one that will bring back his clan from his predecessor is a shocking surprise. I never knew that my existence is so important. I suspected that I belonged to a clan because the unnatural ability in Fuinjutsu can't appear just like that. It's the trait of the clan. I am honored that the man of your status entrust the resurrection of our clan to me. I won't disappoint you and the rest of the clan. Though you mentioned that I am the son of Kushina, the only Kushina I knew is Akai Chishio no Habanero. That was so scary that she beat up practically all boys in the academy. And that person is my mother? Wondered Naruto, shivering when thought about that. Yeah, you are definitely her son, though your personality is yourself. I only have a week before I will disappear completely. Before that, I wanted to transfer and teach you all what I knew in my life, said Jushiro and looked at Naruto. But how? I can't be out of Konoha for too long. Sandaime will be suspicious, asked Naruto. No need to worry for that. There is a secret training room during the time of wars below us. It's a special training room called Time Chamber. In this room, the time flew much slower than in reality. 1 hour in reality equal a month in that room. You will be absent for a week. With that, I could transfer my most necessary knowledges to you. Also, we will be training the Uzurigan and tried to develop it to the second stage, explained Jushiro to Naruto. Naruto, hearing about the special training room, widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Whoa, the special training room that the time flew much slower than in reality? Never knew that such a room existed. Uzumaki clan is just full of surprise." Jushiro just smirked at that, then said, "Well, if you don't mind, then let's start our training." Naruto just nodded at that. With that, Jushiro went to the wall where there is a kanji for time chamber and pushed his chakra into the Uzumaki symbol on the wall. The symbol glowed red and then stopped. With that, the wall split in half and an entrance appeared. Naruto just looked at the process silently. Then when the wall was split in half, Jushiro called out to him, "Let's go." With that, they both entered the entrance. With Itachi. Itachi looked around the ruins for a while and still couldn't find anything useful, only ruins. There were some Uzumaki symbols on some buildings, but it's all useless to him as all those were blood seal. Itachi sighed and said, "It seems I failed the mission. Hokage-sama will not be pleased. But I couldn't find other way to enter further in Uzumaki Castle. Naruto-kun must find something important to not come out till now. Guess I will return to Konoha and report the mission failed." With that, Itachi disappeared in a swirl of leaves and appeared at the symbol where he first arrived. He put the paper seal that Sandaime gave him, and the symbol began to glow and teleport him away from Uzushigakure ruins. Konoha. Hokage's office. Itachi, or Raven, is kneeling in front of Sandaime and reported about the failure of the mission. Hiruzen, hearing that, was not really pleased, but he still accepted the failure. After the report, Itachi decided to ask Sandaime the question that had been on his mind since he received the mission. "Hokage-sama. What is it, Itachi-kun? Why is that necessary to spy on Naruto-kun? How did he find the entrance to Uzushigakure and why he didn't the ally seal to activate the entrance?" asked Itachi curiously, multiple questions at once. Sandaime sighed heavily and answered, "You might already notice that Naruto-kun is completely different from anyone his age." Itachi nodded his head at that. "His mind is far more advanced than the mind of the other children, even differ from your brother. All that because of the environment he lives in. He had nobody to interact with except for the Ichiraka family, me and recently Geku Heiate. Naruto-kun, as you know, is the descendant of the extinct Uzumaki clan. That's why the Fuinjutsu comes so naturally to him. Naruto had the same potential as you, Itachi-kun, or even greater. The reason why I send you to spy on Naruto-kun when he discovered the entrance to Uzumaki is because Konoha did some unforgivable thing in the past, and there is a possibility that Naruto-kun could discovered about that. If that happened, Naruto-kun will certainly go against Konoha. When the time comes, I will have no choice but to exterminate him before he could harms Konoha, explained Hiruzen with a shamed voice. If it's okay with you, Hokage-sama, could you tell me what did Konoha do to Yuzu in the past that will makes Naruto-kun reacted like that? Asked Itachi looking at his Hokage. Unfortunately, no. The reason is the top secret that only me, the elders and Danzu knows, answered Hiruzen. Is that so? If you don't need me anymore, I'd like to go home for some rest, said Itachi, bowing his head down. Yeah, you can go now, Itachi-kun. Hi, said Itachi, then disappeared on a swirl of leaves. When Itachi left, Hiruzen looked out of the window with a sigh. Then he turned back to look at the portrait of the fourth Hokage and thought. What will you do if Naruto decide to go against Konoha, Minato? Uchiha compound. Uchiha Itachi just arrived at the Uchiha compound. He walked in the living room and saw that his parents already waiting for him. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father, turned his head to his son and asked, "How is the mission go?" Itachi looked at his father for a while, then decided to answer. "It's a failure." Fugaku blinked surprise at that and decided to ask. "Failure? You failed a mission? What is the mission anyway?" Naruto-kun accidentally found the entrance to Yuzu. Sandaime-sama find it necessary to spy on him. But the gate to the secret room could only be opened through a clansman blood, as the blood seal is on it. I didn't make in time and fail the mission, explained Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi's mother, at the mention of Naruto's name looked down sadly. The Sandaime has forbid her to speak to him, fearing that someone could deduce that he was the son of Kushina. Fugaku blinked at that and asked, "Why did Sandaime deemed it to be necessary to spy on a 6-year-old child, who is not even shinobi?" Itachi closed his eyes and lied. "That I don't know, father." "Alright, what about the situation with Hokage? What information can you provide?" asked Fugaku. Nothing had changed yet. The village is still suspicious about the Uchiha clan, but didn't plan to make any moves against our clan, report Itachi. "Is that so? We will wait for 1 more year to find out more about the security, then we will make our move," said Fugaku. Itachi just looked at his father with a pair of Sharingan eyes blazing. 1 week later. Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki walked out of the secret room and inhaled the fresh air. During the time in the time chamber, he had grown a little and his hairstyle changed a bit. Vangala Primo from Katekyo Hitman Reborn. Though the right bang covers his right eye. He wore a white high-collar t-shirt with Uzumaki symbol on it. Also, there was a long red scarf around his neck. His pants were ANBU style. Naruto sighed heavily and said, "Time to return to the hell hole." With that, he began to search for the past entrance that he used last time. When he found it, he just stood there silently and was transported back to Konoha. Konoha. When Naruto appeared back in Konoha, some ANBU has spotted him and immediately shunshin away to report to Sandaime. Naruto decided to return to his apartment and check if things were okay there. Because of his status, his apartment often been ransacked when he was absent. Hokage's office. Sandaime is busy with the pain of all Kages called paperwork. Suddenly, one ANBU appeared before his desk in kneeling position. "Hokage-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has returned to the village," report the ANBU. Hiruzen looked calmly at the ANBU and said, "Bring him to my office." "Hi." With that said, the ANBU disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sandaime looked down at the paper and thought, "So you have returned, Naruto-kun. I hoped you didn't find out anything. Even though I knew that what I have done is unforgivable, that was still the only option for Konoha to exist. It was all for the protection of Konoha." 5 minutes later. The ANBU and Naruto has reappeared in the Hokage's office. The Hokage looked at the ANBU and said, "Leave us." The ANBU bowed his head down and disappeared. Sandaime turned to Naruto and noticed that his appearance had changed a little. His hairstyle is a little longer and has one bang cover his right eye. He also noticed that Naruto seems a little taller. "Where were you the last week, Naruto-kun?" asked Sandaime with a serious voice. Naruto looked at Sandaime and answered calmly. There is not even a hint of anger in his voice. During the time with Jushiro, he learned how to control his emotions perfectly. Even though he feels extreme hatred towards Sandaime now, his expression showed nothing. "I was accidentally transported to some kind of ruins and get lost in it. Then I somehow managed to open the secret room. I wanted to get out of the room and spend a week to find the exit. That's why I appeared only now, Sandaime-sama." Sandaime narrowed his eyes at the explanation, then turned his gaze at the covered right eye. "Why did you cover your right eye? Did you have something to hide?" Naruto shook his head and answered, "No, Hokage-sama. I just decided to change my hairstyle. If you don't believe me, I could show you that eye." With that, Naruto raised his bang up to show the identical eye like his left one. "Do you still not believe me, Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto calmly. Hiruzen just sighed, then turned to Naruto and said, "Okay, you are dismissed, but return to your class tomorrow, okay?" Naruto bowed his head and said, "Hi." With that, Naruto leaves the office. Hiruzen looked back at his crystal orb and saw Naruto walked out of the office and head to his apartment. "Kakashi," called out Hiruzen. Immediately an ANBU with silver hair appeared and kneeling in front of him. "Do you call me Hokage-sama?" Yes, Naruto had returned to the village. "You are to spy on him 24/7. If you find out anything, immediately report," ordered Hiruzen. Kakashi, hearing the name Naruto, widened his eyes a little. Then he turned back to normal and said, "Hi." With that, Kakashi disappeared in a plume of smoke. Hiruzen looked out the window and thought, "There is still the Uchiha matter and now Naruto. I am too old for this." Next day. Academy. Irika is reading the lecture of the past Hokage to the class. Suddenly, the door opened and Naruto revealed himself. The class all immediately turned in his direction and saw how much he has changed the past week. The girl thinks he is so much more cooler and handsome than before, while the boys just looked at him exasperatedly with a tick marks on their head. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence," asked Irika jokingly. Naruto just bowed down his head and said, "I am sorry that I am late. Will you allow me to enter the class, Irika-sensei?" Irika just nodded his head. Naruto thanked him and looked at the place where he could sit. As he glances around the class, some girls blushed horribly. Naruto saw a free sit at the back of Shikamaru and decided to sit there. With that, Irika continued his lecture. Some girls sneaked a glance at him and blushed like a tomato. Naruto noticed them, looked at him, and looked back. That action actually made some girls faint. Naruto blinked in surprise because of the weirdness, but shrugged his shoulders. Sasuke just looked at Naruto. He didn't actually know the boy, but somehow all his actions remind him of his older brother Itachi. He didn't even understand why Naruto resembled Itachi. Sasuke decided that he wanted to know this boy further. Ino couldn't believe her eyes when Naruto entered the class. Of course, before he looked okay, though a little short. Now he just looked plainly hot. Though she still that Sasuke was cute. She, like some girls, also tried to sneak some glance at him, though she could see that he is completely clueless about the situation. Outside the class, Kakashi was standing on the branch and observing Naruto through the window. He didn't understand why Sandaime decided to keep his eyes on Naruto 24/7. So far he saw that Naruto is just an academy student. A more advanced one, but still the academy student. Kakashi was one of the youngest ANBU of the history of the leaves. He also is a prodigy and the creator of the infamous assassination technique Chidori. Of course, he knew Naruto's true identity, because of that reason that he was put in ANBU by the fourth to protect him after all. Suddenly, he heard a sound of landing and turned to the direction. It was an ANBU in the raven mask and has jet black hair. The ANBU looked at where Kakashi was observing and said, "I see Naruto-kun has returned to the village." "Yeah," answered Kakashi. Then he turned to Itachi and decided to ask, "Do you know the reason why Hokage-sama want to keep an eye on Naruto?" Itachi knew the reason but decided to lie. "No, Kakashi Taicho. Even though I was given the mission to track him down when he disappeared. Hokage-sama didn't explain anything to me," answered Itachi. "Okay. Then," said Kakashi and turned to observe Naruto again. After class, Naruto walked away from the class and decided to visit his sensei. He glanced back and felt some presences behind him. There was some girls from his class while 3 others, judging from the chakra levels, are ANBUs. Naruto walked to the training ground and saw his sensei with some pretty lady wearing ANBU outfit. The lady has purple hair, a very attractive face and a red lipstick. "It's been a while, sensei. I am sorry that I disappeared like that," said Naruto. "Oh, Naruto, where have you been the last week? I searched for you everywhere, but couldn't find you," complained Hayate. "I found some kind of seal and was transported to some ruins. Takes me a week to find the way back." "Who is standing beside you, sensei?" explained Naruto, then turned his head to the pretty ANBU lady. "This is my girlfriend Yuzuki Yugogo. Isn't she pretty?" introduced Hayate, then asked teasingly. Yugogo blushed at the praise and hit on his shoulder playfully. Naruto looked at Yugogo, then nodded his head. "I agree. You are lucky, sensei, to have such a girlfriend." At Naruto's praise, Yugogo blushed again. Naruto then remembered that he still Tidbit introduced himself and said, "Forgive my rudeness. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I have been an unofficial student of Hayate Sensei for a while now." "Nice to meet you, Naruto. Hayate has been praising you for constantly about your exceptionally talents in Shinobi department," said Yugogo. "Well, I still need to learn many things, but thank you for the praise, sensei," replied Naruto, scratching his head in embarrassment. Only now Hayate, when looked closer to him, noticed Naruto had grown a little and changed his hairstyle. "Didn't know you changed the hairstyle? Why suddenly decided to do that?" asked Hayate. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and said simply, "Just felt like doing it." Naruto sparred with Hayate and Yugogo for a while. He asked them about some strategy and some method to improve his training. After that, he decided to visit Ichiraka family and eat some ramen. After all, it's been a week since he ate ramen. He arrived at the stand and sat down. "Oi, Tsuchiya-san, bring me 3 bowls of ramen, please," shouted Naruto. Tuchi heard someone called him and come out to see who is it. He looked around and saw Naruto sitting at his usual place. "Oh, isn't it Naruto? Where have I been this past week? That didn't even come to my stand at least once, huh?" asked Tuchi, displeased. "Ah, Gomen Ajisen. I got lost and only returned yesterday. Where is I am Nichim anyway? Don't tell me she got a boyfriend and now is on the dare with him?" said Naruto, then snapped his fingers. "Of course not. As if I'd let some punk get close to my daughter. She is just out of the village for some ingredients," answered Tuchi and walked back to prepare the order. Sasuke and Itachi suddenly saw Naruto sitting at the ramen stand. Sasuke was looking at Naruto's back for a while. Itachi noticed that, decided to ask, "Do you want to talk to him? He is your classmate, though you don't actually know him so well." Sasuke looked back at his brother and nodded his head. "For some reason, he really interested me. Even though he is currently a dead last because of his absence the past week, he is still far better than the most on classes. Plus, he always sat alone and nobody actually tried to approach him," said Sasuke, looked back at Naruto's back. Itachi turned his gaze back at Naruto and thought, "You even managed to gain the attention from my Otuto, That is not actually interest in anyone but me. What kind of person are you to even manage to achieve that, Naruto-kun? With Naruto. Naruto finished 3 bowls of his ramen and walked out of the stand. Then he looked ahead and saw Sasuke and someone that looked like him, only older, and the hairstyle is different. They began to approach Naruto while Naruto just stand there to see what they want. When they are in front of Naruto, Sasuke stepped forward and raised his hand for Naruto to shake. In the academy, we never managed to talk normally, so I decided to approach you to know you better. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. Behind me is my older brother Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke introduced himself and his brother. Naruto looked at Itachi and already felt that they have much in common. Itachi looked at Naruto and also noticed that like he was looking at the mirror. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you too, Sasuke-san. Itachi-san, said Naruto with a bow. Then he raised his head and shook Sasuke's hand, causing Sasuke to smile. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Naruto-kun. I hope you and Sasuke will be good friends, said Itachi with a smile. At the word friend, Naruto just blinked owlishly and replied, I actually didn't have any friend before, so I don't know how to be a good friend. You know, that I am an orphan and for some reason the others avoid or ignored me, so the word friend is foreign to me. Itachi just looked at the ground solemnly and felt pity for Naruto. Then he decided to say, well, if that's okay with you, then from now on me and Sasuke will be your friends. What do you say? Naruto blinked in surprise at that and asked, you guys wanted to be friends with me? Yeah, why not? You are a pretty interesting guy after all. You will be my rival and my partner for training from now on, declared Sasuke with a grin and pointed at Naruto's face. Naruto blinked again to close his eyes and smile a little. Itachi saw a smile on Naruto's face and felt pleased as well. Then he looked at Sasuke and saw how happy he is. It's his first friend that actually not envious of him or even try to badmouth him. Okay then, I accept to be your friends, Sasuke-san, Itachi-san. Itachi smiled hearing that. Then he began to think about the coup d'etat that his father and Uchiha clan planned to arrange a year from now on. He knew that if the clan succeeds, then lots of innocent people will die in the process. He then looked back at the smiling face of Sasuke as he is talking to Naruto. Whatever happened, he will make sure that Sasuke will survive. Konohagakure no Sato. 1 year later. During the past year, Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi has become like brothers. To Sasuke and Itachi, Naruto was a brother in anything but blood. Mikoto Uchiha very glad that her sons have bonded with Naruto. She was glad that Sasuke has at least one friend. Fugaku was neutral towards their relationship. He didn't hate Naruto but not actually glad either, though the majority of the Uchiha clan was the other matter. Each time they looked at Naruto, it reminded them the accusation of the elders about the Kyuubi being controlled by Sharingan, and thus the suspicion all fall on the Uchiha clan. Naruto didn't actually care. All he care is what Sasuke and Itachi think about him, that's all. Sandaime Hokage, slowly, but no longer suspicious about Naruto. He no longer ordered for Kakashi to spy on him anymore. The problem was the elders and Danzu. When they heard that Naruto accidentally found an entrance to Uzumaki ruins, they wanted to either wipe out all his memories or kill him after they extract the Kyuubi from him. Danzu reacted differently. After he heard that there was a possibility that Naruto may discover Konoha's darkest secret, he just wanted to kill him off as soon as possible. Hiruzen somehow managed to convince them that everything is all right and they don't need to worry about that. The elders reluctantly agreed and just leave things like that. Danzu, though, not so naive and tried to find out what really happened the week of a year ago. Right now, they are worried about the coup d'etat that may happen any time. The Uchihas began to behave suspiciously, according to their double spy, Uchiha Itachi. Hokage's Tower. Meeting Room. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Yuditane, and Shimura Danzu are currently discussing the matter of Uchiha clan. There are too many unanswered questions surrounding this recent Kyuubi incident, said Hiruzen with crossed hands. I thought that Kushina's seal had been broken, but that doesn't explain why Bawako and the ANBU were killed, said Koharu. Which means someone is behind this, said Hamura. Like someone from Uchiha? Offered Danzu. With that, all the others in the room turned their attention to him. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why do you say that?" Even if Kyuubi broken free, it would have just gone wild. Without someone to control it, it couldn't have caused this incident, answered Danzu, looking at Hiruzen. That could happen. Sharingan, if mastered enough, could use a powerful genjutsu to control it. Though for what purpose, said Koharu and wondered. Isn't it obvious? To regain their position of power within Konoha, said Danzu. Oh, I understand now, said Hamura. Hiruzen, after listening to the deduction of his teammate and his rival, decided to talk. That's just conjecture. We must increase our surveillance of Uchiha, as well as the Kyuubi brat. We must keep them under 24-hour watch, said Danzu. I told you before, Danzu. Naruto-kun didn't know anything. We don't have any reason to spy on him anymore. He is just a 7-year-old boy, retort Hiruzen, definitely not pleased as Danzu decided to bring Naruto in this. You are too naive, Hiruzen. Have you forgotten that he is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, as well as the last Uzumaki? You said it yourself, even at this age his potential is far greater than anyone before in the history. And he is associating with the Uchihas right now. If they join forces, it will be a disaster, said Danzu, frustrated at his rival's naivety. Inoichi has checked his mind and all of it was the truth. Naruto-kun associated with only Sasuke-kun and Itachi-kun only. The other Uchihas still despise him, retort Hiruzen. We just need to keep eyes on the Uchihas for now. Naruto, no matter how powerful he is, still only a 7-year-old child. Plus, he still didn't learn how to tap to the Kyuubi chakra just yet, said Koharu. I agree. Better be safe than sorry, said Hamura. Wait, we didn't have any proof that Uchihas are responsible for this, retort Hiruzen, and stood up from his seat. That's precisely why this is necessary. And if nothing comes out of it, it will prove that the Uchiha are innocent, said Danzu. Naruto's apartment. Naruto is currently thinking about the situation with Uchiha. Naruto noticed that about 2 weeks ago, Itachi began to act distantly towards Sasuke and him. That's why when they met last time he implied a spying seal when he proposes to shake hands with him. Therefore he knew all about the secret meetings of Uchiha clan the past year. Of course, Itachi didn't notice anything, because once an Uzumaki put a seal on his or her target they won't notice it at all, except if was told. He knew Itachi pretty well and so he knew what choice Itachi will make. It was a horrible choice to Naruto, but he understands why Itachi will choose that path. Naruto decided that he won't let that happen no matter what. He didn't want to see his brothers suffering because of Konoha. His skills with Uzurigan had improved the past year. If he knew the location and the exact time when it will happen, he could show the future that will happen the day ahead. He will save the Uchiha not because he forgave them when invading Yuzu, but he do it for the sake of his brothers. Naruto raised the bang to show the Uzurigan and the circle is spinning wildly, making the impression of the whirlpool in the eye. Time skip. The west gate of Konoha. Naruto walked silently to his destination. He looked around, saw the people doing their works. Then they noticed him and began to glare at him with disgust. Naruto didn't react at all, he just walked to the destination. He stopped before a boulder and put his hand on it. When he put away his hand, there was a seal with kanji for giant. There. With that, Naruto turned back and began to walk back. The day before the coup d'etat. Uchiha's training ground. Itachi and Naruto are currently sparring. Sasuke is sitting and watched them sparring. Itachi threw shurikens at Naruto. But Naruto reflected then with his kunai. Itachi rushed forward and kicked Naruto on his stomach. Naruto took the hit and began to fly with great speed to the tree. Itachi looked at the direction where Naruto crashed. When the smoke was cleared, he saw the log that has been split in half. Then he glanced back and saw Naruto is in midair and threw dozens of shurikens and kunais. Itachi deflected them with his kunai easily. But he noticed something is not right when looking at the smirking face of Naruto. Naruto's finger began to twitch and the deflected shuriken suddenly flew back at Itachi. Itachi widened his eyes, then looked at Naruto's finger and noticed the chakra string was attached to the shuriken. Then all the defected weapons began to flew at him, as they were all attached to the chakra strings. Sasuke widened his eyes at that and also opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that Naruto is a genius and have many unpredictable ideas in using weapons, but this is the first time he saw him do something like this. Itachi jumped back and began to perform the hand seals. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. With that, a giant ball of flame annihilates all the weapons. Naruto used the smoke creating by Itachi's jutsu and assault him. Itachi deflects all the strikes and said, "I think that's enough sparring for today, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded his head, then was about to walk away when Itachi said, "Didn't expect you to actually use the puppetry technique for controlling the shurikens." Naruto turned back and said, "I read in a book that Suna is using chakra strings for their puppet techniques. Then I have an idea that I could use with weapons like kunai and shuriken as well." Itachi blinked when hearing Naruto's discovery and found it pretty useful. Naruto then turned to Itachi and said, "One day, the leaf will burn and not even the strongest wind can extinguish. No water will be able to extinguish it. Then it will be swallowed by the unstoppable whirlpool and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Remember this, Itachi." With that, Naruto went back to Sasuke. Itachi hearing what Naruto said and narrowed his eyes. He understands every hidden meaning behind that phrase. He just wanted to know the reason what did Konoha did to Yuzu in the past. He doesn't want to kill Naruto. He knew that Naruto is a future threat to Konoha, but he couldn't kill him as well as Sasuke. Tomorrow night, the coup d'etat will happen and he must massacre all his clan. That night, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't sleep because of what he decides to do tomorrow. He walked out of his room and walked to the lake and looked at the reflection of the moon. Suddenly he felt a presence behind him and turned back shouted, "Who are you? What do you need here?" It was a figure dressed in a black cloak that hid his entire body. On his face is a fox mask with 3 eyes on it. He is average looking at looked directly at Fugaku. "It's a peaceful night, isn't it, Fugaku-san?" said the figure. Fugaku just gritted his teeth and asked again. "I asked again, who are you and what do you need here?" Then he noticed that there is some kind of barrier around the space they are standing. The figure sat down and put his hand on the surface of the lake and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What is matter is the fate of your clan, that you will destroy in the near future with your action." Fugaku narrowed his eyes and asked, "The fate of my clan? My action? What do you mean by that?" The figure turned his mask face and said, "The coup d'etat. You are planning to arrange it tomorrow night, are you not?" Fugaku hearing that immediately took out the kunai and shouted, "How do you know that? Answer quickly. I am not here to fight with you but to show you what await you in the future. Because of your actions," said the figure. Behind the mask the Uzurigan began to spin rapidly. Fugaku suddenly looked around and noticed that he was transferred to the other place. He asked, "Where am I?" Then there is a voice coming from all directions and the background around him turned gray. "I am transferring you temporarily to the future that will await you tomorrow night." With that, Fugaku looked in horror that just older son began to massacre his clan members one after another. Then he saw how his son stabbed Makoto to the back, then slashed him in half. Then he was transferred back to the former place. Fugaku was panting heavily, then turned to the masked figure and asked shakingly, Is that all true? Itachi will massacre Uchiha clan if the coup d'etat happened." The masked figure looked at Fugaku and said, "That's what awaits you in the future if you decided to go through what you planned. That is not the vision, It's the actual future that will happen if not do something. Your action will cause your sons to suffer. You already know that Itachi is a double spy to Hokage, right? Itachi just don't want for the coup d'etat to happen. He loves Konoha after all. Then there is Sasuke. I didn't show you more than your death because it will just makes you feel guiltier. Itachi will spare Sasuke, with the hope that he will bring the new future to Uchiha clan. But that won't happen because Sasuke will choose the path of revenge and will do anything to kill Itachi. Do you really want that kind of future for your sons? Uchiha Fugaku? Fugaku just looked at the ground solemnly. I understands that you wanted to regain to prestige and post-ion that the Uchiha clan once possessed, but now is not the right time. I will eventually destroy the elders and Sandaime Hokage. Then you can get the prestige back for Uchiha. Fugaku-san, said the figure and looked at the moon. Fugaku looked back at the figure and asked, "Why do you want the Uchiha to survive? What benefits will that bring you?" The figure turned back to Fugaku and said something that made him confused. "I just don't want for the tragedy to happen again, because of Konoha." Fugaku sighed and asked, "No matter the reason, I thank you for stopping me to make the horrible mistake, which will destroy my clan. What should I call you and how do I contact you?" "That won't be necessary. I won't appear anytime soon. Farewell, Fugaku-san," said the figure and used Shunshin to disappear. Next day. The elders and Hiruzen were surprised that Fugaku, the leader, decided to negotiate with them. He requested that the Uchiha clan was not being observed 24/7 and to clear about the Kyuubi attack matter. After some discussion, they made the conclusion that there was only one Uchiha in history powerful enough to control the Kyuubi. He was Uchiha Madara. With that, Hiruzen agreed with the condition and shook hands with Fugaku. When Fugaku left, the elders and Hiruzen began to discuss about the sudden cancel of coup d'etat. I am very surprised they Fugaku-san suddenly decide on negotiation. He was usually a very stubborn person. There must be some kind of special reason to make him change his mind like that, said Hiruzen. I agree, but that's better for Konoha, right? With this, the Uchiha clan will still exist in Konoha, said Koharu. Or maybe they have some future plans to overthrow us, said Danzu. You are too distrustful, Danzu, said Hiruzen. Anyway, things has returned back to normal for now at least, said Hamura. Uchiha compound. Itachi was extremely surprised to hear that his father decided to cancel the coup d'etat and even want to negotiate with Hokage. He didn't know the reason, but he is very happy that he didn't need to massacre his clan. Whoever managed to convince his father, he is very grateful for that. Then he recalled Naruto's words and knows that he will leave Konoha sooner or later. He knew that he won't be able to kill Naruto. He, like Sasuke, means very much to him. He also didn't want to report to Hokage about Naruto's words either. He wanted to convince Naruto to stop what he is planning. Then he looked at Sasuke and saw him practice the Keton Gukakyu no Jutsu. He is so innocent and didn't know what should happen today's night. Naruto's apartment. Naruto is lying at his bed and looked at the ceiling and began to think. The Uchiha massacre may not happen tonight, but the ANBU HQ will be. Let's play a little bit any, Konoha. His Uzurigan activate and began to spun wildly. There is a dark smirk on Naruto's face. Konoha. In the street. Naruto Uzumaki is slowly walking on his way to Uchiha district. As he walked, he noticed the people still glared at him with disdain. He looked at some of them and noticed that some of Uchihas also glared at him. Naruto turned his head away from them and continued to walk to his destination. It's such an irony that he was the one that saved them, yet they still hate him with all their might. But that didn't matter at all to him. What is matter is that he prevent the tragedy from happen, and now his brothers didn't need to suffer. Naruto knew that tonight Itachi will go to the patrol with his ANBU squad, from the seal that's still stuck on his body. Naruto just wanted to make sure that Itachi will be away long enough for him to act. Also, he wants to spar with Sasuke to see his improvement. Thanks to Itachi, Naruto knows all the strong and weak points of security in Konoha. That's why he will wait for the right moment to strike tonight. Uchiha compound. Naruto walked to the back of the house and saw Sasuke is practicing katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Though from the result he was not very satisfied. Naruto walked in the garden and said, "Hello, Sasuke. I see you are still practicing with that jutsu." Sasuke, hearing Naruto's voice, turned around and said, "Oh, Naruto, you were just on time. Can you explain me what I did wrong? I tried many times and still didn't to perform properly. My father is not very pleased with that." Naruto walked closer to Sasuke and said, "The problem is just that you didn't put enough chakra into your technique to perform it properly. Also, when you released the fireball from your mouth, released all the chakra that you stored in your mouth. Don't hold back. You failed because you continued to hold back some chakra in the mouth on reflex. Just try to release all the chakra that you stored at once." Sasuke think a little and nodded at his explanation. Then he began to make hand signs slowly. Tora, Hitsuji, Saru, I, Uma, Tora. Then he concentrated chakra in his mouth and inhale. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke did as Naruto told and released all his chakra that stored in his mouth at once. The result was a huge fireball released from Sasuke's mouth. Naruto looked at the result and smirked pleasingly. Sasuke looked wide eyes at the result of his performance and shouted, "Yatta! I've done it! I've done it!" Then he turned to Naruto and said, "Thank you so much, Naruto. I never knew you were such a good teacher, even better than Itachi." All he did was just tapped my forehead with his 2 fingers and said, "Sorry, Sasuke. Let's do it next time. But now that I knew you are such a good teacher, I don't need him anymore." Naruto scratched his head and looked at Sasuke, then said, "You give my too much credit, Sasuke. There are tons of other good people in the village. You could learn from them as well, you know." Sasuke shook his head and said, "Itachi said that your potential will overcome him in time. He said that you will be stronger than he is now by the time you reach 13. Also, he said if I wanted to aim higher, then I should aim to defeat you. If Itachi admitted that you will be stronger than him by the time you reach 13, then I don't need other teacher. You are a genius which even has potential greater than the Uchiha heir. To learn from you is enough for me." Naruto blinked in surprise and muttered, "Never actually heard that Itachi admitted that I will grow stronger than him. But that's an honor to be praised by one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha." Sasuke then grinned and pointed at Naruto. "So from now on we will train together, Naruto-sensei." Naruto smirked at that and muttered, "Naruto-sensei, huh? But didn't you find that weird to learn from the person your age and also not even a shinobi? Who cares? You are not a shinobi now just because you didn't want it to be now. You could skip class and graduate already. Though I didn't know why you still not do that," said Sasuke and looked Naruto blinking curiously. "Like Shikamaru always said, it's just too troublesome to graduate early," answered Naruto. Sasuke hearing that sweat drop. That moment Itachi decided to appear. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you were here to train with Sasuke?" "Yeah, I wanted to see his progress, then noticed he has some difficulty with a katan jutsu and decided to show some tips. Didn't you need to patrol outside the village, Anbu Taicho-san?" answered Naruto, then said teasingly, "I will be out in a minute. Just decided to see Sasuke off before I go to patrol," answered Itachi. Then suddenly Anbu with an owl mask appeared and said, "Taicho, it's time to go." Itachi turned to Naruto and Sasuke then said, "All right, take care you too. Good luck, Anai-san. Be careful out there, Itachi." Itachi nodded his head with that he and the Anbu disappeared. Naruto then turned to Sasuke and said, "It's time for me to return home as well. I have some business need to take care of. Till tomorrow, Sasuke." "You already need to leave? I'd like to learn a new fire technique and for you to show me some tips as well," said Sasuke disappointed. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will come tomorrow and we will work on that. Okay then. Be careful, said Sasuke, waving his hand. Naruto walked away and also waved his hand from the back. Hokage's office. Danzu walked in the Hokage office and said, "It seems the matter with Uchiha has indeed cleared. Now I am concerned for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I had my root Anbu spied on him and noticed that he was so far more powerful than children his age. Do you really think that a child could obtain such power in a short amount of time, Hiruzen?" Hiruzen looked at Danzu and retort, "Again with Naruto-kun, huh? I told you before he is innocent. You know yourself that Naruto is far developed than the children his age. This matter we already discussed, Danzu. But how do you explain his recent skills? My Anbu reported that he even could hold his own against Itachi. Despite there was not a real fight, but a spar," replied Danzu. "Maybe Itachi-kun or even Fugaku-kun decided to train him. Let's end this talk already, Danzu. I am very tired right now and still need to finish this stack of paperworks," said Hiruzen, and wiping his tears away. Danzu gritted his teeth in frustration at Hiruzen's ignorance and stomped out of the office. The night of supposed Uchiha massacre. The full moon was shining brightly tonight. Standing on the post at the background of the moon was a figure in long jet-black cloak with a hood. On his face was a fox mask with 3 eyes. The wind is blowing dramatically, flapping his cloak. The masked figure looked at the direction of the Anbu HQ and said, "Let's start." With that, he made a sign of molding chakra and said, "Jutsushiki Kaiho, release formula of the jutsu." The boulder, where the kanji for giant were located, suddenly glowed and a puff of smoke appeared there. When the smoke was cleared, there was a huge seal with an Uzumaki symbol in the center. The figure makes a Hitsuji hand sign and continued. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Godai Genso no Kaijin, Uzumaki sealing art, 5 elemental giants. From the Uzumaki symbol on the boulder, 5 beam were shoot from it, each headed to different direction. One hit the forest and began to transforming to a huge wood giant. One hit the lake and transformed to a water giant. One hit the bonfire and out from it the fire giant began to appear. One hit the sword at the weapon shop and began to absorb the other weapons of the shop and transforming into a steel giant. One last just absorbed the rocks near the boulder and transforms to a rock golem. The figure looked at the chaos that just about to begin as he saw the people on the street began to panicking and running away. Then he jumped from rooftops to rooftops and heading to the direction of Anbu HQ. Hokage's office. Hiruzen is sighing loudly and looking at the stack of paperwork. Suddenly Anbu with hawk mask appeared in kneeling position and report in hurriedly. "Hokage-sama? We are under attack. There are 5 huge giants of fire, water, wood, steel and rock, destroying everything in their path." Hiruzen heard that, widened his eyes and turned to an Anbu and asked, "When did it happen? Call all the Anbu and Jounins, Chunins to stop them." "Hi," said the Anbu and disappeared. Hiruzen began to think, what is going on here? Why did the security seal not work? When the enemy appeared, and the most important question is who dare to attack them now, with the Uchiha not extinct. Umbu HQ. The figure landed on the roof of the Anbu HQ and heard the sound of alarm turned on. The Anbu fighters, hearing the sound of alarm, picked up their gears and prepared to neutralize the unknown enemy. Hatake, Kakashi, and Kino were out of the Anbu HQ first and now heading to intercept the flame giant that was crushing and burning some house. The masked figure decided to act that moment and appeared in front of the Anbu fighters. One Anbu saw a stranger appeared in their HQ and asked, "Hey, who are you? You should not be here." The masked figure ignored his question and slammed his palm to the ground and said, "Fuinjutsu, Tsuchigumo no Kekai, sealing art, the barrier of earth spider." Suddenly a dome appeared around Anbu HQ and a web-like lines appeared on the ground. The Anbu fighters tried to move but they couldn't. Some tried to use chakra but it's no use as well. It's pointless within this barrier, you guys won't be able to move and all the chakra released by you guys will be absorbed by the barrier, said the masked figure. Then he began to approach them. One ANBU asked, fearfully looking at the approaching masked figure. Who are you? Why did you target us? The masked figure didn't answer, just rushed forward to take out a ninjato from one of the ANBU and charge at them. With Kakashi and Kino. Kakashi and Kino are fighting the flame giant. Kakashi tried to use Raikiri, lightning blade, to cut the flame giant in half, but it just regenerate back. Then Kino decided to use Suetun, Hahanryu, water style, tearing torrent, to extinguish it, but the flame giant managed to dodge the torrent. The flame giant then opened his mouth and breath fire at then caused then to jump back behind a tree to avoid the breath. Senpai, it's really strange except our squad and Itachi's squad. That on patrol no squad has appeared to assist us, said Kino looking at Kakashi. Yeah, I also feel something is not right here. There is a dome surround the ANBU HQ. Where the heck did it appeared from? We need to go back there to check it out, said Kakashi. Kino nodded his head and was about to jump to the direction of ANBU HQ, but suddenly the fireballs flew to them and didn't allow them to move ahead. It seems we won't get there so easily, said Kakashi looking at the flame golem. With the water golem. The water golem is crushing the houses of the Hyuga. The Hyuga tried to neutralize it, but it all proved fruitless. Hyugas are the master of taijutsu, that concentrate on closing tenketsus of his or her opponent. But now all those skills are useless against the water giant. Hakushu, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, shouted Hyuga Hayashi, the leader of Hyuga clan, and shoot his technique at the water giant. The water giant was hit by the technique to the head. The head was destroyed, but was quickly reformed. Hayashi looked at the giant and felt annoyed. How many times can it regenerate? Wondered Hayashi. Then he heard a shout from behind the giant. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth style, Earth flowing river. Hayashi looked at the direction of the voice and saw Sarutobi Asuma, the son of Sandaime Hokage, was the one that assisting him. The water giant was slammed by the mud river and stepped back a little. Asuma began changed his hand signs. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu, Earth style, Earth dragon bullet. The wave of the mud river began to transform to the dragon head and shot from its mouth 3 bullets towards the water giant. The water giant slammed both his hand to the ground, creating a water wall in front of him, protecting him from being hit. Asuma landed next to Hayashi and asked, "What the heck is that thing, Hayashi-sama?" Hayashi, not taking his eyes from the giant, answered the young Sarutobi. "I don't know, but it's not a living being. Someone created it along with the other 4 to attack the village. Who would dare to do something like that? I saw the ANBU HQ was covered some kind of barrier that won't let anyone in, which means the culprit target is the ANBU HQ. These giants are only the distraction for him to achieve his goal," deduced Asuma looking at the direction of the ANBU HQ. With a wood giant. The wood giant is destroying the place called the Forest of Death. The animals of the forest, seeing the destruction, decided to retreat deep in the forest to hide. Senia Jashu, hidden shadow snake hand. The figure on the branch of the biggest tree there said. The figure was Anko Midatashi, the former student of the snake Sannin Orochimaru. She was betrayed by her sensei when he decided to experiment the curse seal on her body. In appearance, Anko is every attractive woman with gorgeous body. She has black hair with a tiny of blue. Her eyes are gray. She wears a brown cloak and a fishnet t-shirt and shorts. The dark orange skirt was over the shorts. "I didn't know that there is an unknown guest in my playground. Who the heck send you here?" asked Anko. The wood giant just roared loudly and rushed at her. Anko jumped up to dodge and also threw a kunai with exploding seal on it. The kunai stuck at the wood golem hand and exploded. Anko landed to the ground and looked at the explosion. "Did I get it?" The wooden golem roared loudly as it lost its hand. Then it began to absorb the trees at the forest of death and regenerate the lost hand. "You've got to be kidding me," muttered Anko, annoyed. She took out more kunais and threw at the wooden giant and charged at it with the steel and rock giant. Both of the giants are crushing the ground while the villagers began panicking and run away as quick as they can. The steel giant slashed the house nearby him with his blade arms, while the rock giant causing a landslide with his hands crushing many houses. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Behind the steel giant, a big fireball hit its back. The steel giant turned to the intruder and saw Uchiha Fugaku in front of him. Behind him was the other Uchihas from police force. They began to jump up and threw exploding kunais at the steel giant. The rock giant stepped in front of him and took the kunais. The kunais hits the target and explode, though the rock giant just regenerate again. "What the heck are those things? It just continued to regenerate," said one of the Uchiha. "To attack him is useless. We need to find the caster of the technique to stop them. Attacking those giants is useless," said Fugaku with Sharingan blazing in his eyes. "But how?" "We need to find a way to enter the barrier around the ANBU HQ or destroy it. I am sure that the caster is there," said Fugaku, looking at the direction of the ANBU HQ. "Though I don't think these things will allow us to get there so easily," Fugaku said and narrowed his eyes at the giants. "Umbu HQ." The mask figure is slashing at the ANBU fighters left and right. The body parts was seen lying around the headquarters. The mask figure is destroying the ANBU fighters one after the other. The whole room was painted in blood. No one that was in the ANBU HQ was spared. The mask figure just stood in the middle of the blood-stained room and looked it over. He deactivated the barrier and Shunshin away. Outside. Suddenly all the giants are disappearing and the barrier around the ANBU HQ was also disappeared. Kakashi and Kino hurriedly rushed towards the headquarters to check the situation. They didn't expect to see the horrible scene in front of them though. What had happened here? Who could have done something like this? Wondered Kino in horror. Kakashi went to check for survivors but found none. "I have no idea, but judge from the barrier that was created, it was definitely a seal master. It's a relief that Itachi's squad was on the patrol. Counting us all, there are about 70 ANBUs was left alive," said Kakashi, griping his knuckle tightly. "So from the beginning the giants were just a distraction for the enemy to infiltrate the ANBU HQ. Though who can it be and why target ANBU HQ? Asked Kino. "It's obviously the enemy wanted to weaken Konoha for some kind of purpose. With the ANBU lessened, the target could be someone important in the village. It could be Hokage-sama or even the elders. This enemy is not a fool. He or she counted everything in and planned very carefully," said Kakashi and narrowed his eyes under the mask. "I think we should go to where Hokage-sama or the elders are. They could be targeted by the enemy right now," offered Kino. Kakashi noises his head with that disappeared in Shunshin. House of the Elder Hamura. The mask figure landed to the rooftop of the house and was about to proceed to enter the house. Suddenly a volley of shurikens flew at him, forcing him to jump back to the roof to dodge. He turned his head to the direction where the shurikens were thrown and prepared for battle. It was Kakashi and Kino. They looked at the mask figure and said, "So it was you that massacred the ANBU HQ. Who are you? What is your reason for doing that?" The figure turned to Kakashi and said, "To be sure to eliminate the target successfully, need for the guards to be at their lowest." Kakashi narrowed his eyes at that and said, "So your targets are the elders. Why?" "The elders and your Hokage did something unforgivable in the past. It's time they pay the consequence of their action. I will destroy them and all their followers. Konoha was corrupted to its very roots. The Konoha that you are seeing now is full of lies and sins," said the mask figure. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at each phrase. "Hokage-sama and the elders did something unforgivable? What is that? What did you mean by Konoha is being corrupted? Who are you actually? Asked Kakashi, tried to find out something. I won't answer that question. It's better for your Hokage to answer that question. Oh, and you can call me Uzumaki Erasure. Send Hokage this message for me. I will come for your life eventually. Today's incident is only the beginning. The sin of your past will haunt you constantly from now on. Konoha shinobis are a bunch of hypocrites and eventually they will receive a judgment, said the figure and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi was about to chase him, but he already disappeared. Kino approached Kakashi and asked, "What did he mean by all of that, senpai?" "I don't know, but he called himself Uzumaki, the same name as Naruto. He also said something happened in the past. Something Konoha did unforgivable in the past," said Kakashi and brought his knuckle to his chin in thought. "I think we should report to Hokage-sama first," offered Kino. "Yeah, you are right," agreed Kakashi, and they began to move to the Hokage's tower. Not far from Konoha, Itachi, after receiving the news that the ANBU HQ suddenly under attack, immediately heading back to the village with his squad. He wondered who could have targeted the ANBU HQ. The ANBU force of Konoha was the most fearsome of the 5 major villages. So for someone to target them, he or she needs to have extraordinary abilities. "Itachi Taicho, I heard the ANBU HQ is under attack. Who could it be, I wonder?" asked Yuzuki Yugugo in a cat mask. "I don't have a clue. IWA won't be foolish enough to attack us, as like us they ate, still recovering from the last war. Kumo was neutral to Konoha since the Second Shinobi War. Kiri is busy with their own civil war. Suna is having their own trouble in controlling their Jinchuriki. I can't deduce who could it be. That's why we are heading back to the village to find out. But I think by the time we arrived everything will already be over," said Itachi. With that, they speed up to the direction of Konoha. Hokage's office. Hiruzen is looking through the window outside silently. Suddenly, he felt 2 presents appeared in his room and ordered, "What is the situation? Report." "Hi." There were 5 giants made of fire, water, wood, steel and rock appeared in the village. They were crushing everything in their way. But that was just the distraction for the enemy to achieve his goal. Report Kakashi. "And what is his goal?" asked Hiruzen with narrowed eyes. "At first we thought that his goal was the ANBU HQ, but it proved wrong. His actual goal is to eliminate you and the elders, Hokage-sama. But to weaken the security in Konoha, he had successfully massacred all the ANBU fighters in the HQ," continued Kakashi, clutching his knuckle at the memory. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said with suppressed anger, "Is that so? No survivors left?" Kakashi just shook his head solemnly. "Did you manage to take a look at him, though?" asked Hiruzen. "Yeah, he had average body size, wore a jet black cloak with a hood. On his face was a fox mask with 3 eyes. Also, he apparently is a seal master. Judging from the barrier he managed to create around ANBU HQ. The barrier was made so that you couldn't enter and all the chakra released were absorbed by the barrier," report Kakashi. Hiruzen began to fall deep in thought. Kakashi decided to tell him about the encounter not long ago. I and Kino actually managed to encounter him when he was about to eliminate Elder Hamura. Hiruzen listened intently after hearing that. Continue. "Hi. I asked who he is and what is the reason of his action. He answered me that he need to remove the guard before aiming for main targets. I asked why did he do that, and he answered me that you and the elders did something unforgivable in the past. Then I managed to find out his name," said Kakashi, looking at his leader. Hiruzen, hearing the part of something unforgivable in the past, and widened his eyes slightly and said for Kakashi to continue. "He said just called him Uzumaki Erasure. But that's weird, because I thought that the only Uzumaki left alive is Naruto. And this person proclaimed himself to be an Uzumaki. Then he said something about Konoha shinobis were a bunch of hypocrites and tell me to send you this message. I will eventually come for your life. Today's incident is only the beginning. The sin of your past will haunt you from now on, report Kakashi. Uzumaki, Erasure? Repeated Hiruzen with narrowed eyes. Do you know that name, Hokage-sama? Asked Kino behind Kakashi. No, it's the first time I am hearing that name, answered Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, he said something Konoha did unforgivable in the past. Could you tell what is it? Asked Kakahi carefully. Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. I am sorry, but I couldn't tell you or anyone else. It's the SSS class secret between only me and the elders, as well as Danzu knows. I always regretted that decision, but I didn't have other choice. Konoha was on the verge of destruction at that time. Kakashi looked down at the ground, then looked back at his leader. If that's so, I understand. I will go back to my duty right now, Hokage-sama. You two are dismissed, said Hiruzen, and the two disappeared in Shunshin. The past sin is coming for my life now. I always knew that I will need to pay the consequence of that action. I am prepared to die, as I had lived enough already. I just wanted to know the face of that person and said how sorry I am. If Naruto-kun find out what I did to his clan in the past, he will undoubtedly turn his back to Konoha. If that happened, Naruto may be out of control and even unleash the Kyuubi in the process. No matter what happened, Naruto-kun should never knew the truth. In the head of Shodame Hokage. The mask figure raised his mask a little and began to drink the flask of water. Suddenly, he felt a presence appeared in the space and shouted out. Who is there? The space began to distort and a figure appeared. It was a figure that wearing the spiral mask. He has black long spiky hair with high collar shirt with an Uchiha clan symbol at that back. I surprised that instead of the Uchiha clan being massacred, the ANBU was. You are pretty capable if you managed to slaughter those ANBU and created such a barrier. I want for you to join my organization Akatsuki. What will you say? Said the spiral mask figure. First, I didn't actually know who are you. Second, I have my own goal that need to achieve. Third, I have no intention to join anyone, said the fox mask figure. Oh, is that so? That's a shame. But if you actually rethinking then come to the Valley of the End. I am Uchiha Madara. It's a goodbye for now, said Madara and was sucked in the spiral mask of his. Uchiha Madara? Repeated the fox figure and looked at the place where Madara just stood. The figure then disperses the transformation that was created by his transformation seal. When the smoke was cleared, it showed the 7-year-old figure of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto took out the fox mask and revealed his face. He walked to the hole that were the eyes of the Shodai and looked at the village below, with Uzurigan spinning wildly on his right eye. Sooner or later I must reveal myself. All those bonds that I created will eventually be shattered. Eventually I will be the one that will start the 4th Shinobi War. Blood can only pay back by blood, said Naruto looking down at the village of Konoha. With that I can avenge my clan. Uzumaki clan was a peaceful clan that never promoted war. Even so, Naruto clutched his knuckle tightly to the point of blood dripping. Even so, they were betrayed by the most trusted ally nonetheless. I won't admit it. Uzumaki clan will never disappear. I will make sure of that. Jushiro-sama, that Uzumaki clan members have a special connection with blood. I can find in Uzumaki judging from the reaction of my blood. Konoha will be first. Then Iwa, Kumo and Kiri. They will all feel the wrath of Uzumaki, said Naruto with his Uzurigan spinning wildly. Konoha. Meeting room. After the unexpected massacre of unknown enemy, Hiruzen decided to call the meeting to discuss the matter. The leaders of all the shinobi clan in Konoha was called to this meeting. On Hiruzen's right was his former teammate and one of the elders, Hamura Mitokado. Next to him was the leader of Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Near Hayashi is the only female leader of a shinobi clan, Inuzuka Tsum. Next to her is the leader of Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi. On Hiruzen's left was Udatane Koharu. Next to her was the leader of Root Anbu, Shimura Danzu. Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of Uchiha clan, sat next to him. Then come the former members trio of Ino Shikacho, Nara Shikaku, the leader of Nara clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, the leader of Yamanaka clan, and Akimichi Chuza, the leader of Akimichi clan. I called you all here to discuss about the ANBU massacre that happened the night ago. According to Kakashi-kun, it was the mysterious figure in a fox mask, wiry 3 eyes, started Hiruzen. With that, the clan heads began to murmur to each other and discussing to themselves. At first I thought that his target was the ANBU HQ, but that was just a distraction to achieve the true goal. His goal is to eliminate me as well as the elders, said Hiruzen, looking at all the clan heads. The clan heads began to gasp at the information. Nara Shikaku decided to say his opinion. Hokage-sama, I found it near impossible to get in the ANBU HQ with our level of security. Also, it's hard to believe that one person could kill off all those skilled ANBU fighters. I think he could has accomplices from within, because the only way to get in the village unnoticed need to know the weakness of the security system. Or he may has a spy in our village that report all the information to him. You may be right, Shikaku-kun, but I forget to mention one thing. He is an Uzumaki. Not only that, but a very skilled seal master, said Hiruzen with his fingers linked in front of his face. Uzumaki? But I thought the only Uzumaki alive right now is Naruto-kun. But if you said that the enemy is an Uzumaki, yet alone the seal master HD could invade in the village with ease. But how do you know that he is an Uzumaki, Hokage-sama? Asked Shibi Aburame. Kakashi-kun asked his name and managed to find out that his name is Uzumaki Erasure. To create a barrier that could absorb chakra, as well as creating the elemental giants, is said that the mastery of Fuinjutsu of this person is very high, said Hiruzen. But why would an Uzumaki decided to attack us? As I remembered from long ago, Uzumaki clan was our most trust allies, asked Hayashi curiously. The elders and Hiruzen looked down to the table at that statement. Hayashi just looked at them strangely. Hokage-sama, did you and the elders hide something from us that happened in the past? Asked Sum. Every clan heads also looked at their Hokage, waiting for the answer. Hiruzen turned to both his teammates and they nodded their head. Then he turned to Danzu and he also nodded slightly. Hiruzen sighed heavily and said, "All right, but I am about to told you should never left this room. Is that understand?" Every clan heads nodded their head and waiting for their Hokage to continue. It all happened 20 years ago from now. At that time, Konoha was at war with Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. Konoha managed to hold her own against the 3 major villages because of extraordinary ability of Naidame-sama. But even he fell in battle against Kinjin brothers of Kumo. Yuzushiogakure was Konoha allies at that time, due to the pact made by Shodai-sama in the past. They assisted us in the battle against our enemy, but even then we barely managed to hold off. It was then that Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa decided to negotiate with Konoha. They will leave Konoha alone if they sold out Yuzushiogakure to them. In the battle again, the 3 major villages, Uzumaki members are the ones that caused our enemy to lost their major forces. That was when I decided to agree with their terms and sold out Yuzu for Konoha's survival. After that, our forces along with Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa managed to wipe out the village of Yuzushiogakure. But even then, the combined forces still lost more than half of our forces. Even now, I still feel afraid of Uzumaki clan abilities. And now the survivor appeared and ready to avenge his clan. Hiruzen told his story and looked down at the table in shame. The clan heads heard that widened their eyes in disbelief. They can't believe that their Hokage sold out their most trust allies in exchange of the survival of the village. How could you do that? Hokage-sama shouted Hayashi, shocked, and stood up, but Danzu decided to interrupt that moment. He did was necessary back then for Konoha's survival. It was all for the good of Konoha. Yeah, but at what price? If Naruto was to find out about this, said Shikaku, felt disappointed in his leader. That's why Naruto-kun should never knew the truth. If he find out, I feared Konoha will be destroyed for sure, said Hiruzen looking at Shikaku seriously. Didn't you overestimate him too much, Hokage-sama? I mean, sure, he is a very talented shinobi at this age, even when he is not the shinobi officially. But he is only 7 years old now. He is not the much of a threat, said Tsum. If you are saying that, then you didn't know Naruto at all, Tsum-san. Naruto is the only that Itachi, my son, saw as the future rival. Itachi said himself that by the time Naruto reached 13 his strength will be already overwhelm Itachi's now. In other words, Naruto's talent is greater than that of Shodame or Uchiha Madara at their teenage days. The only reason he didn't want to graduate now, probably he didn't want to be separate from my youngest son, Sasuke. After all, the three of them are like brothers. Which means by the time he reached 15 or 16 he already has the strength of a Kage. Not only that, when in battle he analyzed every step so that there will be no mistake. You could say that Naruto is the future perfect shinobi, explained Fugaku with his arms crossed. Every clan heads hearing that information widened their eyes. They couldn't believe that the usual arrogant Uchiha clan head said that about a non-Uchiha. If his strength is that much, then we should find a way to control him. We must not allow him to betray us in any way, said Koharu. I agree. I propose to put him in a genjutsu and control him. Itachi will be the one to cast the genjutsu. He is the best in genjutsu after all, offered Hamura. I won't allow it. You guys treat Naruto-kun like he was some kind of monster while he did nothing now. Just leave him alone and let him graduate with other children. Do you forget who are his parents already? They would have ripped you all to pieces for that suggestion, retort Hiruzen. But we should be assured that he won't betray us. What do you propose then, Hiruzen? Asked Koharu. When the time comes to graduate, I will put Kakashi-kun to be his Jounin sensei. Tomorrow I will take Kakashi-kun off duty as ANBU and prepared him to be a Jounin sensei. Knowing Kakashi-kun, he won't pass any team if they didn't find out the idea of the test. He will continue to fail them. But Naruto-kun is a genius, he will find out about the test sooner or later. Kakashi-kun will be the one to look out for him and make sure of his loyalty to the village, stated Hiruzen his idea. If Kakashi is he Jounin, then I am at ease. He after all is a genius as well, that graduate at 6 years old. Not only that, he is also our best shinobi. Yeah, I approved of that, said Koharu, nodding her head. Me too, nodded Hamura. The other clan heads also agreed. Hiruzen stood up and said, with this meeting is over. Everybody can go back to their duties. The clan heads all began to stand up and left the meeting room, though some of them still murmur something to each other. Hiruzen looked as they all leaving the room and sighed heavily. I am too old for this. Maybe I need to find a successor soon enough. Academy. After the class. Naruto Uzumaki is walking away from the academy to the direction to his apartment. Suddenly, he noticed a bunch of girls bullying a pink-haired girl not far from his place. He looked closer and noticed it was the girl from his class that was always very shy and tried to hide her large forehead constantly. He was about to approach her and planned to help her out. But he stopped when he saw the other girl from his class with short blonde hair comes for the pink-haired girl to the rescue. He watched curiously as the blonde-haired girl interfered. Hey, move out of the way, Blondie. Our business is not with you, but with that girl with a big forehead, said a girl with short purple hair. You only know how to bully someone weaker than you. How about you pick someone your size, huh? Said a blonde-haired girl standing before the pink-haired girl protectively. Ino, you are the most popular girl in the academy. Why decide to associate with this forehead girl? Asked the purple-head girl. Ami, what do you want by bullying this girl? You think that with this action you will actually become popular than me? It's not work like that, girlie, answered Ino, narrowing her eyes at Ami. You know, you always pissed me off so much. I don't even understand why you are more popular than me. Also, I didn't understand why you are so fascinated with that demon boy. Sasuke-kun is so much better, retorted Ami. Ino, hearing that, narrowed his eyes and glared at Ami. Don't you dare call Naruto-kun a demon boy. You wouldn't understand his greatness. He is the most mature in our age. Despite being an orphan, he did just fine with his life. I don't understand why the villagers and many people look down on him. But to me, Naruto-kun is the most wonderful person. Oh, just so you know, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are very close. If he heard that you talk about Naruto-kun like that, he will hate you for sure, retort Ino. Naruto, blinking in surprise, was the first that someone praised him, except Sasuke, Itachi, and Hayate. Whatever, I am done here. But it's not over yet, remember that forehead girl, shouted Ami and run away. Ino waited for Ami to run away, then turned to the pink-hair girl and asked, "Are you all right?" The pink-haired girl nodded her head shyly and stood up from the ground. Thank you for helping me. I was always being teased constantly, because of my big forehead," said the girl and looked down sadly to the ground. "So what if you have a big forehead? I think that will make you more charming. Also, that pink hair is a very unique trait. What is your name, by the way?" "I am Ino Yamanaka," said Ino and smiled at the girl. I am Sakura Haruno." "Nice to meet you, Ino-chan," answered Sakura meekly. "I noticed you always tried to hide your forehead when in class. It's pointless to hide it. The more you tried to hide, the more it make you looked worse. Just have confidence in yourself. Here, this ribbon will make you look prettier," said Ino and offered her a red ribbon. Sakura looked at the ribbon and slowly took it from Ino's hand and muttered, Thank you very much." "It's no problem. Hey, do you want to be my friend, Sakura?" asked Ino, suddenly turning to Sakura. "Why you want me to become your friend? But why? Aren't you the most popular girl in the academy? Why decided to be friend with me?" asked Sakura, surprised. "Che, I don't need a reason to befriend someone, so what do you say?" replied Ino, waving her hand dismissively. Sakura looked at Ino with wide eyes and then nodded with some tears come out of her eyes. "It will be my pleasure." Suddenly, some boys with Hitayate began to surround them. The big boy in the front walked forward and said, Well, looked here. Some academy girls didn't know that they are in our territory. I think we should punish them for not knowing their place." Sakura and Ino hold on to each other and looked around them fearfully. "Why do you said that this is your territory? I saw no writing said that it's yours," asked Sakura. "If I said that this is ours, then it is ours, understand, little girl. Now you guys should be punished for coming to this place without permission," said the leader of the gang and was about to approach the girls. Naruto decided to act then and threw a couple of shurikens to the ground between the girls and the gang. "Who the heck threw that?" shouted one from the gang. "That would be me," said Naruto and walked slowly to them with his hands in his pocket. Ino saw who was her saver and exclaimed in happiness, "Naruto-kun, you come to save us?" Naruto turned to Ino and said, "Yeah, I observed the situation for a while now, but decided to interfere now because the situation began to turn out of hands. You are very brave to stand up for someone else like that, Ino-san." Ino blushed at the praise of her crush and smiled widely, watching the situation. "Who are you, punk? Do you have a dead wish or something? We are all genins already, while you are just a brat from academy. You are not a threat to us," said the leader, pointing at Naruto. Naruto just looked at them bored and said, "I don't want to hurt anyone here, so I suggest you all leave the girls alone. Is that all right with you?" The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "How dare you demand anything? It seems you don't understand on which situation you are right now. Boys, take him out." With that, the wild gang consist of 5 genins began to charge at Naruto. Ino looked with wide eyes and shouted, "Naruto-kun." But what happened next caused her and Sakura to open their mouth widely. Naruto, with his hands still in his pocket, dodge each punch and kick that the gang unleashed and just stomp on their foot each time they decided to kick him. At the end, the genins all crying loudly and run away cowardly. The girls looked on in awe all the time. Naruto turned to the 2 girls and asked, "Are you 2 all right now?" The girls are still too shocked at what happened and just nodded their head affirmatively. "Good. Well, I'll be on my way now, said Naruto and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ino. Wait, Naruto-kun. Thank you for saving us. If not for you, I don't know what would have happened to us. Naruto just looked back at them one more time, then waved from his back when leaving. Sakura and Ino looked as Naruto leaving. Then Ino turned to Sakura and said with stars in her eyes and said, "Well, isn't he cool? He and Sasuke-kun are the coolest boys in our class. Though for some reason, Naruto-kun always slack off, making him the dead last of the class. But that didn't make him less attractive to me. I grew up, I will make him my husband for sure." Sakura also turned to the direction where Naruto left and felt something happen to her heart, recalled Naruto's sudden appearance when he rescued her and Ino. She still couldn't believe that B defeat Genin so easily, and he is only an academy student like them. Naruto-kun really is amazing. To defeat the Genins so easily, while he is just an academy student. And you say he is an orphan as well? He is definitely amazing, said Sakura. Ino looking at Sakura's face and frowned. Hey, don't tell me you are after Naruto-kun now. You should chase after Sasuke-kun, because Naruto-kun is mine. Sakura looked at Ino, then at the direction of where Naruto left and said, I don't know. I only meet him today. Plus, I am not very confident about myself now. I need time to change myself. Ino just looked at Sakura for a while and said, All right, let's go to my house to play. We are friends now, aren't we? I want to introduce you to my parents as well. With that, the two girls began to head to the direction of Yamanaka Flower Shop. Naruto's apartment. Naruto walked in his apartment and lied down on the bed. Then he took out a book called How to Create Your Own Techniques and began to read. Naruto has wanted to create new techniques for a long time now. He just didn't has enough ideas for creation. To create a technique of your own is awesome, but it also takes a great amount of time for research and then to create as well. Plus, Sandaime and the elders are already suspicious about my development. Now trying to create your own technique will just raise suspicion level. Guess I will lay low for now. Everything will start after the graduation, muttered Naruto and looked at the ceiling in thought. Then Naruto stood up as he remembered something. I nearly forget. I promised Sasuke to train with him and showed him some tips for a katan technique, said Naruto and hit himself to his forehead. Naruto then walked out of his apartment and head to the Uchiha compound. Uchiha compound. Sasuke is tapping his foot impatiently as he waiting for Naruto to appear. He wondered if he has other business to take care of or is late because of other reason. Sorry, Sasuke. There was an unexpected situation I ran in. So it take me a while to get here, said Naruto run to Sasuke's direction. Well, what happened? Is it something serious? Asked Sasuke. Nothing, just some genin punk, decided a couple of academy girls. Okay. Let's start our training now, answered Naruto and began to stretch. Sasuke nodded his head eagerly and asked, So what we'll be doing first? Naruto thought for a little and turned to Sasuke and asked, Ever heard of the exercise called tree climbing? Sasuke shook his head in negative. Then we probably should try that first. It's the exercise to improve chakra control. And then you can start to learn the new katan technique, said Naruto and approached a tree. Sasuke followed him and waited for the instruction. The idea of this exercise is to climb the tree without using hands. Instead, you use chakra that need to store at the bottom of your feet to stick to the tree. You need to climb as high as possible to improve chakra control. Remember, too much chakra it will cause you to blast from the tree, too little and you won't be able to stick. Now let's start, explained Naruto and began to concentrate chakra on his feet and take out a kunai. He began to walk slowly to the tree with ease, while Sasuke watched in awe. Naruto walked to the top, then proceed to slowly walk back to the ground. Now you try it, said Naruto to Sasuke. Sasuke nodded his head and began to concentrate chakra to his feet and rushed to the tree that near Naruto's. He could manage about 5 steps before he began to fall the ground. Sasuke then sit back up and muttered, Just looking you do so easily, I thought it will be easy. Didn't expect to be the hard. Well, at first anybody struggle with this exercise for the first time. Just take your time to complete the exercise. You just need to find a balance of chakra in your feet, not too much but not too little either, instruct Naruto. Sasuke nodded his head and began to try again, using Naruto's advice. Time skip. Evening night. Take Sasuke nearly the wild day, but he finally managed to reach the top of the tree. Though because he trained constantly all the time, he has become very tired and nearly out of chakra. Naruto stood on the tree with his feet sticking to it, looked down at Sasuke's sleeping form and smiled. He actually did better than me at first time. That's Uchiha for you. Though I think today's training is over now. Naruto then jumped back to the ground, then felt a presence that just appeared and turned to the direction. There he saw Itachi walked out behind a tree. You two sure are training hard. I think you should try to enjoy your childhood more, Naruto-kun. You two are still children after all, said Itachi, and approaching the sleeping Sasuke. Itachi, you forget that the moment I was born I lost all the time to enjoy my childhood. I never have a childhood because if I lower my guard even for a second, my life will be over that instant. Sasuke did a very good job today. By the way, said Naruto, then bowed his head down to Itachi and turned to leave. Itachi just looking at the leaving figure of Naruto sadly. All just because you are a Jinchuriki. Why are the people in this village so ignorant? They destroyed the life of an innocent boy the moment he learned to walk. And my clan is not an exception either. I feel so ashamed of them. Naruto-kun, you are truly strong. Not only you withstand all those hateful gazes, you also showed the look in your eyes that said, won't take shit from anyone, be it superior or not. I feel proud to call you my brother. But if you decided to go against the village, as a shinobi of Konoha, I will stop you. Uzushioga Secret room. Time chamber. Naruto and Jushiro walked into the time chamber and looked around. It is a not very big temple, but it has all the necessary rooms for living. There was also a library that had all Uzumaki scrolls in it. Outside of the temple there is a huge square. At the both side of the temple there were 2 sand watches on each side. Naruto walked to the square outside the temple, then turned to the temple and muttered. So this is a time chamber. I never imagined a place like this exist. That's right, Naruto. This is a special training place of the leaders of Yuzu during the time of wars. In this place, 1 month here equal a day on the outside. Also, you could change the gravity condition here. You don't need to worry about the food. It will be enough for you in 7 months of training here, said Jushiro and walked closer to Naruto. So that's why Yuzu has the strength to survive for so long. It's because of this special training place. It's definitely a valuable place. I am honored to be training in a place like this, said Naruto and bowed down his head to Jushiro. Alright, Naruto. If you don't mind, we should start right away. We only have a week outside after all. And I want to transfer all my knowledge and skills to you, said Jushiro turning to Naruto. Hi. Okay, let's start with a demonstration of your chakra level. I know as a Jinchuriki you have really a decent amount, but let's see the result, said Jushiro, and tell Naruto what to do. Naruto nodded his head and makes a ram sign, then began to mold his chakra. The wind slowly began to pick up in response to his chakra level. Then a wave of chakra began to form around Naruto's body and 2 waves wrapping his body. The wind began to blow even harsher. After 1 more minute, the chakra around Naruto began to form a tornado and the wind become a little tempest. Jushiro all the while looking at shock when Naruto's chakra has reached the limit. Impossible, his chakra is nearly the level of a Kage-level shinobi already at this age. In the past, I knew a decent amount of Jinchuriki that had a high level of chakra, but this is the first time I see a child has this much chakra. So this is a Sadaime no Uzumaki. An Uzumaki that destined to recreate and restore Uzumaki clan to its former glory. If he decided to take a revenge for our clan, then Konoha, Kumo and Kiri may even be destroyed. And I also not count the fact that his Uzurigan still hadn't reached its final stage, analyzed Jushiro looking at the chakra molding figure of Naruto. Naruto finished molding chakra and panted heavily. Then he turned Jushiro and asked, "So how is it, Jushiro-sama? Your chakra, even at this age, already reached Kage level. That was just incredible. But with a large amount of chakra, there will be a disadvantage in controlling it. That's why we will learn to control it slowly," replied Jushiro, and explained to Naruto of the disadvantage of controlling chakra. "So how do you increase the chakra control?" asked Naruto, putting his knuckle under his chin. "Well, the basic exercise and the first stage in controlling chakra is called tree climbing exercise. Like its name, you need to climb the tree, but only with your feet. To do that, you need to mold a necessary amount of chakra in order to stick to the tree. If you added too many, you will be blasted from the tree, too little, and you won't be able to stick to it. The key to the exercise is to find a balance between them. There are still the water walking exercise and leaf concentration, but that's for later. I think you should start the exercise right away," said Jushiro, and the surroundings began to change and the forest began to appear out of nowhere. Naruto looked at the sudden change in awe. Then he walked to one of the trees and closed his eyes and began to concentrate his chakra to his feet. He snapped open his eyes and began to run up the tree. But he only managed to make 4 steps before he was blasted back. "It's harder than I think. And according to the blast, I put too many chakra in the feet," analyzed Naruto with narrowed eyes. With that, he concentrates chakra to his feet again and began to climb tree. Meanwhile, Jushiro just watched as Naruto doing the exercise silently. He knew that this exercise will be hard for Naruto to complete due to the amount of chakra he possesses. Time skip. For days later in time chamber, Naruto is still struggle with the exercise and panting heavily. So far, he managed to get only half of the tree. Naruto wiped his sweat from his face away and took a breath, then continue the exercise again. Slowly, but he began to get a hang of the exercise. Naruto's progress this time is 4/5 half of the tree. Then he began to fall from the tree to the ground in exhaustion. "Damn, I was so close," muttered Naruto with one of his eyes closed. Jushiro appeared beside him and catch him before he hit the ground. "Take a rest for a while. Don't overdo it. We still have 6 months and 3 days, said Jushiro to Naruto. Naruto nodded his head tiredly and passed out. Time skip. And so Naruto's harsh training began. He and Jushiro worked on chakra control the first month of the training. By the end of the second week of the month, Naruto has mastered the tree climbing exercise. Right after that, he began the water walking exercise. It took him about a week because the principle of the exercise is the same as the tree climbing. The remaining week, Naruto sat in lotus position and began his leaf concentration exercise. He took the hang of the exercise very quickly and by the end of the week managed to finish it. Then come the second month. In this month, he learned all the seals that taught by Jushiro. There are different kinds of seals from exploding tag to creating a barrier. Jushiro also taught him makes the secret seals of Uzumaki clan, the healing seals. They are very useful seals because even if the user is not a medic, he or she need only to his or her chakra to the seal to transform the chakra to the healing chakra. Jushiro also wanted to tell Naruto about the seals on his stomach. But Naruto declined and replied that he wanted to explore that seals alone, because it's his responsibility. Jushiro shrugged his shoulder at his choice. After that, Jushiro and Naruto also began to invent new seals. At the start of the third month, they decided to train Naruto physically in the increased level of gravity. Naruto sparred with Jushiro every day and after day the gravity is increased. For a normal person, they wouldn't be able to survive this training, but Naruto is not a normal person by any means. Not only he is a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, but as Sadaime no Uzumaki, he also have enhanced healing rate even on par with Senju Hashirama. That's the only reason that he could survive this training. During the training, Jushiro also trained Naruto in controlling his emotions to keep them in check. During the fourth month, Jushiro began to teach him Kenjutsu of Uzumaki clan. The style is utilized the skill, heart, technique, and its body at maximum level. The one that managed to completely mastered the unification of those facts above could reach the highest level of Kenjutsu, so-called realm of nothingness. It's a unique state where the swordsman could erase all his ki, his presence, even all his emotions. The fearsome point of Uzumaki Kenjutsu are the four ultimate technique of the style. It consists of four techniques that was named after four deity beasts: Sairyu, Suzaku, Byako, and Genbu. But the one uses those technique also need to pay a heavy cost. Because to use the technique you need to apply your own life force to activate it. As a result, the lifespan of the user will be shortening each time he used those techniques. But to learn those techniques also is not a simple task either. To learn those techniques goes through the hellish training each day. Or the teacher will need directly infused those techniques in the student's body. But of course the death rate of the second method is far higher than the first. There is also one more far greater technique than the four above, though no one has managed to unlock it, as to use it need to master all the four techniques stated above. The 5th month began with the training of ninjutsu. Jushiro intended for Naruto to go through the elemental training, so he decided to teach Naruto one of Senju Tobirama's kenjutsu called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. It was called kenjutsu not because it was dangerous but because of the chakra need to create each clone and also the information gathering ability. But there is also one purpose that the technique has. The wonderful thing of the technique is that each clone is a solid clone of the original, which means when the clones disperse themselves the original will gain all the experience. Jushiro used this fact to train Naruto in elemental training. As for the elemental chakra, Naruto has two elements right now, Futon and Keton. The training takes 1 more month, as he is trying to gain the mastery of both elements. The last month is to combine all the knowledges of the past training and applies them in real battle. Naruto, even though still haven't mastered everything that he was taught, still managed to use them very effectively in a battle. And so comes the time when Jushiro will disappear from the land of living. Time skip. Naruto now wears a white high-collar t-shirt with Uzumaki symbol at the back. Around his neck was a long red scarf. He also wears ANBU pants and a shin guard at the ankles. He turned to the nearly disappearing figure of Jushiro and bowed down. "I thank you very much for what you've done and told me the truth about our clan, Jushiro-sama. I promise that I will try my best and brings the Uzumaki clan back to its former glory," said Naruto. Jushiro smiled a little and said, "It's the least I could do for the hope of our clan. I didn't really approve that you decided to take the path of revenge, but I understand why you choose that path. After all, you had witnessed the death of each person, though Uzurigan. But just remember that the revenge won't bring any happiness to anyone. No matter what you do, you will always have my blessing. Because we are family and Dai Uzumaki, the family is very important." Naruto looked down and muttered after hearing what Jushiro said. I know that the revenge won't be able to bring the dead back to life. But even so, I won't accept and forgive this world that sacrifice our clan for the sake of their own peace. How many Uzumaki did they sacrifice for the peace that they obtained now? How much blood was splattered for their peace? I won't accept a world like this. This world is not right from the very beginning. And I will be the one to correct it. Jushiro sighed one last time as his body began to slowly disappear. Then he turned to Naruto and said, "Then I wish you good luck on your path. But remember, if you destroy this works, then you need to take the responsibility to recreate it as well. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki." With that, Uzumaki Jushiro disappeared in a spark of light. Naruto brought his hands to cover Hugh's eyes from the light. And when the light disappeared, he looked at the remainder of it and muttered, "You and the rest of the clan rest in peace now. Just watch from above how I reconstruct this rotten world." With that said, Naruto walked out of the time chamber and walked outside of the secret room. It's time he returned to Konoha and slowly to realize his plan into reality. 5 years later. Konohagakure no Sato. In these past 5 years, many things have changed. First is the matter with Uchiha clan. Uchiha clan was no longer being treated like they were criminals and has gained their respect back. Uchiha Fugaku even managed to become one of the candidates to the post of Hokage. And thus the mistreatment of Tobirama Senju to Uchiha clan had ended. As for Naruto and Sasuke, They have become far stronger than an average genin. They trained every day with each other, and Naruto still teach Sasuke about shinobi arts. Naruto, during those past years, has become a spitting image of Namake's Minato. From the hairstyle to the height, if not for his birthmarks, people would state that he is Namake's Minato reborn. His eyes held the maturing that even Minato didn't possess at this age. Of course, because of his looks and polite attitude, he is the dream guy for all the girls in the academy, even though he often slack off from the academy for his personal training. As for Sasuke, he grew up well, and thanks to Naruto's tutelage he is different from the other Uchihas and didn't think that he is invincible. Sasuke never regret the decision that he makes Naruto his sensei. He couldn't believe that Naruto knew so much about shinobi arts. It's hard to believe that he actually his age. Like most students, Sasuke is aiming to surpass his sensei. But of course, to do something like that is not easy at all. In the academy, he is at the top of the class while Naruto is a dead last. When he asked why did he decide to remain dead last, Naruto just answered, "It's better to be underestimated than being overestimated." Sasuke didn't actually understand the meaning of that phrase. Even though he still has fangirls, but he still managed to somehow escape them. Naruto is a different matter. He just smiled politely at them and caused them all to faint. About Itachi. Itachi is still the ANBU captain and do his work regularly. Though Itachi began to give Naruto more attention than before, something that both his father and brother found strange. Also, Itachi often testing Naruto's skills and demand sparring each time he was free. Academy. Naruto is walking slowly to the academy. He decided to come to the academy, as tomorrow is the day of graduation exam. So he decided to come today so that Iruka-sensei stopped nagging at him. He opened the door to the classroom and greeted everybody. Asu. The girls began screaming loudly and forced the boys to close their ears, so they won't go deaf from the volume. Kia Naruto-kun has come. Oh my god. He is so handsome. My heart is gonna jump out from my chest this moment. Iruka looked at Naruto with deadpan eyes and said, "So you decided to come after all, Naruto. What makes you decided to come here? I thought you think that academy is useless for you." Naruto turned to Iruka and said, "It's true that I think that academy is useless to me. As everything that was taught in academy I already know all. I just come today because tomorrow is the graduation exam. So for decency I decided to come." Iruka, hearing that has a tick mark appeared on his forehead, then point his finger at the end of the queue and said, "Oh, if you so sure of yourself, Mr. I know everything. Then stand to the queue and wait for your turn to perform the Henge no Jutsu." Okay, Naruto answered and walked to the queue calmly, all the girls watching him with hearts in their eyes. Naruto noticed the stares, then turned to the girls and smiled politely. Some of the girls even faint at that smile. "Sakura Haruno," Iruka called for her, as it is her turn. Sakura nodded, then stepped forward. She turned to Naruto and said, "Watch me carefully, Naruto-kun." Naruto blinked as she talked to him. He decided to just nod his head. "Here I go." Henge, said Sakura and transformed to the exact copy of Iruka. Iruka nodded his head approve. With that, Sakura undo the jutsu, then turned to Naruto and asked, "So how did I do, Naruto-kun?" Naruto just smiled at her politely and answered, "Yeah, good job, Sakura-san." Sakura beamed at the praise while the other girls began to glare at her. "Next, Uchiha Sasuke," said Iruka. Sasuke sighed loudly and wondered why the heck is he here when he could retrain those jutsus and striving to get closer to Naruto's and Itachi's level. At the name of Sasuke, the girls also began to scream loudly. But unlike Naruto, Sasuke just ignored all of them. "Henge," said Sasuke with his hands in his pockets. With that, he transformed to the perfect copy of Iruka. When Iruka nodded his head, Sasuke undid the jutsu and walked to his place. "Okay, it's your turn, Mr. I know everything," said Iruka sarcastically. Naruto ignored the sarcasm and stepped forward. Like Sasuke, he didn't do the hand sign and just transformed. But when the smoke cleared, It was not Irika's copy that's standing in front of them. It was the perfect copy of Yandame Hokage except for the whiskers. The girls gawking and drooling at the older blonde, while Irika looked surprised but nodded his head in approval. Good. But it was not me. Though why do you decide to henge yourself to the Yandame? Also, he didn't have those whisker marks like yours though, asked Irika curiously looking at Naruto. Naruto looked back at Irika and answered. It was not Yandame, Irika-sensei. It's my appearance 5 years from now on. Irika blinking surprised at his statement, but just let him go. The girls after hearing begin to want Naruto to themselves even more. Now that they saw how Naruto will look 5 years in the future, they will make him theirs and then carry his babies. After classes, Naruto started to walk away from the academy until he heard a voice behind called out to him. He turned back and Sasuke was the one calling to him. Sasuke catches up to him and said, I am surprised that you decided to come today. I thought that you will show yourself at the graduation day. So do you have any plan now? Naruto thought for a while and answered, well, actually I am working on my newly invent taijutsu moves, but they are still not being field tested yet. Also, I am trying to improve my chakra control more. What about you? I am trying to master those katan jutsu and the new one you invented. Just remember to not be late tomorrow. After all, tomorrow is the graduation exam, said Sasuke. Okay, then see you tomorrow, Sasuke, said Naruto and waving his hand as he walked away from Sasuke. Sasuke just nodded in acknowledgement and walked to the direction of his home. Next day. Academy. Every student is sitting on their seats and waiting for Irika to tell them what the exam is. Okay, we will start the exam now. This time to graduate you need to perform successfully Bunshin no Jutsu, Irika informed the class. Naruto hearing that just yawned loudly while the girls just thought how cute he looked when yawned like that. Shikamaru looked at Naruto strangely as he saw him yawned. He knew that the troublesome blonde is the strongest and the most intelligent in his class. He just didn't understand why he decided to remain dead last of the class. If want Naruto could be the best in class, so why decided to be a dead last? Of course, the fact that Naruto is the best everybody in class knows. Some feels really irritated at his arrogance, but can't do anything to him. The incident a year ago still fresh in his mind. One student decided to put Naruto in his place and decided to assault him. Naruto didn't actually hit him, but just catching his knuckle and squeeze it that caused the student to cry in pain. Naruto nearly broke his bones with that squeeze. From then, nobody bothers him anymore. Of course, the girls are crazy about him, because of his looks and his cool yet friendly attitude. The students have performed the jutsu when their turn has come. And now it's Naruto's turn. He looked at the 2 teachers in front of him and noticed some hostile feeling coming from the second teacher. His name is Mizuki, and he, like the villagers, hated him because he believes that he is Kyuubi in human flesh. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Mizuki and thought if there is a chance that something will happen tonight. Naruto stood in front of the teachers and with his hands in his pockets produced 5 bunshins perfectly. Irika was surprised that he again did the jutsu without hand seals. He nodded approvingly at Naruto and gives him his Hitai-8. Naruto took his Hitai-8 and bowed in respect. He looked up and looked one last time at Mizuki before he turned to leave. Mizuki narrowed his eyes at Naruto, while Irika wondered why Naruto suddenly turned to Mizuki. Mizuki gritted his teeth in frustration as the plan to use Naruto to take the scroll of sealing has failed, because Naruto had graduated successfully. But he heard that Naruto is the one that really interested in learning new techniques, so maybe he could trick Naruto in taking the scroll for him. Outside the academy, Naruto is lying on the bench eating a sandwich. Then he heard footsteps and turned to the direction. It was Ino and Sakura standing not far from him. They appeared to be shy and hesitate to approach him. He sat up, then turned to the girls and asked, Sakura-san, Ino-san, is there something that I could help you two with? The girls approached him slowly and sat next to him on both sides, and Sakura said, we just want to congratulate you on the graduation, Naruto-kun. We are very glad that you managed to graduate as well. Naruto heard that and smiled. Well, I'd like to graduate you two on graduation as well. I wish for you two to be the best kunoichis of this graduation. The girls both blushed at that. Ino decided to ask him. Naruto-kun, everybody knows that you could graduate at the top of the class. So why you decided to be a dead last? Not that it's really matter as I know you are the best. Naruto turned to Ino and answered her question. Well, Ino-san, I just think that being underestimated is better than being overestimated. For example, the enemy thinking I am just a normal genin and will underestimate me just because of that fact. I could use that chance and showed my true skills that will cost the enemy his life. That's why I don't want to show my skills in the academy. Because it's not necessary. Both girls began to nod their heads at the logic of his action. The civilians and those that outside of the academy will think Naruto as the weakest as he is a dead last. But they didn't know the truth and will be very surprised when find out. Naruto then looked ahead of him and saw that Mizuki is approaching him. He turned to the girls and said, "It was a pleasure talking to you too, but it seems Mizuki-sensei wanted to tell me something. So I will see you two tomorrow, okay?" The girls hearing that nodded their head in disappointment as they want to talk to their Naruto-kun more. They nodded their head and began to leave. Naruto turned to Mizuki and asked, "Do you want anything from me, Mizuki-sensei?" Mizuki smiled a fake smile and approached Naruto. "Nothing. I just want to make a present for you, as I know you like to learn new techniques so much," said Mizuki and sat next to Naruto. Naruto turned to Mizuki and raised his eyebrow. "Whoa, and what present is that?" "I will tell you a big secret. In the Hokage's vault there is a scroll with many cool techniques out there. If you manage to take the scroll out from the vault, then you have the right to learn any techniques from that scroll. So how did that sound, huh? Very awesome, don't you agree?" said Mizuki with a grin. Naruto heard that and immediately understand that Mizuki want to use him to get the forbidden scroll. But it works for Naruto as well. He heard that there are notes for both the Hack no Fuin, 8 trigram seal, and Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. He will use this chance to remember those notes and will research and possibly creating his own techniques from those notes. "So you want me to sneak in the Hokage's vault and took that scroll away? But won't that cause trouble for Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto looking at Mizuki. Mizuki just shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's your choice. I just want to give you a present for the graduation. Whether you accept it or not, it's your right." Naruto pretended to think long then replied, "Okay, I will do it. Thank you for the information, Mizuki-sensei." With that, Naruto began to leave, while Mizuki grinned evilly behind his back. "Yes, get that scroll and then I will take that away from you and kill you, Kyuubi brat." That night, Irika's house. Irika is lying on his bed, recalled the Kyuubi rampage that cost the life of both his parents. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opened. The one that opened the door was Mizuki, and it seems he was in hurry. "Irika-sensei, we have trouble. Naruto-kun has carried forbidden scroll out," said Mizuki in panic. What? The forbidden scroll?" shouted Irika in horror. In the forest. Naruto had successfully stolen the forbidden scroll and he is inspecting it right now. First, he find the 2 jutsus that he need and copy it to a different scroll. Now, he just observing if there is anything worthwhile for him to take. He saw that there is a massive version of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, called Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Then he saw something called Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. It's a technique that could resurrect the dead, though the body is not actually the real body and the dead didn't have their own will. He read the name of the inventor and saw that the technique created by Senju Tobarama. For him, this is a disgusting technique that brings the dead against their will in this world. On the roof of Hokage's tower. All Jounins and Chunins heard that Naruto managed to steal the forbidden scroll and they are discussing with Sandaime what to do. Hokage-sama, Naruto had stolen a forbidden scroll away. We should find him immediately. The forbidden scroll, it's not just something to take lightly. If it will be in the wrong hands, the village is doomed, said one jounin. Okay, bring Naruto here, ordered Sandaime. With that, all the shinobis began to split to find Naruto. Konoha's streets. Iruka is jumping from rooftops to rooftops and looking around with intention to find Naruto. Where are you, Naruto? Why suddenly decide to do such a foolish thing? Thought Iruka, looking around. On the other part of Konoha, Mizuki is running on the street of Konoha and thinking calculatedly. Good, Naruto managed to get the forbidden scroll. Now all I have to do is to kill him and take the scroll away. Then I will obtain all the power of the scroll. Ha 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 ha. Time skip. In the forest, Naruto is pretending to be exhausted from learning the jutsu. He is on his knees and both hands pretending to pant heavily. Suddenly Iruka appeared before him with a very irritated expression. Hey Naruto, do you know what you have done, huh? Naruto just looked up at him with a calm face and answered. Mizuki-sensei said to me that if I could take the forbidden scroll away from the Hokage's vault, then I have the right to learn the jutsus there. You want to say that was all lies? Iruka looked at him incredulously and said, Of course, it's a lie, idiot. Wait, you say that Mizuki told you that? Naruto nodded his head and replied, That's right. He said that's my present for graduation. Iruka was shocked at the revelation and said, Naruto, there was no such thing as if you managed to take the forbidden scroll that you could all the techniques in that. Suddenly from Iruka's left the shurikens flew at him with great speed. Iruka looked in shock as the shurikens flew at him. But from the other side a barrage of shurikens intercepted the other. He turned to look who threw them and saw that it was Naruto with a serious face. Mizuki landed on the branch of the tree and looked down at them. Never expect for Iruka to find this place. Naruto, hand me the scroll, ordered Mizuki and open his palm. Iruka, still not taking his eyes of Mizuki, said, Naruto, don't hand the scroll to Mizuki. That scroll is full of forbidden techniques that, if it was in the wrong hands, some terrible will happen. Mizuki just used you to obtain that scroll for himself. Naruto just take the information calmly and answered, Iruka-sensei, I know that from the very beginning. Iruka looked wide-eyed at that and asked, Then why dash? I know Mizuki-sensei want to trick me to get the scroll, but I played along with him so that I could test something out. And for that I need a lab rat or a punching bag. Don't you agree? Said Naruto with a smirk, looking up at Mizuki. Ho? So you know from the very beginning, but still do as I said. I thank you for bringing this scroll here, Kyubi brat. Oh, about that. Have you ever wondered why you were hated so much, eh? Asked Mizuki with a wide smirk on his face. Don't, Mizuki. It was forbidden to talk about that, shouted Iruka in horror. There was a rule created by Sandaime 12 years ago after the incident. A rule that about you being a demon fox, Naruto. You are the one that killed Iruka's parents and all the other Konoha shinobi, finished Mizuki with glee. Naruto turned his gaze to the ground and the shadow covered his eyes. Iruka looked at Naruto and wanted to tell him that it's not like that he is not a demon fox. No one is ever going to recognize you. You're just a demon brat. Even Iruka hated you, shouted Mizuki, looking at Naruto's unmoving figure. Iruka looking at Naruto and shouted out, Naruto, don't listen to him. You're not a demon and never will be. You are Uzumaki Naruto, not a demon fox. Naruto completely ignored Iruka and looked at Mizuki and asked, Are you finished? I won't explain anything to someone that didn't know anything about seals. Now just stand still there and be my test object. Please. Mizuki, hearing that, gritted his teeth in anger and threw the Fuma Shuriken behind his back at Naruto. Iruka, seeing that, shouted for Naruto to duck. But Naruto just stood there as the shuriken stuck at him. Iruka widened his eyes in horror while Mizuki smirking in satisfaction. Suddenly Naruto puffed out and on his place is a wooden log. Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. Good job, Naruto, said Irika and sighed in relief. Naruto appeared behind Mizuki and began to engage him in a taijutsu match. And you even call yourself a shinobi, Mizuki-sensei? You are a shame to all shinobi all over the world. Let me show you what the real shinobi is capable of, said Naruto and began to gather chakra in his left fist. Shut up, Kyuubi brat. How dare you ridicule me? Today I will get rid of you and become the hero of Konoha, shouted Mizuki and rushed at Naruto. Naruto unleashed his chakra-filled fist and unleashed it. But Mizuki managed to dodge and was about to take out a kunai to stab Naruto. Suddenly he widens his eyes and coughs up blood. He felt something is destroying his body from inside. He then turned to Naruto and shouted at him. What have you done to me, Kyuubi brat? Answer me. Quick! Naruto smirked and said, that was the result of my newly invented taijutsu move, Shomsuken, Destruction Fist. No matter if the opponent will be managed to duck the fist or not, the chakra wave that was input in the fist will still move to the body of the opponent and created a destruction wave from within the opponent's body. You the first victim of this move, so feel honored about that. Meanwhile, Irika was speechless that Naruto invent by himself such a dangerous move. He knew that Naruto is far more advanced than other children, but to actually invent the taijutsu move at this age, it's just plain ridiculous. He remembered Sandaime said that Naruto even has the potential to surpass all the past geniuses of Konoha. Hokage's office. Hiruzen is looking through his crystal orb and saw everything that is happening. Naruto has once more time surprise him with his genius. He not only deduced that Mizuki will use him to steal the scroll and stopped him from doing that, he also invented a new taijutsu move that was impossibly to dodge. Naruto has become strong with each passing day. So strong that he even began to feel not safe. He just worried that Naruto will become like Orochimaru, because they both have an unhealthy thirst for new jutsus. Back to the battle. Mizuki stood up and glared at Naruto. He roared loudly and threw his second Fuma shuriken at Naruto. Naruto took out his two kunai and deflected the shuriken. Then his eyes became ice cold as he rushed with great speed in front of Mizuki. It's time for the second test. Naruto gathered the chakra again in his hand, but this time it takes the form of Dragon Head. He hit Mizuki with the palm with the chakra-made Dragon Head and shouted, Koryushu, Imperial Dragon Palm. With that, the Dragon Head hit Mizuki and he was sent flying to the tree behind like a rocket. But the technique didn't end there, and the dragon made of chakra began to roar loudly and come out from Mizuki's body, ripping his flesh. Mizuki roared in pain and collapsed to the ground. Irika looked at the brutality of the technique and was in shock. The technique was so deadly that it did not just stop from the damage caused by when hit, it also absorbed the chakra of your opponent and manifest itself once again. Irika looked at Naruto and thought, Naruto, just how strong are you really? How much do you holding back? Naruto then turned to Irika and said, Irika-sensei, you just return the forbidden scroll to Sandaime and take Mizuki-sensei to I&T department. I will return to my apartment now. After all, tomorrow is the day when we will be distributing to teams. See you tomorrow, Irika-sensei. With that, Naruto jumped away. Irika wanted to call him back but was already too late. He sighed, then went to pick up the forbidden scroll and pick up Mizuki's unconscious body and jumped to the Hokage's tower. With Naruto. Naruto is lying in his bed and began to thought about what happened today. Okay, I have obtained the notes on both Hack no Fuin and Hiraishin. Now I need to study them and learn how they worked. But no matter what happened, I will still end up with Sasuke. With that, Naruto closed his eyes and fall into a dreamland. Naruto's apartment. Naruto, after managed to copy the notes on Hiraishin and Hack no Fuin, tried to figure out as much as he can. But so far he only progressed a little. He is still of knowledge to understand them. Naruto sighed loudly, then looked at the watch and saw it nearly time to go the academy. He stood up, stretched abs, decided to eat some instant ramen before go to the academy. He nearly forgot about the hit I ate at the table, so he returned and wrapped it around his left biceps. With that, Naruto disappeared using Shunshin. Sakura's house. Sakura is standing at the mirror and tried to look as best as she can. She wanted to impress her Naruto-kun with her beauty today. Of course, Ino Pig will also try to impress him, but nothing will stand against true love. Oi, Sakura, is it time for you to go to the academy already? Came the voice of Mabuki Haruno from downstairs. Sakura heard that and gained a tick mark on her forehead in irritation. I was about to go, Sakura shouted in irritation. Shinaro, stop treating me like a kid, shouted inner Sakura. Time skip. On the street. Sakura walked slowly to the academy but also deep in thought. From this day I am no longer the student of academy anymore. I am one of Konoha's kunoichis. Haruno Sakura. Sakura thought and gripped her knuckle and also looked up in determination. I am going. A voice ahead of Sakura was heard, and out from the shop Yamanaka Ino, her rival, appeared. Ino walked out of her house, then looked to her right and saw Sakura standing there. So, good morning, Sakura, Ino greeted her rival. Yeah, good morning, Ino, answered Sakura and was about to walk ahead of Ino. Ino catch up to her and began to talk to Sakura. Never expect you to graduate. Sakura just puffed her chest forward and said, the past didn't matter anymore. From now on you and I are ninjas. Then Sakura looked at Ino seriously. I will not lose to you anymore. With that, Sakura began to walk faster. Ino saw that and felt irritated, also picked up her speed. They continued like that for a while before decided to run to the academy. That caused the dust to raise from the ground. Academy. Naruto is sitting next to the window and he felt super bored. He looked aside and saw Sasuke also is brooding out of boredom. Then he saw Shikamaru walked up to him and asked, Troublesome blonde, why do you even look so tired? Don't tell me something unexpected happened yesterday night. I saw many jounins and chunins jumping around Konoha yesterday. It's like they searching something or someone. I don't know how, but I have a feeling you are involved. Naruto looked to Shikamaru and said, It was nothing really, just some minor problems. At some distances from Naruto, Hinata Hyuga is observing Naruto silently with a small blush and thought, I just wish Naruto-kun will pay attention to me just once, like to Sakura-san and Ino-san. Hinata looked down in disappointment. Sasuke glanced from the corner of his eyes to Hinata and saw her look down. Then he turned to Naruto and sighed loudly. He wondered how oblivious can Naruto to not notice that 3 girls have a crush on him, while the rest are just fangirls. Yes, of course, Naruto smiled politely at them, but that just not to be rude. He didn't do that because he didn't care at all what those girls thinking about him. Then the class heard a sound of footsteps outside the class. Suddenly, the door opened and showed Sakura and Ino competing who is the one that arrived at the class first. The girls step in the class at the same time while still glaring at each other. Then they began to pant heavily from the marathon that they had arranged. Heh, I win again, forehead girl, said Ino with narrowed, tired eyes. What are you talking about, pig? My foot entered the class before you a second earlier, retorted Sakura with the same eyes. The class, hearing the argument and sweat dropped at the scene before them. Naruto looked at the scene from the corner of his eyes and then decided that he is going to take a nap, as yesterday he stayed very late at night to find out something about those 2 techniques. With that, he hides his head in his hands and fall to sleep. Sakura and Ino, still arguing, then turned to where Naruto is sitting and decided to run to his side. Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun, wake up, Sakura said while shaking Naruto for him to wake up. Naruto groggily wake up and rubbed his eyes and said sleepily, Oh, Sakura-san, you are here. Sorry, I didn't get much sleep last night, so I decided to take a nap here. Sakura, hearing that, began to worry and asked, Did something happen yesterday? What did Mizuki-sensei want from you yesterday, Naruto-kun? Naruto scratched his head, then looking at her with half eyes and answered. Oh, nothing important, really. I just stay up at night to research something. That's all. Sakura nodded her head, then decided to ask. Naruto-kun, can I sit next to you here? Ino, hearing that, decided to retort. Wait a minute, forehead girl. I am going to seat next to him. First come first serve, retort Sakura, narrowing her eyes. But I come to the classroom before you. I did. And just that, the other girls in class also joined in the argument while Naruto decided to take a nap that moment. Sasuke looked at Naruto and sweat drop. He wondered how the blonde managed to sleep at that circumstance. Those girls annoying me no end. Then he looked at his own fangirls and thought. And they are as well. Hokage's office. Hiruzen gathered all the future senseis and showing them their future students. Then he showed the sleeping figure of Naruto and the brooding face of Sasuke. So those two are the two most gifted in this class, huh? The rookie of the year, Uchiha Sasuke, and the pretend dead last, Uzumaki Naruto, Kakashi said, looking at the crystal sphere. That's right, said Hiruzen. The youngest son of Uchiha Fugaku and the genius Kyuubi Jinchuriki, huh? Muttered Kurenai while paid more attention to the sleeping figure of Naruto. Hokage-sama, may I ask the question? Asked Sarutobi Asuma. Hiruzen nodded his head. If Naruto is a genius, why he decided to remain a dead last? The answer to that question is simple, Asuma. Everybody here knows how close Naruto is with the Uchiha brothers. So to not separate from Sasuke, Naruto researched the team placement system of Konoha and found out that the Rookie of the Year and the Dead Last will be placing on the same team to balance the team. And Naruto's tricky plan has created the strongest team of the graduation year, explained Kakashi with a lazy expression. The other Jounins finally realized Naruto's plan and opened their mouth in realization, while Hiruzen just smirked with the pipe in his mouth. Academy. The girls continued to argue that who will sit next to Naruto. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a moment and then looked away and continued to brood. Suddenly Ino was accidentally shoved by some boy right into Naruto. Naruto groggily wakes up and saw that Ino is falling at him. Ino fell face to face with Naruto and lip lock with him. He's still not out of sleep just yet and didn't realize that his lips and Ino's was connected. Sakura gasped in horror as Ino Pig managed to steal her Naruto-kun's first kiss. Shinaro, that pig dare to steal my first kiss with Naruto-kun, shouted inner Sakura and punching the air rapidly. Ino blushed furiously but still decided to deepen the kiss. After a while she decided to separate from Naruto and then screamed out in happiness. Kia, that was so fantastic. Naruto-kun's lips are so tasty and soft too. Naruto has fully awake at this moment, then touched his lips and wondered what was that soft feeling that was on his lips just a moment ago. Sakura glares daggers at Ino and pointed her finger at her, shouting. How dare you steal my first kiss with Naruto-kun, Ino Pig? That should have been my kiss with him. Ino looked at Sakura, then smirked deviously and said, Oh, it's too bad that you could taste that delicious lips of Naruto-kun. They are so soft and kissable. Oh my god. Just recalling the memory makes me want to kiss him once more. Sakura glared evilly at Ino, then jumped at her, shouting. Ino! Naruto saw the girls fighting, decided to turn to Sasuke to ask. Oi, Sasuke, what happened with the girls? Also, I still have a strange taste in my mouth. Do you know what is that? Sasuke looked incredulously at Naruto for a minute, then decided to answer his question. Did you really not remember what happened a minute ago? At the question, Naruto just shook his head. Sasuke sighed and began the explanation. Listen here, the strange taste in your lips is that of Ino's lips. She accidentally was shoved by someone right into your face. And they are fighting out there because, nah, it's such a pain to explain that. Naruto at the answer blinked and touching his lips one more time. Then he turned to the fighting between Ino and Sakura, though he paid extra attention to Ino. Hokage's office. They looked through the crystal sphere and saw how Ino claimed Naruto's first kiss, and then Sakura jumped at her and started a fight. Heh, our blonde is as popular as usual. But never expect this scene to happen, stated Hiruzen with a chuckle. The other Jounin's sweat dropped when seeing that Naruto still didn't realize anything that just happened some minutes ago. Academy. Irika walked in class and began the graduation speech. Sakura in the end managed to get the place near Naruto while Ino glaring daggers at her behind. Sakura though still felt enraged at Ino for stealing her Naruto-kun's first kiss. She then looked aside and saw Naruto listening intently at Irika's speech. She blushed and thought how cute he looks. Hinata also often glanced at Naruto from her seat and fidgeting nervously, while Kiba glaring daggers at Naruto for stealing all the attention of the girls. Then when Irika began to tell them that they will place in a team of 3 members and an elite Jounin, Naruto smirked knowingly. Sasuke saw the smirk and wondered why the blonde smirked like that. A team of 3? Wonder who will end up in Naruto-kun's team. As Sakura? Wondered Ino. Sakura huffed and said confidently, "Obviously I am gonna be in his team. That kiss that you steal from him won't mean anything. Shinaro, there is no way that Pig is gonna be in Naruto-kun's team. True love will overcome all obstacles." Inner Sakura shouted and clutched her knuckle. So, a team of 3? It will be perfect if Naruto will be on my team. The other member don't matter at all. Me and Naruto making the perfect team already, muttered Sasuke, looking at Naruto's still smirking face. I will end up with Sasuke for sure. As for the other member, if I recalled correctly, the other member is gonna be the Kunoichi of the year. Well, it doesn't matter who else will be on my team. I just need to make to the Chunin exam, then the plan will begin, thought Naruto with a smirking face. So I will announce the team now, said Irika and looked at the paper in his hand. Skipping the unknown teams. Next, Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura. At the announcement, Sakura began to screech that caused everybody to cover their ears from the volume. Shinaro, as I said, true love will overcome all obstacles, shouted inner Sakura and punching the air victoriously. And Uchiha Sasuke. At that, Sasuke smirked and turned to Naruto to see that he wasn't surprised at that outcome. Then he widens his eyes and thought, don't tell me that he knows that it will happen from the beginning. Hinata and Ino looked depressed but being in Naruto's team. I wish I would end up in Naruto-kun's team. But it seems I will be in the other team. Oh my god, how could that happen? Why that forehead girl end up in Naruto-kun's team and not me? Hee, but I at least get to kiss Naruto-kun and forehead girl not. Next, Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino, announced Irika the members of Team 8. Meanwhile, Sakura turned back and showed the victory sign to Ino's face. See, I told you already, Sakura said with a smug face. Ino gritted her teeth in anger. How the heck could that even happen? I should be the one in his team, not you. Sakura just smiled teasingly at Ino, then turned back. Shinaro, true love prevails, shouted inner Sakura and punching the air. Shikamaru, that seating next to Ino, decided to say something. I don't even understand why you girls are so crazy about that troublesome blonde. Huh? Is that obvious? Because Naruto-kun is so dreamy, so handsome, so politely. You wouldn't understand that, Shikamaru, said Ino dreamily. It's so troublesome, but I will tell you at least this. Naruto is planning to be on Sasuke's team from the very beginning. That's also reason why he pretends to be a dead last. He researched the system placement of Konoha through the past teams and found out that the rookie and the dead last will end up together to balance the team. So if you were the Kunoichi of the year, you will end up in his team. But this time Sakura took that place from you. That's why you are not on his team, explained Shikamaru with a lazy expression while looking at Naruto's back. Ino opened her mouth at the explanation. Team 10 will consist of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji. And that's all, finished Irika. At hearing that, Ino opened her mouth in horror, then slammed her head to the table and muttered, Oh, how that could happen. I end up with a fat ass and a lazy bum. My life is over, Ino muttered while crying dramatically. Iruka looked at Naruto and saw him close his eyes and putting his head in his hand. Then he recalled what happened yesterday and thought, "Did you plan to be on this team from the very beginning, Naruto? How far advanced are you from other children?" "Okay, I will introduce the Jounin senseis in the afternoon. Meeting adjourned until then." After the class, Naruto and Sasuke went to the rooftop of the academy to talk. "So, did something happen yesterday? I heard that you steal the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's vault. There must be a reason for your action," asked Sasuke with narrowed eyes. "Oh, that. I was tricked by Mizuki-sensei to steal it. He ended up being a traitor and tried to kill as well as steal away the scroll. I kicked his ass and also tested some newly invented skills on him. That's the reason why I didn't get much sleep," explained Naruto with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke nodded his head and asked again. "Second question. Did you actually know that you will end up with me if you are the dead last? Is that the reason why you are always slack off?" Naruto smirked and closed his eyes answered. "But of course, it was my plan from the very beginning after all. But it is also part truth. The academy was definitely useless for me, and for me to go to her was a waste of time. That's why when I slack off I am still training to sharpen my skills even more." "Well, what about our Jounin sensei? Do you have any idea who it will be?" asked Sasuke. Naruto narrowed his eyes in thought and said, There are many options actually. There is my first sensei Geku Heiate. He is a Kenjutsu master and a pretty capable Jounin. Then if Hokage-sama decided to take out your brother from ANBU duties, he could be our Jounin sensei too. And then there is Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja. He is said the best Jounin in Konoha, but he has one very irritable feature. That is, he always arrives 3 hours late. Well, I'd prefer for my brother to be out sensei, but I don't think that will happen. So there are 2 options left. Hatake Kakashi and Geku Heiate, muttered Sasuke in thought. Well, it's no point to think about that now. Let's go to some place to eat. I could invite Sakura-san with us as well. After all, we are on the same team, offered Naruto. All right, just control the girl before she end up raping you, said Sasuke with a sigh. With that, they both jumped to the ground. Unknown to them, there is a masked ANBU observing them. If you looked closer, you could see a pair of Sharingan in his eyes. The figure saw that the two has left and Shunshin away. Kanahagakur no Sato. Academy. The 3 members of Team 7 are waiting for their sensei to appear. Sasuke just sitting in his seat and brewed to pass the time, while Sakura engaged Naruto in a conversation. "Why did our sensei still hasn't show up?" complained Sakura with a frown. "Well, according to the fact that our sensei is this late, I could say that our sensei is Kakashi Hatake," answered Naruto sitting next to Sakura with his head leaning to his knuckle. Why are you so sure, Naruto-kun?" asked Sakura looking at Naruto. "I explained it before, remember? He is the only Jounin that is always late on the meetings," explained Naruto, turning his gaze to Sakura. "So our sensei is that lazy scarecrow, huh? How many times will we need to put up with his lateness?" asked Sasuke, his eyebrow twitch in irritation. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then smirked. He stood up from his seat and began to come near the door. Sakura, seeing that, blinked and asked Naruto, "Naruto-kun, what did you want to do?" Naruto turned to Sakura, smiling at her caused her to blush at the smile. "Sakura-san, don't you think that is only right to punish our sensei for being late? He should learn a lesson to not mess with our team." "What do you have in mind, Naruto?" asked Sasuke with a smirk. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "You will see right away." With that, Naruto took a seal from his pouch and put it on a door. Naruto smirked evilly and chuckled. "So what is the function of that seal? I know you have tons of seals, so what is it this time?" asked Sasuke eagerly. Naruto looked back at Sasuke and said proudly, A new seal that will electrocute the target upon the contact for 3 minutes. That will teach our sensei a lesson for not be late again. But Naruto-kun, do you think that will work? Our sensei is an elite jounin after all, asked Sakura. Shinaro, that's right baby. Teach him a lesson so that he will remember forever, shouted inner Sakura excite and punching the air. Not many people in this village know how to use Fuinjutsu, so that even if he is an elite jounin he won't be able to detect anything, said Naruto and walked back to his seat and waited patiently. After some minutes, they saw a hand appear at the door. Immediately Naruto's seal activated, and they could saw dozens of electricity emanating from the seal to the door. Naruto was smirking as his seal has worked just as he expected. Sasuke and Sakura also smirking, but they didn't notice a shadow behind Naruto. Kakashi decided to let himself known. He coughed into his fist and the 3 members of Team 7 turned to him. My first impression about you guys is that you guys will be a pain in the ass, said Kakashi lazily. That statement caused the whole team to gain a tick mark in their foreheads. Naruto then turned to the door and saw that there was smoke covering the door. So he used a Kage Bunshin while sneaking at me from the window. Not bad, Hatake Kakashi. Time skip. On the roof of the academy, the 3 members of Team 7 sat on the ground, while Kakashi is leaning against the railing with his hands crossed. Okay, how about you 3 introduce yourselves? Kakashi asked lazily. Introduce ourselves? But what should we say? Asked Sakura. Well, for example, what you likes, hates, dreams and hobbies, said Kakashi while shrugging his shoulders with his hands up. I think you should introduce yourself to do first, sensei, said Naruto with his leg put on the other. Me? Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I don't have any intention to tell you about my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, oh, and I have a few hobbies, Kakashi introduced himself to his students. And clearly the students did not pleased with his introduction. So all we found out was his name, said Sakura deadpanned. Okay, now it's you guys' turn. I think the Uchiha should go first, said Kakashi. Sasuke sighed loudly and began to introduce himself. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. My likes are training and spend time with my family. I dislike many things. Hobbies, guess researching about new techniques. My goal is to surpass my brother and my sensei, as well as become the strongest Uchiha in history. Kakashi raised his eyebrow at the sensei comment, then shrugged his shoulders dismissingly. Okay, you are next, Pinky. I am not a Pinky. Ahem. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like Naruto-kun. My dislike is Ino Pig that stole a kiss from Naruto-kun. My dream for the future is to be a strong kunoichi, and also became Naruto-kun's wife. Kia, Sakura shouted at Kakashi for the comment he made, and then coughed a little, then began her introduction. All the time looking at Naruto with fascinate and admirable expression. Interesting, she is not really a total fangirl if she want to be a strong kunoichi, and the only one left was Sensei's son thought Kakashi and glanced at Naruto. Okay, it's your turn, Blondie. Naruto ignored the Blondie comment and began introduced himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like training and researching more about seals. I dislike hypocrites as well as those that didn't value their family. My hobby is to watch the burning leaves. My dream, to correct this twist world. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Naruto's hobby and dream, while Sasuke and Sakura just looked at Naruto with a question mark on their heads. You 3 are all unique and that's good. Starting from tomorrow we will start a mission, Kakashi informed his team. So what kind of mission that will be? Asked Sasuke, stood up with his hands in his pocket. Have you forgotten, Sasuke? Out of all the academy students that graduate, only 9 will become a genin. Which means tomorrow we will do a survival mission to determine if we are worth the turtle of genin or not. Am I right, Kakashi-sensei? Said Naruto, then looked at Kakashi with a smirk. This kid. Sandaime was right, he is completely different than other children. He has already found out about the survival training. Just how much do you know Naruto? Thought Kakashi looking at Naruto. Sakura didn't know about that information, gasped and asked. What? Did what Naruto-kun said was true? Sensei? Will there be only 9 students that will become a genin? What about the rest? Naruto is completely right, Sakura. Out of 27 graduates, only 9 will become a genin. That's not all. The survival training that will happen tomorrow will have a dropout rate of 66%, said Kakashi with a scary expression on his face. Sasuke and Sakura felt nervous while Naruto just looking at Kakashi calmly. Kakashi looked at them all and noticed that Naruto didn't nervous at all. It's like what just said didn't faze him at all. That's just absurd. Then what did we do the graduation exam for? Complained Sakura. Oh, that? It was just to pick up those that qualified enough to be genin. And tomorrow I will determine if guys deserve to become genin or not. Come to the training ground 7 at 5 a.m. tomorrow, said Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura began to tremble in anticipation while Naruto acted like nothing happened. He looked at both of his teammates and thought, "Heh, Sensei sure got them good, but that won't scare me at all, because I don't intend to be a ninja of this village at all. But given the circumstance, I must at least made it to Chunin exam before the plan could start. If I failed this test, then I will be separate from Naruto-kun and that pig may even claim him. I won't let happen, so no matter what I can't afford to fail," thought Sakura determined. "If I fail this test, I will be left behind even more than I am now. I need to keep up with them. Itachi and Naruto, just you wait, I will keep up soon enough," thought Sasuke looking at Naruto and clutch his fists tightly. "Okay, that's all for today. The meeting is over. Oh, I forgot. Don't eat breakfast or you will throw up," said Kakashi lazily before shunshin away. Before they separated, Naruto decided to say, "Don't listen to his last order. No matter what kind of mission it will be, the shinobi need to be in the best shape to fulfill the mission. He said that just to weaken us for the training tomorrow." Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes at the realization and silently nodded their heads. And just that they go their ways. Not far from them, Kakashi, that stood on the tree branch observing the situation since he pretends that he already left. He even deduced that, "Well, let's see how you will do at tomorrow's survival training, Naruto." Next day. Training Ground 7. 5 a.m. The 3 members of Team 7 was seen walking to the training ground. The boys were looking fine. Just Sakura looked turned cause she didn't use to wake up this early in the morning. They said good morning to each other and then Naruto decided to separate from them. He walked to where there is 3 poles located. Then activated his Uzurigan and looked into the future that will be in 3 hours forward. He saw clearly what the test will be and what is the meaning of it. He also saw the possibility of what will happen if they couldn't understand the meaning of that test. He nodded his head, deactivated Uzurigan and went back to his teammates. "Hey Sasuke, here, take this," said Naruto and gave Sasuke a pair of sunglasses. Sasuke and Sakura looked at him strangely. Then Sasuke decided to ask, "Why did you give me that? That won't help us do this survival training." Naruto shook his head and said, "That's where you are wrong, Sasuke. Guys, I have a plan. Don't ask any question, just do as I said, okay?" Sasuke and Sakura was about to ask, but hearing that comment decided to keep silent. Then Naruto began to share the plan to them. After the explanation of the plan, Naruto-kun, are you sure that it will be that test? I mean, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that there is a possibility that we will given the other test," retort Sakura. Naruto shook his head and began to explain. Out of all the Jounin tests, that test had the highest rate of failing. That's why you guys just need to do as I planned, and we will pass with flying colors. "Alright, we put our faith in you, Naruto," said Sasuke, nodded his head and looking at Naruto seriously. Sakura also nodded her head and replied, "I also believe in the success of your plan, Naruto-kun. By the way, you can the sans suffix from my name. We are not strangers to each other anymore. We will be teammates from now on. So just call me Sakura or Even Sakura-chan if you want. Sakura replied but blushed a little and hesitating at the end of the sentence. Naruto nodded his head hearing her statement and then turned to her and smiled. Then I will call you Sakura-chan from now on. Okay? Sakura hearing that blushed slightly and nodded her head shyly, while Sasuke just glanced at the both of them from the corner of his eyes a little then continued to brood. 3 hours later. Kakashi finally decided to arrive. He walked slowly towards them while sweat dropped seeing their Merduo's expressions. Why did you appear only now, sensei? Asked Sakura with a pissed-off expression. Kakashi scratched the back of his head sheepishly and replied. Yeah, on the way here. I met a bunch of black cats, so I need to find a way to cross them to go here. Sasuke hearing that began to twitch his eyebrows in irritation and thought furiously. I am killing him. I don't care if this a test, I will kill this bastard for sure. Sakura sweat dropped hearing the lame excuse then shouted at him and pointed her index finger at him accusingly. Liar! Who the heck do you think we are to believe something like that? 3-year-old toddlers. Kakashi just waving his hand dismissed and said. Ma. Now I think it's time to explain to you guys what kind of test you guys will be taking. With that Kakashi took out 2 bells from his pocket and showed them to the 3 of them. Your task is to get these bells from me. I will put the timer of 3 hours on the clock. If by that time you could not get the bells, you guys will fail the test. Sasuke and Sakura hearing that narrowed their eyes at the explanation. Naruto was right after all, which means we will do all according to the plan. But sensei, there are only 2 bells there. What happened to the one that don't get the bell? Asked Sakura to make sure that everything that Naruto guessed was right. Oh, about that? The one that don't get the bell will be count as failing the test and will be sent back to the academy. Kakashi answered Sakura's question and also turned to Naruto then narrowed his eyes as he saw Naruto is completely calm. Sakura thought for a while then looked at her other teammates who nodded their heads. No sensei, I don't have any questions anymore. Kakashi nodded his head and said. Okay, then when I say start, you guys could start. And you could use anything you like from kunai to shurikens. Anything that could help you to get the bell. Kakashi looked at them all and then shouted. Start! Immediately after that word Sakura and Sasuke disappeared from the field. The only one that was left was Naruto and Kakashi. Kakashi saw that Naruto stood in his place and asked with his eyebrow raised slightly. And why did you not hide like your other teammates? Naruto looking at Kakashi with a smirk and said. Even if I were to hide, that won't do me any good against a jounin. Besides, I want to test myself against the elite ninja. With that, Naruto charged forward and took out a bunch of shurikens from his pouch and threw at Kakashi. Kakashi just dodged them all easily with his hands in his pockets. He looked at Naruto bored and said. Is that all? Naruto at the question just smirked widely and replied. Not quite. The shurikens that Kakashi has dodged suddenly flew back at him, caused him to widen his eyes. He dodged them and then took out the kunai and began to deflecting them. He looked closely at the shurikens and saw the chakra strings were attached to them. To use the chakra strings and control shuriken's trajectory. That's brilliant. Even if I managed to dodge the projectiles, he could just send them back at me. The only option is to destroy all the shurikens. Analyzed Kakashi then took out the explosion tag and attached it to the kunai and threw at the shurikens that Naruto continued to manipulate. Naruto seeing that kunai with the explosion tag flew at his shurikens and changed the trajectory of the 2 shurikens a little so that they avoid Kakashi's kunai. The rest of kunai made contact with the kunai and explode. The explosion caused the dust to raise up. Naruto used the dust as the camouflage and manipulate the last 2 shurikens to fly at Kakashi's back. Kakashi noticed that out of the dust there are 2 chakra strings still presents, which means not all the shurikens were destroyed. Then he saw the 2 shurikens were flying at him aiming for his back. Kakashi jumped up high in the air and makes hand signs. Katan. Housenka no jutsu. From Kakashi's masked face, 5 small fire balls flew from his mouth at the shurikens that were aimed at him. Naruto, seeing that his shurikens were destroyed and cursed. Suddenly he felt a presence in front of him and widened his eyes as he saw Kakashi has approached him. Kakashi began to punch rapidly at Naruto that caused him to grit his teeth and crossed his arms in defense. Kyuso, I was too careless, Naruto cursed in his mind. Kakashi continued his assault until he saw Naruto had opened himself and kicked himself with such force that caused Naruto to flew at the river behind him. Gra! Naruto shouted out as his was sent flying to the river. With that, he sunk to the river below him. Kakashi looked at the direction where Naruto sunk and waited for him to re-emerge. But so far Naruto didn't appear himself. With Sasuke and Sakura. When the test was started, Sasuke and Sakura immediately hid themselves at the tree. Then they saw Naruto began to engage Kakashi on one-on-one battle. Nay, Sasuke? Will Naruto-kun be alright out there? I know he just acting according to the plan, but I am still worried for him. He is against an elite jounin after all, asked Sakura and looked at the battle with worry eyes. Sasuke, hearing that, just glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and replied, Don't worry, Naruto is far stronger than you think he is. Right now he is trying to force Kakashi to open himself so that we could act. Just remember the plan. Sakura nodded her head and began to recall the plan that Naruto created. Flashback. Sasuke and Sakura were listened very intently as Naruto explained his plan of action. First, you guys to know what kind of test is it. It's a test that determined if the genin knows the meaning of teamwork or not. The test itself called a bell test. It's the hardest test that a jounin could give the candidate to genin. The objective is to get the bells. The trick here is that there will be only 2 bells, which means that fact will make the genins to work by themselves in order to get the bell, as nobody want to fail the test. That's a trap of this test. In order to get the bells, the genins need to work together in order to get them. No genins could possibly get the bell from the jounin, no matter how powerful he is. It's just not possible, because the jounins have far more experience than us. Sasuke and Sakura stores the information in their mind, then Sakuya decided to ask. We understand the meaning of the test now. So how are we going to get the bells, Naruto-kun? Naruto turned to Sakura and said, Here is the plan. When the test will start, you guys need to hide and wait for me to make Kakashi opens himself. Of course, that will not be easy, but that is my first task. When he opened himself, Sasuke will engage him in a battle. Just makes him think that you the same as the other Uchihas. Sakura-san, as you are a girl, he may decided to knock you out with a genjutsu. So matter how gruesome the sight, you will see in front of you, just dismiss it. It will be just an illusion casted by Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, when you engage with Kakashi-sensei in battle of taijutsu, try to touch the bell. I will imply the seal that will create a flash upon activation. And don't forget to wear the glasses before fight him. When the seal activated, Sakura-san will rush in and use the moment that sensei couldn't see and took the bells. After that, replace them with a pair of stones and casted a genjutsu on them. My last task will be to make sure that sensei was distracted enough that he won't sense the genjutsu casted by Sakura-san. I will engage him in a taijutsu battle, but I will fight more seriously. When the time end and sensei was about to fail us, we will just release the genjutsu and the test will be pasted. End flashback. They turned back to the battle and saw Naruto is doing well so far. Then he used the chakra strings to control the shuriken projectiles that even forced Kakashi to use katanjutsu to get rid of them. And they began to worry as they saw Kakashi began to attack Naruto rapidly and then strike him to the stomach and send flew to the river behind Naruto. Sakura saw that and exclaimed in worry. Naruto-kun. Sasuke gripped her shoulder and shook his head. Then he widens his eyes as he saw Kakashi opens himself. Whether it's a trap or not, this is his chance. With that, Sasuke took a bunch of shurikens and kunais and flew at Kakashi. The shurikens struck their target. But Sasuke narrowed his eyes and felt something is not right here. The intuition didn't fail him as the Kakashi that was struck disappeared in a puff of smoke and replaced with wooden log. As I think there is no way it will be so easy. He used Kawarimi no Jutsu to avoid my attack, Sasuke thought with narrowed eyes. Sakura, separate. From that shuriken attack he is already pinpoint our location, said Sasuke and jumped to the other direction. Sakura hearing that also nodded her head and jumped away. I just hope Naruto-kun is alright. He didn't re-emerge from the last kick of Sensei. Sakura has found her new hiding place, then looked up and saw that Kakashi was standing not far from her, and it seems he still hasn't noticed her yet. But suddenly she felt someone tapped at her shoulder. She turned back and shouted out in a surprise as she saw Kakashi standing behind her smiling. I have found you, Sakura. Kakashi made a hand sign and the leaves began to float around Sakura. Sakura looking around and wondered where she is. Then she heard a grunt and turned back. What she saw horrified her to no end. In front of her was her beloved Naruto-kun, except he was impelled with kunais and shurikens at his back. He is pleading for her to help him. Sakura was on the verge of tears seeing Naruto like that, but then she recalled what Naruto said before the test and dismissed the genjutsu, but still act like she was caught in it. She screamed out in horror and pretends to faint. Kakashi sat on the tree branch and flipping his Ika parasized lazily and said, Maybe I overdid a little, but I thought she will notice whether it is real or not. With Naruto. Naruto decided to surface that moment hearing the scream and smirked. You are one heck of an actress, Sakura-chan. Now it's your turn to shine, Sasuke, and then I will end this act with a climax. With Naruto shunshin away from his position and wait and see how Sasuke will do. With Sasuke. Sasuke heard the scream and noticed that it was from Sakura. He smirked and thought, Well done, Sakura. Now it's my turn. So you used genjutsu against Sakura. No wonder she couldn't notice. But I am far different from those 2-inch, said Sasuke and act like an arrogant Uchiha. Kakashi that was standing behind reading his book replied, Why don't you say that after you get the bell? Sasuke-kun. Kakashi closed his book and approached Sasuke. Sasuke turned to face Kakashi with a murderous expression. Not far from them on the tree branch Naruto also observing them silently. They observed at each other for a while, before Sasuke decided to act and threw the shurikens at Kakashi. Kakashi jumped aside and dodged easily, then replied, Using normal attacks won't work on me. Sasuke just smirked a little, took out the sunglasses and put them on. That action caused Kakashi to sweat dropped. But then Sasuke threw a kunai and cut the rope that released his trap. When the rope were cut, the shurikens and kunai began to flew at Kakashi unexpectedly. Kakashi was forced to jump back to avoid them, but that was just Sasuke need. He appeared behind Kakashi and kicked him, that surprised Kakashi and forced him to block with his hands. Kakashi caught Sasuke's leg, so Sasuke decided to punch him, but the punch was caught as well. Sasuke smirked and kicked with his remain leg. Kakashi was forced to block that kick as well. Sasuke smirked at that and began to raise his remain to take the bell. He managed to touch it, and that moment the seal Naruto implied in his hand glowed brightly that blind the both of them. Should Sasuke didn't wear sunglasses. Gra! Kakashi shouted out in surprise and covered his eyes as he was blind for this moment. Sakura heard the scream and rushed to the sound. Using the moment that Kakashi was still blind by the flash seal implied by Naruto, she took the bells swiftly and replaced them with 2 balls like rocks, and also casted a genjutsu on them. By that time the effect of the flash was off and Kakashi could see again. He looked at Sasuke with narrowed eyes and thought, What a guy! I didn't even expect for him to use the flash seal to blind me. Just as he was about to check if the bells were still there, he was forced to dodge a kick from above. He looked up and saw that Naruto has reappeared. Naruto turned to Sasuke and nodded. Then he turned his attention back to Kakashi and disappeared from his sight, only to reappear above and performed a drop kick that caused Kakashi to widen his eyes. He didn't expect that kind of speed from Genin at all. He can't afford to distract even for a second, but judging from the weight the bells are still there, only slightly heavier. Naruto rushed at Kakashi again, concentrated his chakra on his knuckle. Futon, Jinryu Seiken. From Naruto's knuckle the head of the silver dragon flew and roared at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes was widened at the technique and was forced to use Suiton, Suijin Hiki, to stop the attack. What the heck? How'd it have too much chakra to even use jutsu of this level? Kakashi thought incredulously. Naruto was about to continue his assault, but the clock began to beep and showed that the time was out. Sasuke and Sakura decided to make themselves known. Kakashi also walked lazily to them and said, "I admit you guys have done very well, but still none of you get the bell. Therefore all of you fail this test and will be sending back to the academy." Naruto looked at his other teammates with a smirk and vice versa. Naruto looked at Kakashi with a smirk and said, "Are you sure, sensei? I think you should have noticed the simple genjutsu on the bells now, right?" At the question Kakashi blinked, then looked back at his bells and saw there was indeed a simple genjutsu were casted. He undid the genjutsu and his widen in surprise. Instead of the bells there were a pair of ball-like rocks there. "How? When?" asked Kakashi with wide eyes. Sasuke smirked, put his hands in his pockets, and began the explanation. "The moment you were blinded by the flash seal that activated on my hand upon the contact with the bells. Sakura has replaced them with a pairs of rocks and casted a genjutsu on them. And before you asked, yeah, Sakura was never put in your illusion, that was all an act. Even the way I act, all that was an act to get closer to you to activate the seal. Naruto's last task is to distract you enough so that you won't notice the genjutsu that was casted on the bells." Kakashi was competent stunt at the explanation. Even if they were against Hokage, and he will underestimate them, they could get the bells from him. That's just a brilliant plan. So when you put the sunglasses on, it was to prepare for the flash caused by the seal. Am I right? Asked Kakashi lazily. Sasuke closed his eyes and nodded his head with a smirk. That's right. A part of it is to catch you off guard as well. So now that you get the bells, Sakura, who will you give to? Naruto or Sasuke? Asked Kakashi, pointing at Sakura lazily. Sakura smirked and said, "You won't be able to fool us, sensei. The whole objective of this task is to work like a team to get the bells. Which means the bells belong to the team, not a separate individual." Ho? You guys even figure that out, huh? Guess you guys pass with flying colors. But I would like to know one thing. Who was the one that create that plan? Asked Kakashi curiously. Sakura was the one that answered the question with admiration expression on her face. It was all Naruto-kun doings. He is so amazing. I know he is in the academy, but he even managed trick you, sensei, and elite jounin. That is just unbelievable. Kakashi turned to Naruto and began to thought. As I thought, it was you after all, Naruto. Your genius just didn't know the limit, eh? I can't wait to see you surpass my sensei. If someone could do it in this village, then it is only you. Now that you guys has officially became a shinobi, I should tell you guys something. To be a shinobi is not a joke at all. If you didn't take things seriously from the start, you could lose your life easily, said Kakashi, and began to walk to the big stone tablet in front of him. On this big stone were the names of the shinobis that was praised as heroes of Konoha. But they were not any heroes. All of them were given the title of heroes when Kakashi said solemnly and touched the stone with his palm. Sasuke and Sakura also looked at their sensei solemnly. The only one that didn't show any emotion was Naruto. He just listened silently. This is a cenotaph. The names of my friends and teachers are also carved here. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the ground solemnly, while Naruto gripped his fists tightly as he remembered from the memory that all those Uzumakis that had fallen during the Second Shinobi World War didn't have their names carved anywhere. They sacrificed their life for their allies, but they were all forgotten so easily that nobody even know their names. That's why he is gonna correct it all. Correct the mistake that this world has made. Kakashi, who then turned to them and looked seriously. Remember this, you three. The one that breaks the rules is considered a trash. But the one that abandoned their comrades are worse than trash. Okay, the test is over. Team 7 passed. We all will start the missions from tomorrow. Dismiss. With that said, Kakashi shunshin away to report to Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other smirking and bumped their fists. Sakura also smiling happily. Hokage's office. Since the start of Team 7 test, the Jounins of Team 8 and 10 were present as they has already done their test and also passed their team. Kurenai and Asuma watching carefully to the crystal sphere with Sandaime sitting opposite from them. They saw how Naruto used chakra strings to manipulate shurikens, and then even forced Kakashi to use Keton Jutsu. Then they saw the taijutsu battle with Sasuke, and they all surprised the moment Sasage touched the bells. The flash was emanated that blind them when looking at the sphere. In the end, they saw that Team 7 had successfully fooled Kakashi and passed the test. Yo, I am here to report the result of the test, Hokage-sama. But I think you already know that, said Kakashi sitting on the edge of the window reading his book. Kakashi, just answer this truthfully. How strong Naruto really is? Asked Asuma seriously. Kurenai also noises her head as she wants to know the answer as well. That I don't know. I doubt even Hokage-sama knows about all his capacity. The only one that should know him well is Hayate and Itachi, as they were the one that spend time with him the most, answered Kakashi. The way he is thinking is too advanced for his age. Heck, the way he is thinking is even more advanced than even most Jounin. That just unbelievable, exclaimed Kurenai shaking her head. Naruto-kun has inherited the genius from Minato after all. No, he will be the one that will even surpass one day the legends like that of Uchiha Madara or even Shodai-sama. The problem is he didn't actually has any love to the village. He became a ninja so that elders and I left him alone. As a Jinchuriki, Naruto-kun could never has a normal life. To be a shinobi is the only way for him, said Hiruzen and blew a clump of smoke, as he holds the pipe in his hand. Anyway, we will start the missions from tomorrow. I will take my leave now, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi. When Hiruzen nodded approved, he puffed away. Uchiha compound. Sasuke has just stepped in his house. He walked to the kitchen and saw his family is already waiting for him. Sasuke went and sat to the table. So did your team pass? Asked Fugaku with stoic face as usual. Sasuke looked at his father then grinned. We passed with fly colors, Ota-san. The test was supposed to have 66% rate of failure, but Naruto created a plan that managed to pass us easily. Now I am the official genin of Team 7, together with Naruto and a girl named Sakura. Makoto hearing that clapped her hands and smiled widely. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun. I knew I could do it. Itachi also smiled at Sasuke and said, Good job, Ototo. That's my son, said Fugaku and smiled a little. After that, they resumed to eat the dinner. When he finished eating, Sasage decided to go to his room. Suddenly, he heard a knock and said, Come in. The person came in and revealed that it was Itachi. Do you want to ask something, Anai-san? Yeah, I just want to know. Did Naruto-kun act strangely these last days? Itachi asked his Ototo. Sasuke blinked his eyes in surprise and wonder why Itachi asked such question. No, he still act the same as usual. It's just when on introduction he said some really strange things. Itachi narrows his eyes at that and asks, Saying strange things? What kind of things? Well, he said something about like to watch the leaves burning and then about his dream to correct this twist world. Such nonsense if you ask me, answered Sasuke and shrugged his shoulders. But Itachi just narrows his eyes even more, then turned to Sasuke and said, Ototo, could you continue to observe Naruto-kun for me? Just don't tell him anything. And if something interesting did happen, please tells me right away. Sasuke became even more confused, but just nodded his head. Why the heck Itachi began to pay so much attention to Naruto? What did he not know? Sakura's house. Sakura is sitting with her family at the kitchen right now. She continued to talk how amazing Naruto was during the test. And then Naruto-kun began to punch and kick Kakashi-sensei. Then even unleashed some kind of high-rank futon jutsu. Kakashi-sensei was forced to use a suiton jutsu to defend himself, Sakura retelling her story with stars in her eyes. Mabuki and Kazashi just sighed heavily. They knew that their daughter has a deep crush on the boy after he saved her from bullies 5 years ago. They still wary about the boy, but they could clearly see that he was not the monster like the rumor said. A monster would not help their daughter. Okay, enough Sakura. We have listened enough about your Naruto-kun for today. Now you should go to your room to rest. Tomorrow will be your first day as genin after all. Oh, and I am proud of you, my daughter, said Mabuki, and decided to interrupt her daughter's speech. Sakura blinked at that and said, "Oh yeah, I should take a rest. I couldn't wait to meet Naruto-kun tomorrow, Kia." With that, she ran up to her room. Kazashi turned to his wife and said, "I think our daughter was too fascinated with that boy, but that's not really bad. Naruto-kun is a very polite and caring boy after all." Mabuki nodded and replied with a laugh. "Yeah, I think our daughter will fit him best. After all, if Naruto-kun is like his father, then our daughter is perfect for him." I still remember how Kushina-sen glared at Minato-sama when he forgot about their anniversary. That was really hilarious. Kazashi joined his wife, laughing too. Time skip. 2 weeks later. The past 2 weeks could be described with one word for Team 7, hell. Of course, Naruto knew that they will need to do D-rank missions, but they are so boring that he lottery napping at practically every mission. Sasuke also not pleased with the outcome, especially the mission of catching that hell cat by the name of Tora. That bastard of a cat has scratched him on the face at least twice. Thankfully, Naruto came and put the sleeping seal on his forehead. Sakura also felt annoyed with all those D-rank missions. Of course, with those missions she could admire her Naruto-kun every day. But even she began to feel bored from all their missions. Surely, she and her team also trained as well, but it seems Kakashi-sensei focused plainly on teamwork improvement. Still, Naruto-kun made her and Sasuke goes through a certain training to improve. She and Sasuke are now wearing the restriction seal that restrict every of the movements. The seal worked so that they need to put twice the effort to do something. It felt really annoying, but if Naruto-kun told that it necessary, then she would try her best for him. Today is the day that Kakashi deemed his team to be ready for their first C-rank mission. Right now, they are walking to where the mission were given to ninjas. Kakashi and his team walked in the room and approached Sandame, and the other Chunins sat there to give the missions. There was also the one that accepted the payment for the mission too. "Oh, Kakashi, you and your teammate here for your first C-rank mission?" asked Hiruzen. "Hi, Hokage-sama. I think they are ready for their first C-rank mission," answered Kakashi. "Wait a minute, that is still too early. They are only fresh genins out of the academy. They should do some more D-rank missions to gain experience," complained Irika, that was sitting next to Hiruzen. "Irika-san, they are no longer your students anymore. Besides, you underestimate my team very much. They could handle a B-rank mission easily. Am I right, Naruto?" replied Kakashi and turned his head slightly at Naruto's direction. Naruto closed his eyes and answered, "Kakashi-sensei is right, we are no longer the students of the academy, and since the graduation had become far stronger. A C-rank is no problem for us." Irika was about to continue to argue with them, but Hiruzen put his hand on his shoulder and said for him to calm down. Then he turned to Team 7 and said, "Well, if Kakashi-kun deemed your team ready for a C-rank, then you will get it." At that, all the members of Team 7 eyes glowed in excitement. Finally, after those hellish D-rank missions, they could get one proper mission. "So what kind of mission it will be, Hokage-sama?" asked Naruto curiously. "You guys will escort one person to his home. Please, call Tazuna-san in," said Hiruzen, and turned to the Chunin to give an order. The Chunin nodded his head and walked to the door to call said person in. The one who walked in the room was an old man with a straw hat on his head. He also seemed to be drunk, as he holds the bottle of sake in his hand. He hicked up, then looked at the team that's supposed to protect him. What he's seeing didn't impress him, so he snorts and retort. So I will be protecting by a bunch of kids? They looked so weak. Especially the blonde one. His face is so girly that he looked like some princess. The reactions from Team 7 were different. Sakura was glaring daggers at old geezer that dared to insult her Naruto-kun. Shinaro, how dare that old geezer insult Naruto-kun? I should have punched him to the sky if he was not our client, shouted inner Sakura furiously and punched rapidly. Sasuke was trying not to snicker at the comment, while Naruto just raised his eyebrow and retort. Didn't you know that the appearance means nothing to shinobi? Tazuna-san? Even if I look like a princess, deep down I could be the heartless killer that has killed the hundreds of lives already, you know? Tazuna hearing that and thought that the kid was joking, but when he looked back at the blonde kid, he could feel shivers run down the spine for some reason. Ma, stop scaring our client like that, Naruto. We still need to escort him to his home, said Kakashi and waving his hand dismissingly. Tazuna takes a gulp of his sake and said, I am a professional bridge builder. I need you guys to protect me so that I could finish building a bridge at my home in the Nami no Kuni. Time skip. Some minutes later. Team 7 walked out of the gate of Konoha and Naruto smiled a little. Sakura, seeing that, smiled, blushed a little, then decided to ask. What caused you to smile like that, Naruto-kun? I know usually you are always cool and calm, but that smile also suit you very much. Naruto hearing that blinked and turned to Sakura, said, Really? Well, it's just this is my first time that I go out of the village's border, and I can't wait to see the other lands. To discover something new is very exciting to me. Though the traveling to Yuzu did not count as I arrived there with the help of the seal, added Naruto mentally. Tazuna hearing what Naruto said widened his eyes at the maturity of those words. The kid in appearance just looked no older than 12, but his words are so much more mature than average kids these days. He turned to Kakashi and whispered, Why the heck is that blonde kid sound so mature? Are all ninja kids like that too? Kakashi looked at Naruto's back and answered, No, Tazuna-san. There is a reason why Naruto is like that. A reason that no kid his age should experience. Tazuna hearing that just looked at Naruto's back solemnly. With that, the team and Tazuna began their journey to Nami no Kuni. Not far from them, hiding in the tree observed then were the Kiri missing Nins, the Oni Kyudai. Time skip. The team and Tazuna continued on their way to their destination. Naruto and Sasuke discussing about the new collaboration jutsu they developed, while Sakura just admired Naruto with a lovesick look. Not that Naruto really minded, he found her obsession with him a bit creepy, but not unpleasant. Naruto is still a growing-up boy after all, and Sakura is quite a looker for her age. Sakura remembered something and decided to ask. Tazuna-san? You ate from Nami no Kuni, right? Tazuna nodded his head at the question and Sakura continued her question, but turning to Kakashi for her answer. Are there ninja village in that country, Kakashi-sensei? No, there is no ninja village in Nami no Kuni. The shinobi villages existed mainly in the 5 Grand Lands. Hai no Kuni, Kaze no Kuni, Tsuchi no Kuni, Kaminari no Kuni, and Mizu no Kuni. Hai no Kuni has Kanehagakure no Sato, Kaze no Kuni has Sunagakure no Sato, Tsuchi no Kuni has Iwagakure no Sato, Kaminari no Kuni has Kumogakure no Sato, and finally Mizu no Kuni with Kirigakure no Sato. Of course, that's not all the hidden villages in elemental nations. There are still some other hidden villages in miners' countries exist. The leader of 5 great countries hold the title of Kage. Hokage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Mizukage, otherwise known as Gakage, explained Kakashi. Then he turned to Sakura and put palm on Sakura and assured her, But you guys don't need to worry. This is a C-rank mission, so except for some thugs, there won't be anything else. Then we won't need to worry about meeting foreign ninjas, right? Asked Sakura hopefully. Of course, Tazuna answered, but with a nervous sweat dropped. which caused Naruto's eyes to narrow in suspicion. Sasuke turned to Naruto and has a question mark appeared on his head at Naruto's expression. Time skip. The team and Tazuna has passed a certain distance already. It will not be long before they reach Nami no Kuni. The team walked past by a puddle and seemed that they didn't notice anything. Well, technically Sakura didn't notice because all her attention was on Naruto. When they passed the puddle, Naruto looked at Sasuke and nodded his head slightly. Sasuke also nodded to show that he understood. That moment, the Oni kyudai de Hades to act and began to attack the team from behind. They managed to wrap Kakashi with their chained gauntlets. Then they tugged at the chain and said darkly, "First one is ready." Kakashi immediately was torn to pieces by that action. Sakura just screamed in horror. While Naruto and Sasuke decided to act, they both run up to the enemies and threw a shuriken that pinned Oni kyudai gauntlets to the tree behind. That move caused the brothers to be restricted by the chain. Naruto and Sasuke appeared on both of their side respectively and kicked them hard on the face. The brothers were sent back and crashed to the ground. The brothers stood up and retracted their chain and began to charge at the direction of Tazuna. Sakura, seeing that, widened her eyes in fright, but still stepped in front of Tazuna to protect him. Sasuke cursed as he won't make it in time. Suddenly Naruto appeared in front of Sakura and double-kicked hard enough at the brothers on the stomach that caused them to fly at a certain distance again. The brothers was about to stand up, but they were pressed to the throat with a kunai by the jounin that they thought was dead. Sakura sighed on relief that seeing that their sensei is still alive. Then she looked at Naruto and if possible began to fall in love with him even more. Naruto turned to Sakura and smiled at her and praised. "Those are at least Chunin-level missing neens, but you still decided to step up and defend our client, even knowing that you may not stand a chance. You are very brave, Sakura-chan. You should be proud about yourself for that action. But you don't need to worry. As long as I am by your side, nothing will happen to you that will be life-threatening." Sakura blushed heavily and couldn't say anything but nodded her head. Oh my god. Why the heck her Naruto-kun is so perfect. Her heart is beating so intense right now. "Sensei, you are such a jerk. Why the heck did you let us think that you were dead, huh?" asked Sasuke with deadpan eyes. "Well, sorry for that, but I would like how guys handle this situation. And you guys did a splendid job. Besides, I want to know who those missing neens are targeting," answered Kakashi nonchalantly. Then he began to approach Tazuna with narrow eyes and said, "You have some explanation to do, Tazuna-san." After tied up the missing neens to the tree, Kakashi began to talk. These are actually the Chunin-level missing neens of Kiri. They were known for completing any job no matter how dirty it is. One of the Oni kyodai looked up at Kakashi and asked, "How did you detect our actions?" The one to answer that question was not Kakashi though. Naruto slowly approached them and explained. "That was simple really. It hasn't rained for the past few days plus today is sunny. Something like a puddle shouldn't exist. You guys need to get a better cover next time." Tazuna began to sweat nervously when Kakashi slowly turned to him. "Tazuna-san, you has lied to us about this mission being a C rank, knowing that this mission is far dangerous than that. With this lie you could afford yourself to pay a C rank mission, while in reality it's much higher. The fact that you were targeted by Chunin-level ninjas already makes this mission a B rank. But I suspect that those Chunins are not the one that will come after you. So next time they will send a jounin. That will make this mission A rank. We only promise to protect you from lowly thugs and bandits. But dealing with missing ninjas was not in the agreement with Hokage-sama. Sensei, then clearly this mission is out of our league. Let's return back to Konoha." Sasuke? Naruto-kun?" said Sasuke and turned to see Sasuke's and Naruto's decision. Sasuke looked unsure, so he glanced at Naruto and saw him smirked widely. "What do you become so silent, Sasuke? Didn't you say that you want an excite mission? This mission is not C, not B, but an A rank. Something like this won't happen often. I say just continue with this mission. We have Kakashi-sensei, the best jounin in the village, and of course I believe in the abilities of our team. Besides, as long as I alive, I won't let the tragedy happen, said Naruto, and his speech inspired his teammates really fast. Kakashi just looked at Naruto in amazement. Just a moment ago, Sasuke and Sakura were hesitant. Now I could see the determination burn in their eyes. Naruto Uzumaki, what a guy! Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fugaku was training in his training ground. Suddenly, he felt some presence behind him and turned around to identity. All he saw was a pair of strange Sharingan eyes, which has a shape of three-blade shuriken. That was a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. And the one that's standing behind him was none other than his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. He could only manage to see Itachi's face with a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan eyes, before he collapsed unconscious. Itachi looked down at the unconscious figure of his father and muttered, "Forgive me, Ota-san, but I know how stubborn you are, and this is the only way for me to find out the truth." Behind him was an ANBU with a lion mask. Itachi turned to him and said, "Do it, Shiratori." Shiratori nodded his head, then began to dive in Fugaku's mind, bringing Itachi along with him. They found the memory that was the night before the supposed massacre. They saw how Fugaku was trapped in some kind of barrier and saw the talk between Fugaku and that person which called himself Uzumaki Erasure. There was one comment that caused Itachi to narrow his eyes. Erasure said that he showed his father the future if not do something about the situation. How the heck did it possible? As he knows so far, there was no such jutsu existed. Itachi also noticed that there was a certain amount of chakra was concentrated on Arashi's right eye. Itachi suspected that it may be some kind of dojutsu, though there was still one fact that didn't make any sense to him. Uchiha and Uzumaki clans never interact with each other. So for what reason did Erasure save his clan? Why he said something such as, "Prevent the tragedy to happen again." Itachi recalled one fact that caused his eyes to widen in realization. In the memory, Erasure also told his father about Sasuke's and his future. Erasure wouldn't have any reason to worry about Sasuke's and his future if he was a stranger. All those facts resulted in that Erasure was Naruto. Itachi was utterly shocked at the revelation. Naruto has saved his clan, not because he likes Uchiha clan, but because he loves him and Sasuke. Naruto has an unknown dojutsu that could predict the future at 100%. Except if change the course of the past. Not only that, he was the one responsible for the ANBU massacre 5 years ago. And he did all that when he was 7 years old. He didn't know what to do now. He is completely in turmoil. On the one hand, Naruto had saved his clan from destruction. On the other hand, Naruto is planning to destroy Konoha. As a Konoha shinobi, Itachi knew it is his duty to eliminate all the threats to his village. But Naruto is his brother, the brother that he loves as much as he loves Sasuke. Itachi didn't know what to do anymore. For the first time, he couldn't think properly. Shiratori looked at his ANBU captain and felt pity for him. As the comrade and the member of Itachi's team, he knows for sure that Itachi won't like for anyone else to know about what happened here, even Hokage. Shiratori also think that he don't know what to do in this situation. Itachi snapped out of his shock and ordered for Shiratori to release the technique. Then he turned to Shiratori and ordered, "Shiratori." Shiratori already understand what Itachi want to say to him and said, "I understand, Taicho. This will be only between you and me. I won't tell anyone else, not even Hokage-sama." Itachi nodded in gratefulness and turned to the sky and thought, "What should I do? What will happen to Sasuke when he find out about this? Naruto, you just has to make things so complicated." Unknown location. The midget man with a cane was seen standing before a man that was covered his lower face with a huge sword in his hand. "I hired you guys because I thought you guys were skilled assassins. You just waste my money for nothing," complained the midget. The huge man that was seating on the sofa just answered nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I will take the matter in hand personally." "Are you sure? If the Oni Kyudai failed, it seems that they have hired some pretty good ninjas?" asked the midget uncertainly. The huge man narrowed his eyes, then lifted his huge sword and pointed at the midget, that caused the midget to back away a little in fright. To whom do you think you are talking to? I, Momochi Zabuza, the Kirigakure no Kijin, will take his head off with this Kubi Kiribucho. Nami no Kuni. Tazuna and Team 7 are currently sitting in the boat to cross the lake to reach Nami no Kuni. Tazuna's friend has agreed to take them there only because Tazuna had asked for his help and also said that the ninja with him will help to take their country back. Sakura looked around and saw that everything was covered by thick mist. The mist is so thick that I couldn't see anything ahead. Tazuna's friend saw the silhouette of the bridge and said, "We are near the bridge. If we move alongside of the bridge, we'll be at Nami no Kuni." As they began to approach the bridge, the team looked up and saw there was a huge bridge ahead of them, though it was still unfinished. Naruto looked at the bridge and said, "Wow, that will be one huge bridge." Kakashi decided to ask Tazuna one question that he should ask before they went in the boat. "Tazuna-san, before the boat reached the pier, I'd like for you to tell me something. The identity of the one who is after you and the reason they are after you. Or we can call this mission off when we get ashore." Team 7 is looking at Tazuna and wait for him to answer Kakashi's question. Tazuna was silent for a while, but sighed heavily and decided to tell them the whole story. "Guess I don't have a choice but to tell you all the whole story. I'd like for you guys to listen to my story. As you said, this mission is out of your job description. A very terrible man is after my life." "A very terrible man? Who is it?" repeated and asked Kakashi. "Yeah." Tazuna nodded his head and continued, "You should at least heard the name, Marine Transportation Billionaire Gato." At that, Kakashi and Naruto eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Gato? From Gato Company?" wondered Kakashi. "One of the richest man alive," stated Naruto with narrow eyes. At hearing that, Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, "You are familiar with him, Naruto-kun?" "I read about him not long ago. He is the Marine Transportation President on the outside. But underground he is a tyrant that uses gangs and ninjas to terrorize some minor lands. He is also selling drugs and women away. A year ago he set his sights on Nami no Kuni," explained Naruto. Tazuna looked surprised, then turned to Naruto and said, "You are really informative, kid." "Yes, all what the blondie said was true. He invaded my country and used violence and wealth as a shield. After that, he quickly took over the island's sea traffic and transportation. On the island-like country like Nami no Kuni, to control the sea means to rule everything in the country. But there is one fact that could ruin his whole plan." Naruto decided to interrupt him that moment. "And that is the bridge that you are trying to finish that will connect to the mainland. Am I right?" Tazuna nodded his head and said, "Yes, this bridge is our only hope to free Nami no Kuni. And Gato is trying his best to not let me finish it. But I don't understand. He is a dangerous man that uses ninjas. So why did you hide that fact when you came to us?" asked Kakashi. "Nami no Kuni is a very poor country. Even the feudal lord doesn't have that much money. That's why we couldn't afford to pay the mission B rank or higher. If you decided to quit the mission, then I will die for sure. And then my cute grandson and my beautiful daughter will hate Konoha for life. But of course it's not your fault," replied Tazuna. Naruto chuckled at Tazuna's reply and said, "You really do have one tricky mind, old man. But I've said that earlier already. Even if this mission is S-class, I won't back down. So you can relax. I will take you home safely for sure, even if my team decided to turn back. We will continue with this mission. I know that Naruto is very stubborn, and I can't let him do the mission alone," said Kakashi after thinking for a long while. Then he glanced at the grinning face of Naruto. After they passed the tunnel, they had reached Nami no Kuni. Tazuna's friend helped them reach the shore, then said his goodbye and moved away. "Okay, now take me to my home safely," ordered Tazuna. Hi, responded Kakashi lazily, and they began to move ahead in Manju formation. "If they decide to ambush us this time, then they will send Jounin level ninja and not Chunin like before. Yare, yare. Kakashi thought and sighed heavily. As they are walking, suddenly Naruto felt something and threw a kunai to that direction, scaring everyone behind him shitless. They was about to shout Naruto for scaring them without any reason. But Naruto just ignored them all and went to the bush. He saw his kunai was just above the head of a white rabbit that crying comically. Naruto's sweat dropped at the rabbit expression, then narrowed his eyes and thought. Strange, why this rabbit's fur is white. Which means it was raised in a place that the sun wasn't a factor for Kawarimi. Kakashi's thought was the same as Naruto, and he also glanced behind where Zabuza was sitting on a branch observing them. So that's why Oni Kyodai couldn't handle this. Before me is the infamous copy ninja. Sharingan no Kakashi, Zabuza said to himself and jumped from his hiding place, throwing his Kubikirabucho at Team 7 and Tazuna. Everyone, duck! Kakashi ordered his team. Everyone lied down except Naruto, who did a somersault and then threw his kunai below Kubikirabucho. Zabuza landed on his Zanbatsu and looked down at Team 7 and Tazuna. He didn't notice a seal from Naruto's kunai is moving to the tip of his Zanbatsu. Naruto landed next to his sensei and his team and also looked up at Zabuza. One of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu. The Kirigakure no Kijin, Momochi Zabuza. Oh my, isn't it Kirigakure A rank nuke nin Momochi Zabuza? Asked Kakashi jokingly. Naruto looked up at Zabuza and smirked. Just as he was about to proceed forward, Kakashi's hand stopped him. Everyone stay behind me. He's way different than the other guys we met before. One wrong move and you are dead. It seems I need to use this, if my opponent is him, said Kakashi and was about to reveal his left eye, but Naruto's hand stopped him. He looked at Naruto questionably. Sensei, I never knew what are my limits, and in Konoha I couldn't go all out because that will kill someone for certain. It's time I test my limitations. And don't tell me you don't want to know either. You want to know how far can I go, right? Then let me handle this situation. If anything happens you could always step in, said Naruto, not taking his eyes from Zabuza. Sasuke and Sakura widened their eyes in surprise at Naruto's request. But Naruto-kun, no matter how strong you are still genin. And according to the reaction of Sensei, this guy is very strong, said Sakura, looking worriedly at Naruto. Naruto turned to Sakura and replied. Actually, you never saw me fight seriously. So I am not surprised that you are trying to stop me, Sakura-chan. I will show you what I am capable of right away. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a minute, then release a sigh, then smirk. That's why he never regret to choose Naruto as his sensei. Kakashi turned to Naruto and looked at him seriously, then replied. Alright Naruto, I will let you handle Zabuza. But if you felt that he was too much, immediately retreat and I will take over. Naruto nodded his head and began to approach closer to Zabuza. That caused the former to raise his non-existent eyebrow in surprise. You, brat, want to fight me? I didn't know why Sharingan no Kakashi give you the permission to fight me. But I'd appreciate if you guys just give the old geezer to me, said Zabuza. Naruto smirked, then respond. Sorry, Zabuza-san, but I cannot do that. He asked me to escort him to his home safely, and that what I intend to do. By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto. If you want the old man, you need to step over my dead body. Zabuza laughed very loudly at Naruto's response and said, You have a big mouth for a snot genin brat. You are just a lowly genin. You won't be able to touch me, let alone scratch me. Naruto just grin and retort. Don't you know that status means nothing in shinobi world, Zabuza-san? And I just want to tell you that underestimate me is not very wise. Alright, let's see what you got, Kozo. But I will still kill the old man anyway, said Zabuza, and sit down a little. Then he took out his Kubikirabucho and shunshin away. Kakashi ordered for the rest of his team to surround Tazuna and protect him. Then he turned his gaze to Naruto, who still hasn't made a move. Zabuza appeared not far from them and stood on the water. Kakashi brought out his Sharingan and saw that Zabuza has concentrated a lot of chakra in the water. Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu, muttered Zabuza, and the mist began to thicken, even more that you can't see anything within it. Sasuke and Sakura saw that Zabuza disappeared and gasped in surprise. "He disappeared!" exclaimed Sakura. "There goes his signature technique." Momochi Zabuza was famous in Kiri for he is the expert in the art of silent killing, said Kakashi. Silent? Wondered Sasuke. Just as the name implies, it's the killing techniques that execute in a flash and producing no sound. It's possible that you will be dead before you even realize it. Even I can't see anything in this thick mist. Do not let your guard down. One wrong move and you are dead, replied Kakashi seriously. Then he looked to the direction where Naruto was still standing and thought, "You can't see him either, Naruto. What will you do?" At hearing that they could die in an instant, the two genin gulped loudly. Suddenly they heard a voice that echoed through the mist. "Eight choice." "What is it?" asked Sakura. "The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular vein, collarbone, kidney, and heart. Now which vital organ you want gets struck at," said Zabuza through the mist. Suddenly he heard the sound of shuriken flying. He turned behind and saw there was 5 shurikens flying aiming at his back with chakra strings attached to them. "That's impossible. How the heck did that brat find my location in such a thick layer of mist?" Zabuza wondered and began to deflect the shurikens with his zanbatsu. Naruto decided he had enough with this annoying mist and began to mold his chakra as well as releasing his ki. The chakra began to surround his body and the wind also began to raise up. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura as well as Zabuza was surprised at the amount of chakra was released. Sasuke and Sakura could also felt a huge amount of ki coming from Naruto. What the hell? This is Naruto when he is serious? This ki could be on par with Jounin. I'd rather kill myself than endure this any longer, Sasuke thought terrifyingly, and was about to end himself with a kunai, but Kakashi's voice snapped him out. "Sasuke, calm down. As long as I am alive, I won't let you 3 die," said Kakashi, and I smiled to him. Then he began think Naruto could produce ki of this level. Just how strong are you really? Could you handle Zabuza? Sakura nearly puked from the ki produced by Naruto. Her knees are still shaking. This ki produced by Naruto-kun. I think I know Naruto-kun, but this fact just proved that I didn't know anything about him. I should take my job seriously from now on. I can't let myself be a burden anymore. That was impressive demonstration for a genin brat like you. But, said Zabuza and appears right in the middle of Team 7 formation. It's over now. Zabuza was about to take Tezuna's head, but Kakashi appeared in a blink of an eye and stabbed him in the stomach with a kunai. But the substance that was leaking from him was water, which proves that he was a Mizubushin. Suddenly Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and slashed with his Kubikirabucho cleave Kakashi in half. But Kakashi also dispersed in water and was about to appear behind Zabuza. But Zabuza swung his zanbatsu around that caused Kakashi and the rest of his team to jump back. Zabuza was about to chase Kakashi, but suddenly Naruto appeared in front of him and formed a chain of hand sign. Futon. Jinru no Kiba. From Naruto's palm a huge silver wolf made of winter roared loudly and assaulted Zabuza. Zabuza was surprised by the attack, but still managed to hide himself behind his Kubikirabucho. Naruto used this momentum to use Shunshin to appear behind Zabuza and kicked him in the back, causing him to fly at the tree with impressive speed. The mist slowly thinned out and they could see the form of Naruto with his legs still raised, and ahead of him was the form of Zabuza that was crashed to the tree with closed eyes. Everybody was in awe at what they see. "Naruto-kun, you are amazing," said Sakura in complete awe. "So you have finally stepped up to a new level, Naruto? I think I need train even harder to reach your level now," muttered Sasuke in jealousy and awe as well. How the heck did he even manage to find Zabuza in this mist? Also that Futon Jutsu never saw it before. Could probably even his original jutsu. Such strength even though you are only 12. "Naruto, you just made me even more curious about you," said Kakashi to himself while looking at Naruto. Zabuza stood up slowly, then turned to Naruto, cracking his neck, and said, "Not bad, Kozo, but I want to know one thing. How did you detect me in this thick mist?" Naruto looked up him and replied, "You made a mistake when you let the kunai I threw before the fight start. That kunai has a seal imprint in it and it already transferred to the tip of your Zanbatsu. The seal that was imprint on that kunai was the detection seal that will give out your location by tracing the chakra coming from it." Zabuza raised his eyebrow slightly impressed as he inspected his Kubikarabucho, and there was indeed a seal on the tip. Zabuza then turned back to Naruto and said, "It seems you not a normal genin, but that didn't matter because—" With that, he suddenly reappeared behind the shocked Naruto and cleaved him in half. Naruto's eyes were widening as he was cleaved in half. Sakura covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Sasuke's eyes also widened in horror. Kakashi narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "You will be dead eventually," finished Zabuza with a huge grin behind the bandage. Suddenly the Naruto in front of Zabuza disappeared in a puff of smoke, which proved that he was a Kage Bunshin. Kage Bunshin? Then where is the real one? Wondered Zabuza looking around. Suddenly he heard the sound of shurikens flying from above and saw that Naruto was the one that threw them. The shurikens were attached by chakra strings and were controlled by Naruto. Zabuza used his Kubikarabucho to deflect them, but it was no use because Naruto just keeps sending them back at him. Frustrated, he took out a kunai with explode tag and threw at the shurikens that still assault him. The explosion was created and Naruto used the smoke as a cover to throw a punch at Zabuza. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and saw that Naruto decided to engage him in close combat. He was about to slash at Naruto, but Naruto was fast enough to not let him swing his sword. Zabuza was forced to dodge the fist, but Naruto just smirked mysteriously. Zabuza was about to cleave him in half, but he suddenly felt something is wrong. His body was being destroyed by something from within. Zabuza felt a shockwave within his body and coughed up the blood. He gritted his teeth behind the bandages and looked up at Naruto in anger, asked, "What have you done to me, Kozo?" Naruto, panting a little with a smirk, answered, "That was my taijutsu move called Shomsuken. It's a move that you couldn't avoid. The reason why is because when I punched you I also put the destruction chakra that turned in a shockwave upon entering your body from inside." The rest of Team 7 was in awe at the explanation. "That means even if I could avoid the fist itself, I couldn't block or avoid the destruction chakra because it was not physically manifested. What a move," thought Kakashi, amazed. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at Naruto and stood up. The air around him began to change, which put Naruto on guard. Suddenly he charged forward with impressive speed and began to swing his Zanbatsu with blurred speed, which caused Naruto to retreat and dodging each swing. Zabuza created a Mizubushin when assault, then sent him to ambush Naruto from behind. Naruto was busy with the real Zabuza and didn't notice the clone behind. The clone kicked Naruto hard enough for him to fly to the real Zabuza. Naruto gritted his teeth and was about to kawarimi, but Zabuza was faster. He formed hand signs and catch him in a Suru no Jutsu. "It's over, brat. I admit you were good, but that's still not enough to defeat me," said Zabuza smugly, then turned to the rest of Team 7. Naruto cursed in the water sphere at being careless. Sakura and Sasuke gasped in horror as Naruto being caught. Kakashi became serious, then turned back to his team and ordered, "You two protect Tazuna-san. I will save Naruto. Don't worry. Sensei, please save Naruto-kun no matter what," pleaded Sakura, then turned to the direction where Naruto was caught. Sasuke gripped his teeth in anger as he couldn't do anything to help. Zabuza turned to Naruto and said, "For giving me a good fight, I will let you live a little more. Now I need to get rid of Sharingan no Kakashi first." With that, he created one mute clone and switched place with him. Zabuza stepped forward and said, "That brat was pretty well trained, Kakashi. Now I will take care of you next and then kill the geezer." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said, "As long as I am here, you won't be able to touch anyone here. I will not let anyone die here. Well, maybe you will be the one to die. Nami no Kuni." The situation is very tense for Team 7. Naruto decided to engage Zabuza to a battle, but was careless and was caught in Suiro no Jutsu. To save Naruto, Hatake Kakashi decided it's time for him to fight Zabuza. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Team 7 have different expression on their face. Sakura was extremely worried for Naruto and looking at his direction constantly. She wanted to free him but knew that she was too weak to do that. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger at himself. Out there, his brother and sensei need help while he could do nothing, but stood here helplessly. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and said, "Finally, I will be able to fight you, Sharingan no Kakashi. Don't disappoint me, okay? Don't worry about that. I will take care of you, then free Naruto from that water prison," said Kakashi, the Sharingan in his left eye spinning widely. He then took out a kunai from his pouch and rushed at Zabuza. Zabuza began to swing his sword widely. Then he leaped forward and cleaved Kakashi in half. But the Kakashi in front of him immediately turned to a burst of water, which caused Zabuza to curse silently. He then jumped back as he saw Kakashi threw shurikens at him. Zabuza created a distance between him and Kakashi, then began to form a chain of hand signs. Kakashi mimicked all his moves at the same time. Ushi Saru Yuna I Tori Ushi, Uma Tori, Natora, Inu Tora, Mi Ushi Hitsuji, Mi I Hitsuji Najin Saru Tori Tatsu Tori, Ushi, Uma Hitsuji Tora, Mi Nasaru Yu I Tatsu Hitsuji, Na Ushi Saru Tori Jin, Na I, Torai, Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. They finished at the same time and unleashed their jutsu. The others looked at the scene in awe. Two water dragons emerged in front of both opponents and began to bite at each other's throats. Sakura and Sasuke looked at the fight in awe. Suddenly, Sasuke remembered something and reached for his bag and took out a Fuma shuriken. But that shuriken has a seals on the tip of the blades. "What do you want to do?" Sasuke asked Sakura. "I will free Naruto now." "With this shuriken," said Sasuke, and looked at the direction of Zabuza's Mizu Bunshin that is still hold Naruto in his water prison. "Do you really think you can do it? I mean, he is still stronger and has more experience than us, even if he is just a clone," asked Sakura looking at Sasuke. Sasuke looked back at the shuriken and smirked and nodded confidently. "Yes, after all, Naruto was the one that helped me create this shuriken. It's not just an ordinary shuriken though." Sasuke then opened the shuriken, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He then muttered, "Fuma shuriken, Kage Fusha." Sasuke then concentrate a certain amount of chakra to the four seals. Naruto saw that Sasuke has taken out the Fuma shuriken, began to grin weakly in the water prison. "Nice timing for that, Sasuke." Zabuza's clone looked at Sasuke and said bored, "That's not gonna work. Even the Fuma shuriken won't be able to touch me." Sasuke just smirked and then flew the shuriken at the clone. But the clone began to blink in surprise when the shuriken didn't reach his range. Sasuke smirked widely, then muttered Kai. Immediately from the seals the chakra began to emerge and triple the range of the shuriken. The clone was too surprised to react and as a result was destroyed, this freeing Naruto. Zabuza, who was still fighting, saw that Naruto was free and cursed. Kakashi looked at the same direction and I smiled while thinking, "Good job, Sasuke." Sakura also that Naruto was freed and smiled in relief and happiness. Tazuna also smiled faintly. Naruto coughed up a little, then looked up at Sasuke proudly and said, "Good job, Sasuke. That was excellent." Sasuke smiles widely at the praise and fall on his butt. Tired from all the chakra was waste on the shuriken. Naruto then looked back at the direction where Kakashi and Zabuza still fighting and narrowed his eyes. Zabuza and Kakashi were trading blows after blows. Zabuza jumped up and used Suigaden, which forced Kakashi to use Suijin Hiki to protect himself. Zabuza then rushed forward, forming hand signs at the same time. "Suetun, Mizurappa." Kakashi widened his eyes and jumped back to the shore to avoid the jutsu. He then took a deep breath and began to concentrate practically all his chakra on this jutsu. He formed hand signs, then said, "Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu." The water began to swirl from Kakashi, which created a huge cyclone that was heading to Zabuza at the huge speed. After that, he fell to a knee and began to pant heavily, while closing his Sharingan eye to avoid to waste any more chakra. Zabuza widened his eyes at the jutsu that was coming to him. He narrowed his eyes and decided to use his trump card in order to survive. He took a deep breath, then waits for the cyclone to approach him and said, "Kirigakure Kenjutsu Ugi. Kaihazen." With that, he concentrates a certain amount of chakra in his Kubikurabucho and slashed the cyclone in half. Kakashi's and the others' eyes widen at what just happened. What they just witnessed is so unreal. What the heck was that? How the heck did he split the huge cyclone in half so easily? Asked Sakura in disbelief. Sasuke couldn't say anything but just stare at the scene with jaw dropped to the ground. Kakashi's remain eye that he didn't close also widened in surprise and disbelief. The only one that didn't show any kind of reaction was Naruto. But that was because he has witnessed something far greater during his training in Yuzu. Zabuza then began to laugh loudly and said, "Now it's really over for you, Sharingan no Kakashi. You are already exhausted because of the usage of Sharingan for so long. Now I will send you to hell and then your brats. After that I will take care of the geezer." Kakashi began to curse as Zabuza was right. He has exhausted himself after performed Daibakafu no Jutsu. Naruto then shunshin in front of Zabuza and said, "No, I will be opponent. Last time I was too careless, but not anymore. This time I will take you seriously." Zabuza cocked his head aside and replied, "Ah, the blonde brat. You still not have enough? Okay, now show me what you got. Before I finish you and then the others. You really take a great pride at being a skilled swordsman, aren't you?" asked Naruto. Zabuza didn't answer but just nodded approved. "Then I will break your pride right here. Right now," said Naruto and unsealed a sword from the seal on his right shoulder. Zabuza looked at the sword and widened his eyes in shock, as she recognized that sword immediately. Heck, every swordsman will recognize it. It is after all the only sword that could fight on par with Kusanagi. The sword that was said to be able to hurt even Biju, the demon slayer, Nenakarimaru. "Why? Where? How? How did you get that sword? Answer me, quickly!" shouted Zabuza, pointing his Zanbatsu impatiently. Everybody began to gain a question mark above the head. They didn't understand why Zabuza freaked out about that sword, but they were certainly surprised seeing Naruto using the sword for the first time. "Where?" you asked. "You don't need to know about that. All you need to know is I am its rightful owner. Let's settle things once more. Zabuza Momochi. Show me what you can really do. Or else you will die," said Naruto calmly, looking at Zabuza. Then his eyes changed. They lost all the emotion and became like the eyes of a dead fish. Even his presence completely disappeared. Naruto has entered the realm of nothingness and became Kensei. He then made a hand sign and muttered, "Ninpu, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Let's see whose silent killing is better, any?" Team 7 and Tasuna are watching, as Naruto has confronted Zabuza again. And the strangest part is that Naruto unsealed a sword. One more thing stranger is that at the sight of the sword, Zabuza has freaked out. Then Naruto used Kirigakure no Jutsu and hid himself in the thick mist. "Strange," muttered Kakashi, narrowing his remaining eye. "What is strange, sensei?" asked Sakura, looking at her sensei. "Naruto's presence has completely disappeared. That's just impossible. Normally, even if the person hides himself well enough, I would still be able to feel him somewhere. But Naruto has managed to hide everything. No fear, breath, footsteps, bloodlust, even his chakra was hidden. It's the first time I saw this," said Kakashi with his eye open and looked at where Naruto stood moment ago. "Well, I can't feel his presence either. Plus, just from looking he had managed to perform Kirigakure no Jutsu. Even my brother said that to completely hide yourself is impossible. But Naruto had surprised me and proved that the normal theories aren't for him," said Sasuke, looking forward. With Zabuza. Zabuza is looking around and try his best to sense Naruto's presence, but it was futile. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't feel anything from Naruto. That brat even managed to learn the Kirigakure no Jutsu just by observing. Though he said that sword was his rightful heirloom. What does that mean? Muttered Zabuza on high alert, preparing for Naruto's attack. Suddenly, he felt the wind changed at his back, and so he slashed with his Zanbatsu behind. But it seems he missed. Naruto then used Uzumaki sword style to slash seemingly randomly, which caused Zabuza to deflect the attacks on instinct. But he couldn't deflect all the strikes and was injured to the right shoulder and the hip. Zabuza jumped back and panted tiredly. He glared at the silhouette in front of him. Then he formed hand signs. Sui Tun, Sugandan. The silhouette sinked to the water below to avoid the attack. Zabuza has enough of this thick mist, so he channeled his chakra to Kubikurabucho and spin around, to create a huge gust of wind enough to blow away the mist, revealing Naruto, that stood not far from him in calm expression. With Team 7 and Tazuna, the mist has finally cleared and they could see what is going on now. Sakura beamed when she saw that Naruto was completely fine, that she looked at Zabuza and saw that he was injured in the right shoulder and the hip. It seems Naruto-kun is winning. It's so incredible. He managed to injure a Jounin-level shinobi. Something which Kakashi-sensei even with Sharingan struggle with, exclaimed Sakura in awe. The question though, where did he learn to wield a sword to such degree? Wondered Kakashi looking at Naruto. I don't know. Even though we were close, I didn't know that Naruto could wield a sword. Heck, I am sure even Itachi don't know, said Sasuke. Anyway, let's continue to watch this battle. I am sure Naruto will be fine, said Kakashi. His students nodded in agreement. Zabuza versus Naruto. Zabuza looked at Naruto and saw that his face didn't change the moment he casted the Kirigakure no Jutsu. His eyes were still the same like of a dead fish, and he still can't feel his presence, even if Naruto is standing right in front of him. How did you do that, brat? Asked Zabuza curiously. How did I do what? Naruto asked back, cocking his head. Why can't I feel your presence even though you standing right in front of me? What kind of jutsu you are using? Demands Zabuza. It's simple. When the swordsman managed to reach the realm of nothingness, he could erase his presence. To reach that realm need to train to death. Not many swordsmen managed to reach this realm, but I am the only one alive that has managed to reach this realm. All thanks to my special condition. Those who managed to reach the realm were called Kensei. Did that answer your question, Zabuza-san? Answered Naruto and put the edge of his blade to his right shoulder. Zabuza widened his eyes and recalled something. Long time ago, he has already heard about that term. It was said that only the one that trained to death and managed to overcome it will reach the realm. As far as he knows, from Kirigakure, none of the Kirigakure no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu has reached that realm. And here this brat proclaimed that he is a Kensei. He won't believe him. That's bullshit. None of the 7 swordsmen had reached that realm. And you, a snot brat, dare to declare something like that. I will kill you painfully for joking like that, shouted Zabuza and charged at Naruto. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, Zabuza-san, but I will prove you that I am talking the truth right away, said Naruto and intercept Zabuza with Nenakarimaru. Zabuza began to swing widely and put much force in his strikes. Naruto just deflecting all the strikes with calm face, and even managed to kick Zabuza in the stomach. Zabuza was sent behind because of the kick. He gritted his teeth and formed chain of hand signs. Sui Tun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Naruto opened his palm and concentrated chakra in it. Sui Tun, Suijin no Tate. A huge shield with a face appeared in front of the water dragon, deflected it. Zabuza gritted his teeth and decided it's time for his trump card. Naruto's face never changed, but he felt that Zabuza was about to bring a big gun, so he also prepared for the counter. Zabuza raised his Zanbatsu up with both hands and began to shout out loud while concentrating the rest of his chakra in it. Kirigakure Kenjutsu Ougi Daikizan. Then he slashed with all the force he has to the ground, creating a huge crescent wave that even split the ground. The wind blew harshly the moment he unleashed his technique. With Team 7 and Tazuna, when they saw Zabuza unleashed that huge crescent strike, they began to wide their eyes in shock and worry. Naruto-kun, dodge! Don't let it hit you! Screamed Sakura to warn Naruto with a terrified look on her face. The kid is doomed. The kid is doomed, muttered Tazuna while his knees shaking horribly. Sasuke and Kakashi looked at Naruto and saw he was still calm. What will you do now, Naruto? Thought both of them in interest. With Naruto. Naruto looked calmly, as the huge crescent wave attack is heading to his direction. The wind blew harshly, causing his hair to dance dramatically with the wind. Naruto brought Nenakurimaru in front of him and put 2 fingers to the edge of his blade, then began to trace it from the end to the tip. That action made his sword to glow crimson. He then slashed forward. Uzumaki Ryu, Satsujin Kenmizuchi. Naruto then disappeared suddenly with the wind. Zabuza was surprised, as Naruto suddenly disappeared. Then it happened. He felt warm breeze envelope his body like a spring breeze. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Can you hear it? The voice of the wind, muttered Naruto, turning his head slightly to look at Zabuza. Zabuza suddenly felt that he was bleeding profusely from the entire place on his body. His eyes was widen on shock at what happened. He couldn't understand anything at all. All he could do was gasp in shock. How? Muttered Zabuza before the 2 senbons struck to his neck. After that, Zabuza closed his eyes and seemingly dead. With Team 7 and Tazuna, they were completely at shock when Naruto managed to destroy Zabuza's technique with a single slash. Then Sakura screamed loudly. Yada yada, Naruto-kun won. He really defeats Zabuza alone. Sasuke then looked back at Naruto's back and muttered. Just how strong are you really, Naruto? How much did you go through to gain such strength? How can I keep up with you? I still even managed to unlock my Sharingan. So how am I going to surpass you and Itachi? Sasuke gripped his fist not in anger, but at how powerless he is compared to his brothers. Kakashi just watching Naruto and analyzed. Such strength could only be gained through hellish training. Naruto was absent for a week in the past, but that amount of time is too short to reach this result. So how did he become so powerful? Even if he is a genius, he couldn't reach his level through personal training. Itachi? No, he was too busy in ANBU to help to train Naruto. But even he wasn't this powerful when he was Naruto's age. I felt that there was a huge mystery behind his strength. Then they were surprised when Zabuza was suddenly struck by 2 senbons to his neck, which killing him instantly. They immediately reached Naruto and looked at who was the one that did that. The culprit was a Kiri Hunter-nin that has a long hair which was held in a bun, 2 long bangs framing his or her masked face. Naruto began to pant and fall to his knee after all those techniques that he used. Sakura immediately reached him and support him to not fall to the ground. They looked at the Hunter-nin wearily. Kakashi then approached Zabuza and checked his pulse on the neck and found none. He then looked back at the Hunter-nin. The Hunter-nin nodded his or her head, then replied, I thank you. I had been waiting for the chance to kill Zabuza and Shunshin to Zabuza's corpse. Judging by that mask, you are probably the Hunter-nin from Kiri, said Kakashi looking at the Hunter-nin. You are well informed, Kakashi-san, replied Hunter-nin. He was about to take the corpse away before Naruto decided to say one sentence that made him startled. See you later, Hunter-nin-san. With that, the Hunter-nin disappeared in a twister. Naruto couldn't hold back anymore and fall to the ground unconscious. Sakura saw that and immediately kneeled down and shook Naruto. Naruto-kun? Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Open your eyes, Naruto-kun. Nami no Kuni. Tazuna's house. After Naruto blacked out from exhaustion, Tazuna and his team brought him to Tazuna's house. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, opened the door and saw that the boy on the masked man back need help and brought them in the house immediately. After they put Naruto to the bed to rest, they went down the stairs to the kitchen to talk. What happened to that boy? Oh, and thank you all for protecting my father, asked Tsunami, then bowed her head down. It's just our job, Tsunami-san, answered Kakashi lazily. That boy has managed to defeat the huge bad ninja that Gato has hired to kill me. He really managed to surprise all of us, replied Tazuna with a pleased look. Whoa, really? But he is just a teenage and already that powerful? I am glad that he is with us then, said Tsunami with a grateful look. Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked worriedly. Sensei, will Naruto-kun be alright? How long will he be lying like that? Kakashi smiled and responded. Don't worry, Sakura. Naruto is a fast healer, so he will be back to full health in no time. Then he narrowed his eyes in thought and wondered. The problem is that I want to know from where or who did Naruto learn all those sword techniques from. That certainly is a Konoha style at all, and he said back then that it was Uzumaki style. But as far as I know, all Uzumakis except him were dead. I want to know as well. Though Naruto was my teacher for 6 years, I never saw him use a sword before, said Sasuke, and he also put his knuckle to his chin and thought. Wait, you said that Naruto-kun was your teacher before you became a genin, Sasuke? But I thought your family was the one training you, asked Sakura, surprised at the revelation. Kakashi looked in interest at the knowledge as well. Sasuke shook his head and replied. No, I trained together with Naruto since we were 6. Naruto knew many stuff that surprised me greatly, because he was so far more advanced than any child his age. From then, I decided that Naruto will be my sensei before I become a genin. And I never regretted my choice that day. Sakura then looked down at her hands and began to think. If Naruto was the one that made Sasuke so strong, then he certainly could train her as well. She already understood that her Jounin sensei is a lazy ass and won't train her properly. She will ask Naruto to train her when he woke up. After seeing the battle between Zabuza and Naruto, she finally realized how weak and useless she was compared to the other members of her team. But she will change from this day on. She want to be worthy of Naruto's attention and affection. Upstairs. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, but immediately covered his eyes because of the light that was blinding him. He reopened his eyes and glanced around. What happened back then? Oh, I remember now. I managed to kick Zabuza's butt, but was too tired from those techniques and fell unconscious. Which means I am probably in Tazuna-san's house. Then he raised his body up a little to look around the room. Tsunami and Team 7 go upstairs to check if Naruto has got up or not. When she opened the door, Sakura's eyes widened in happiness as Naruto was okay and already up. She could surprise her feelings and leap to hug him. Naruto-kun, I am so glad that you are okay. She then pulls off a little to look at his expression. How are you feeling? Do you still feel hurt anywhere? Naruto smiled softly at her concern, which caused Sakura's cheeks to redden a little. I am fine, Sakura-chan. Thank you for your concern. Tsunami looked at those two and smirked, then turned to the 2 male members of the team and said, This girl sure care a lot about that boy, eh? Ah, young love. She then turned to walk away to get the team alone time. Kakashi and Sasuke walked to Naruto's left side and sat down. The right side was occupied by Sakura. Kakashi turned to Naruto and asked, Naruto, I wanted you to answer me one question. That everyone in this room want to hear the answer to that question. Naruto looked back at him and replied, It depends. If it was too personally, then I won't answer it. Since when or from who did you learn those sword techniques? Asked Kakashi, looking at Naruto intently. Naruto looked at them for a while, THB sighed and said, I apologize, but I can't give you the answer to that question. Why? This time Sasuke was the one that asked. Because it was one of the secrets that keep me alive to this day. I am alive now, not because of Sandame's order or anyone's help. I am alive right now because I have my own secrets that if I were to tell anyone I will be doomed. Those secrets, I can't trust to tell anyone, but to keep for myself, said Naruto seriously. Even so, you must tell me, Naruto. I am your Jounin sensei. I must know what all you capable of. If you don't want to tell me, then I will report back to Hokage, so that he will deal with you, said Kakashi, narrowing his eyes. Naruto also narrowing his and replied coldly. Go ahead and report to Hokage-sama. But even he won't able to get anything from me. Ibiki-san and Inoichi-san won't be able to get out anything even they look into my head. My mind is protected by a combination of seals that if you are not a seal master, then it's futile to try to invade my mind. The best Hokage-sama can do is to threaten to execute me, but he won't do it because of my special condition. So either way, you guys won't be able to get anything from me. Sakura looked down, feeling hurt that Naruto didn't trust her with his secret. Sasuke also gritted his teeth in frustration, as after all his years Naruto still didn't trust him enough to trust with his secrets. Kakashi glared Naruto for a while, before he sighed and said, Okay, if you don't want to tell is then we won't force you anymore. Though there is one more thing I'd like to tell you guys about. Elsewhere in Nami no Kuni. The masked Kiri Anbu has taken Zabuza far enough, so he decided to put Zabuza's body to the ground and extracted the senbons that was struck to his neck. He was about to do what he intent, but suddenly Zabuza's eyes snapped wide open. The Hunter-nin intent was to remove the bandage on Zabuza's mouth, so that he will cough up the blood. Zabuza caught the hand of the Hunter-nin and said, No need. I can do it myself. Oh, I see you already revived Zabuza-san, said the Hunter-nin and watched as Zabuza began to raise his body a little. Geez, you so rough, said Zabuza with the same frightened eyes and began to remove the senbons in his neck. Zabuza-san, please don't take those out so roughly either. You will die for real, advised the Hunter-nin politely. Zabuza threw the removed senbons to the ground, then glanced at the Hunter-nin and said, How long are you going to wear that fake mask? You know I hate it, Haku. My apologize. I forget that it's been a while since I need to use this disguise, said the Hunter-nin and removed the mask, revealing a feminine gentle face of a beautiful girl. She smiled softly at Zabuza. She then opened her eyes and said, But you should thank me for using that disguise to save you. That boy that you fought is incredibly powerful, you know. I could say that what he demonstrated back in the battle with you is not everything he is capable of. If wouldn't have put you to a near-death state, then you would certainly bleed to death. That boy is very dangerous, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza turned to Haku and replied, Yes, I could also feel that he was not a normal genin. Then, there is his blade Nenakarimaru. He said that it was his rightful heirloom. I wonder what he meant by that. Plus his technique seems really familiar to me, though I couldn't remember where I saw it before. Either way, next time, make sure that he will be dead for sure. I will take care of Sharingan no Kakashi. Zabuza then tried to stand up but felt that he couldn't. You won't be able to move for a week, Zabuza-sama. So for now, you just focusing on resting your body until you are full recover, advised Haku and helped Zabuza to stand up. Then they shunshin away. To Zuna's house. Second floor. 3 genins of Team 7 are listening intently to what their sensei want to inform them, though Naruto already knew what the talk is about. Kakashi looked at his students and said, I suspect that there is a possibility that Zabuza is still alive. What? Why do you think that, sensei? Wondered Sakura in surprise. Sasuke also looked on in interest. Hunter-nin's mission is to eliminate their target and brought the proof of the kill, which means that the Hunter-nin that we seen could just took Zabuza's head as a proof of his kill. Instead, he used the senbons to strike at his neck. Senbons usually wasn't used for killing, but more for medical use. Some could use them to put their target to a near-death state to fool the others, explained Kakashi. In other words, you want to say that Zabuza is alive, aren't you, sensei? Said Naruto with closed eyes, and his time suggests that he wasn't surprised at what he just heard. His 2 teammates widened their eyes. Kakashi once again narrows his eyes at Naruto and said, Yes, but I want to know why you wasn't surprised at that. Or maybe you already about that outcome. Naruto opened his eyes and replied, "Yes, I already knew that Zabuza is alive. Why do you think I said, 'See you later,' to Hunternin-san?" Kakashi looked at Naruto for a while, then decided to rub his forehead. Naruto is giving so much headache now with his knowledge. Kakashi then turned to his team and said, "Anyway, to counter Zabuza, we will do some training. We will wait for Naruto to recover and then start the training." "But what can little training do to us? I mean, you and Naruto-kun barely managed to win against Zabuza. Then there is also that fake Hunter Nin. I doubt that it will help us in the battle with Zabuza," said Sakura, looking at her sensei, squinting her eyes. "That's where you are wrong, Sakura-chan. Even if we are a bunch of genin, but with proper training, right strategy, and teamwork, we could defeat even the strongest shinobi. And usually the powerful shinobi had an arrogant attitude, and that will be their downfall for underestimating their opponents. Remember my favorite quote: it's better to be underestimate than being overestimate. That's why you shouldn't say that your training will be useless," replied Naruto sagely. Kakashi himself find that those statements are very wise. Sakura looked on in awe at Naruto, and her cheeks unknowingly reddened. Her heart is beating like crazy. Naruto then turned to Kakashi and asked, "I want to ask though, what we will be training at?" Kakashi looked at him and answered, "We will train to control the chakra more proficiently. Tomorrow, we will start the tree climbing exercise." Naruto and Sasuke looked back at each other, then smirked. Kakashi and Sakura looked at them questionably and asked, "Why are you two smirking?" "Because we have complete that exercise since 5 years ago already. When I start training Sasuke, that was the first thing I told him to do," answered Naruto with a smug smirk. Kakashi blinking for a minute then sighed. "Okay then. If you two already knows how to do, then tomorrow you will help Sakura with the exercise. Alright, team dismissed for now." Suddenly a young boy run into the room and said bluntly, "Why are you here? You will all die if not get out of here. Gato will kill you all." Tsunami and Tazuna rushed to the room and apologized. "Sorry for his rudeness. This is my grandson Inari. Say hello to this people, Inari." Inari didn't said anything but just looked at Team 7 with disdain, then replied, "You guys are just trying to be heroes. But heroes didn't exist. Only those idiots that trying to risk their life for nothing." Naruto looked back at Inari and said calmly, "Whether heroes existed or not is up to you. If you believe in them, then they will exist. And you say that we are trying to be heroes? It's nothing like that. We accept the mission that you grandpa has paid for. But just looking at you, I could already feel the fear for Gato coming from you. Gato is a mere coward with money, that's all he is. You are afraid of him because you are powerless. But unlike you, I am not. That's why you words mean nothing to me, Inari-san." For some reason, Naruto's words irritated Inari to no end, and he glared daggers at Naruto. Tsunami and Tazuna looked at him nervously and then glanced back at Naruto. Naruto's expression never changed. Inari glared at Naruto one last time and turned his back and turned to leave. Tazuna, seeing that, asked, "Where are you going, Inari?" Inari turned his head a little and looked back from the shoulder. "I will go look at the ocean, Grandpa." With that, he turned to leave. Sakura looked back at Naruto and said sternly, "You shouldn't be so rude to him like that, Naruto-kun." Naruto just lied down and said, "Whatever, now I'd like to rest. I am still not fully recovered after all." Everybody stood up and began to leave. Kakashi, before he left, said, "Get well, Naruto." Sasuke looked at Naruto one last time and turned to leave. After him were Tazuna and Tsunami. They also wish him a quick recover. The last to leave was Sakura. She looked hesitantly before decided to do what she intent. She crawled closer to Naruto with a blush on her cheeks and muttered hesitantly, "Naruto-kun, I am." Naruto looked at Sakura's embarrassed face and chuckled. "You want something, Sakura-chan?" Sakura feels really embarrassed, but she gathered her courage and assault Naruto's lips, surprising him. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise and just let her to continue. He didn't kiss back but didn't push her away either. Their hearts began to beat in unison and they could hear each other's heartbeat. Sakura was a bit disappointed that Naruto didn't kiss her back, but she was still glad because he didn't push her away. Sakura finally separated their lips with a huge blush and a trail of saliva between their lips. She then stood up quickly and rushed out of the room. Naruto blinked a little, then touched his lips and smiled and muttered one word. Soft. Outside Naruto's room. Sakura has rushed out from Naruto's room as quick as possible. Her cheeks are still red from the memory of Naruto's lips on hers. Also, she could recall that there has beaten in unison. Sakura began to smile softly and touched her lips gently. Inner Sakura couldn't help but to comment. Cha, that was incredible, girl. Now Naruto-kun is ours. With this we have even the score with Inopig. Keep up the good, girly. Sakura beamed and then head to her room to go to sleep and to prepare for tomorrow training, as well as to ask Naruto's help in training her personally. Zabuza's hideout. After Haku has brought Zabuza back to his hideout, she immediately put him to bed. But not long after that, Gato and his goons appeared, as they probably heard about his failing attempt to kill the bridge builder. Gato saw that Zabuza lying in Justice bed and approached, then scoffed. Kirigakure no Kijin, my ass? You was defeated by a mere child and you even dare to call yourself a demon? He was about to strike Zabuza, but suddenly a hand catch his wrist. He looked back and saw a murderous look on Haku's face. Don't you dare touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hand, said Haku with a chilling voice. Gato was startled by her cold voice. The two samurai Ronin saw that their boss is in trouble and was to unsheathe their swords. Why, you little whore? But they immediately shut up as Haku suddenly appeared between them and pointed their sword to their throats. She then looked up with a furious look and said, Leave now if you not want to die this very moment. I am mad right now. Gato back away to the door with his two goons and stuttered. Don't let it happen again, Zabuza. Or you will regret it. With that, the cowardly billionaire disappeared along with his goons. Haku turned back at Zabuza and asked, Why can't we just kill that arrogant filth already? He is pissing me off with each time he open his mouth. Because we need money to survive, Haku. Though for some reason, the world is going to change very quick real soon. And we will be part of that change, respond Zabuza, and then closed his eyes to take a nap. A big change, huh? Muttered Haku, for some reason remembered the spiky blonde-haired boy that had defeated her master by his own. Next day. Inside a forest. Naruto has made a full recovery so they can start the training now. Sasuke was still upset with Naruto for hiding things from him, just ignored him. While Sakura felt herself really uncomfortable standing next to Naruto after what happened yesterday. Kakashi standing opposite if his students and observed them with critical eye. He then turned to Naruto. This boy has secrets and even made sure that they won't be able to discover easily. Just what kind of secrets did he hide that he won't even trust Hokage-sama to know? Alright, we will start out training now. As I said yesterday, today we will learn to improve our chakra control by the exercise which called tree climbing exercise, explained Kakashi, and then he turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, you said that you already knew how to do so, could you show Sakura what need to be done? Naruto nodded his head and replied, Okay, sensei. Then he turned to Sakura and began the explanation. What you need to do is to mold your chakra to the bottom of your feet, then maintain them to stick to the tree, like this. Just that Naruto began to walk to the tree calmly. That amazed Sakura greatly. He walked to a branch and hang upside down. Only when you were able to fully master the exercise you can do something like this. For the first time, just run up the tree and use the kunai to mark your progress. Try to make a mark higher with each time you climb. Sakura nodded her head, understood Naruto's explanation. But she was still curious about this exercise usefulness and asked Kakashi. Nah, sensei? Kakashi turned to her. I understood what need to do. But how this exercise will me make stronger? Shinobi need to concentrate chakra and maintain them most of time during battles. But most of shinobis wasted much of their chakra to execute the technique. In a battle, if you waste chakra like that, you will quickly become exhausted and become an easy target for the enemy. To repeat this exercise multiple times will not only improve your chakra control, but also your chakra reserves. That's why even Kages doing this exercise to improve both their chakra control and chakra reserves, explained Kakashi then was about turn to leave. Sakura, you try to master the exercise. He turned to Sasuke and Naruto then asked, I guess that you two will do your own training, right? Both of them just nodded. When you all have done, return to Tezuna's house. I will be there. With that, he left Team 7 to their training. Naruto then looked at Sasuke, who turned away from him. Naruto approached him and pulled out 2 scrolls from his pouch and said, This is 2 new Katan Jutsus. I promised that I will teach you. Try to master them by the time we will fight Zabuza. Also increase the gravity seal to LV7. You will handle it just fine. Naruto was about to walk away, but he stopped and said, I understand why you not want to talk with me, but I just want you to understand that even if you considered you like my brother, there were some things that I can't tell you. Not because I don't trust you, but because it will damage your heart greatly. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto's back with confused expression. He doesn't understand what Naruto want to say. Naruto was about to walk away, but Sakura's voice called out to him from behind caused him to turn to her. Naruto-kun. What is it, Sakura-chan? Sakura fidgeted nervously, recalling yesterday's incident. Ano, about yesterday. I understand what you want to say, Sakura-chan, but forgive me because I can't reply your feelings. For now. Sakura looked down hurt and tried not to cry. Naruto, seeing that, started to rephrase. No, don't get me wrong. You are an incredible girl, Sakura-chan. You smart, determined, and very kind girl. The problem is not in you, but in me. Not because I don't feel anything to you, but because I have matters. The matters that I need to do. I can't be allowed to be distracted until I finish that goal. That's why I didn't respond to your feelings yesterday night. The same is with Ino-san. I can only be your friend, Sakura-chan. That's all I can offer now. Sakura heard that Naruto said that he felt something to her, and that calmed her down a bit. But she still feel disappointed because he didn't want a relationship now. But she won't give up. Naruto said that he felt something to her, so that is her hope to win his heart. I understand, Naruto-kun. Then I will wait for you. Wait till you are ready to accept my feelings. Wait till you ready to accept my heart, said Sakura with so much emotion and touching her heart. Naruto looked wide eyes at her reply. Sakura looked up and smiled a little at Naruto, which caused Naruto to smile faintly. Sakura then recalled what she really wanted to ask. Naruto-kun, I want you to train me. Naruto looked surprised at her request and was about to ask why she suddenly decided to do that. After yesterday's encounter with Zabuza, I understand that I was completely useless back then. I could only stand there and watch how Sensei and Sasuke fight. Even when you were caught in Suru no Jutsu, I could only do one thing, and that is to scream out your name. Sakura looked down and gripped her knuckles tighter. I don't want to be a burden to the team anymore. I want to be strong. I want to be a proud kunoichi that could stand by your side and fight together with. Not to stand aside and watch how my own battle was fight for me. I want to be strong to be worthy of you, Naruto-kun. Sakura finished with so much determination in her eyes. He never saw so much determination blazing in her eyes. Naruto smiled and rubbed her head. Okay, but I will not be able to presence myself to watch over your training, so I will leave my clone here. I also need to training in order to prepare for the fight that will come. Sakura hearing that, and her eyes shine with gratitude. Arigato, Naruto-kun. I promised you won't regret it. Naruto smirked darkly and replied, Oh, but I assure you, Sakura-chan, you will regret it, because my training is hell. Sakura shivered and already felt regret at her decision. But first she must master the chakra training exercise first. With Sasuke. Sasuke is reading the first scroll, which contains Naruto's original Katan Jutsu. Katan. Ryuo Bakwenjin aka Dragon King's Exploding Flame. The technique is an offensive move that surround yourself with chakra and then shaped it to a dragon. Then unleashed it with a blinding speed with destructive force at your opponent. Naruto's second technique is called Katan. Injinkan aka Blazing God Fist. It's a ninjutsu technique to surround your fist with Katan chakra to execute deadly taijutsu moves, as well as unleashed blazing chakra attacks from the fists. So far his progress was not really good. But as expected, those techniques that was invented by Naruto all are A-class technique bordering S-class. And Naruto gave him this techniques for him to master. It is really an honor to have these techniques in his arsenal. Naruto truly is a genius in shinobi arts. With Sakura. Sakura, as expected, had managed to finish the climbing tree exercise really quickly, due for her being a female, so her reserves were not so big. But because of that, Naruto's clone ordered for her to do that exercise again until she exhausted herself. Sakura already regrets about her decision, but even so she wanted to be stronger to not be a burden to her team anymore. She wanted to be a medic nin, but she didn't want to be like regular medic nin that could only support. No, she wants to be like Senju Tsunade to be able to fight as well as heal her comrades. Naruto's clone said Sakura has a nearly perfect chakra control, so she also planned to learn Genjutsu in case she need to fool her enemy. With Naruto. Naruto walked further into the forest and began to try out his new futon moves. Futon. Fujin Tapa. Wind God Breakthrough. Naruto inhale and exhale a spectral figure that roared loudly and rushed forward and destroyed everything in his path. The trees were seen flying up from the technique. After executing the technique, Naruto took a deep breath while closing his eyes. Then he opened his eyes and narrowed them as he saw there was a hidden cave that was hidden between two really old huge trees, but the upper part was already being destroyed by Naruto. Naruto approached the cave carefully, looked inside for anything unexpected to happen, but nothing happened, so he stepped in slowly and took one of the torches, which were surround the side of the cave. Naruto slowly walked in and find different ancient images portrait on the wall of the cave, like it was some kind of story that was engraved on the walls of the cave. Finally, he reached the end of the cave. Opposite of him there was writing on a huge boulder. If you are the chosen one, then you must have the Eye of Fate. Open this entrance and reclaim what rightfully belonged to you, the descendant of Sakamoto Reiji. After he read the writings, Naruto began to think about what this writings is about. Eye of Fate, Sakamoto Reiji, who is he? He thought for a while and suddenly an idea came to him. Maybe the writing is talking about his Uzurigan, though it said that he was the descendant of Sakamoto Reiji. But how is that possible for him to wield Uzurigan if he was not Uzumaki? Besides, the only one that should be able to have that eye is he, the Sadame no Uzumaki. But according to what Jushiro-sama told him, that millennia ago there was a person that first wielded Uzurigan. Maybe that person was this Sakamoto Reiji. Either way, he still needs to try out his idea. So, Naruto closed his right eye and concentrated chakra into it to activate Uzurigan. Then he opened his right eye to reveal Uzurigan in his eye. Suddenly, the cave began to shake and slowly the huge boulder began to split in half, and when it completely opened and the cave stopped shaking, it revealed a treasure chest inside. Naruto moved closer, then opened the chest, which revealed a scroll inside, a very old-looking scroll. He opened it carefully and read Rokushiki. Then he proceeded to read more. Rokushiki was a taijutsu style created by Sakamoto Reiji. This style was specifically developed for incredible strong humans with incredible endurance. Rokushiki itself consists of 6 moves: Jeppo, Tekai, Shurgon, Saru, Kamii, and Rankyaku. Jeppo is a Rokushiki move that allowed the user to kick the air to float in the sky. This technique could be used to travel to long distance while not touching the ground. Tekai is a technique where the user enhanced his muscle to the extent of iron to nullify the damage caused by enemies' attack. Tekai also could be used as an offensive move by enhancing the density of muscles to produce devastating attacks, like Tsunade's chakra-infused punch. Shurgon is a move where the user could drill fingers to target's body at very high speed that leave a wound like that of bullet wound. It is very deadly. If you could use this technique at enemies' vital points, they will die instantly. Soru is a speed technique like Shunshin that help the user to move very fast. It can be used as defensive to avoid enemies' attack through high speed, or as offensive to deliver fast blows at the enemy so that they will be dead before they could realize anything. Kami is a defensive technique that made the body go limp and float like a paper to avoid attacks. And finally, Rankyaku is an offensive technique. The user must kick the air with such speed and strength that it created a compressed air blade that could slice objects, and when hit the human body the effect will be very deadly. The one that could fully master all 6 moves will gain access to the ultimate move of Rokushiki, Rokushiki Ugi, Rokugan. The user concentrate an incredible amount of chakra in his fists and unleash them at his target, which will then cause a shock wave that could easily destroy a building. Naruto was in awe at the power of Rokushiki. He just wondered why no one managed to find this cave though. He decided that he will start practicing Rokushiki from this moment to increase his stamina as well as his taijutsu techniques. He proceeds to create as many clones as he could and ordered them to practice 1 move each. With Sakura. Sakura felt like crap from all those trainings. First, she must stick for a tree and fight like an hour with Naruto's clone. Then he ordered her to increase the LV of Gravity Seal to 6 and told her try to get used to the weight, and again told her to climb trees with the Gravity Seal active. Then he told her to punch a tree so that she could pulverize it with 1 punch like Tsunade. It's not really difficult for her to do that because of her near-perfect chakra control, though the problem was her chakra reserve. Even though the tree climbing exercise managed to expand her reserve, but there was still room for improvement. She asked Naruto clone so that she could rest a little and to be done for today. Naruto's clone agreed. This is her first training with him after all. So he dispersed and Sakura sighed in relief and sat down to the ground exhausted. Man, never knew that training with Naruto-kun will be this hard. But I could feel it, said Sakura and looked down at her fist, which she clenched and unclenched it slowly. I could feel that I've become stronger than before. I will need to train harder in order to keep up with my teammates. Sakura stood up and go to Tezuna's house. On the way, she wondered what kind of training Sasuke and Naruto is doing now. She went in the house and walked to the kitchen. There, she saw Tsunami was about to prepare to go to the market, but she was also seen cooked, so Sakura offered her help. Tsunami thanked her for that. Tezuna decided to go with her to guide her to the market. As they are walking, Sakura looked around and saw that most of the people were on the street. They all looked really miserable and homeless. This is what all started after Gato has taken over our country. All who opposed him will be taken care of. That's why the bridge is our only hope. It will be the symbol of courage to this village once more, said Tezuna. Sakura looked around the people once more and thought with determination. Naruto-kun, Sasuke. We must help the people of this country. Then she recalled something in Tezuna's story and asked, You said that the bridge will become the symbol of courage once more. Did that mean that there was a symbol of courage in the past? Tezuna didn't answer but just looked down to the ground and the hat shadowed his eyes. Sakura began to feel horrible for offending him. She was about to apologize, but Tezuna replied, I will tell you about that at the dinner. Sakura blinked questionably, but decided to stay silent. Time skip. After the shopping, they returned to Tezuna's house. Sakura helped Tsunami with the cooking. When they are done, Sasuke appeared. He looked pretty roughed up and there was some burn mark on his clothes. He was panting and his hands-on was on his knees to support him. Kakashi was reading his Aika, noticed Sasuke and looked up and asked, You looked pretty rough up, Sasuke. What kind of training did you do? Naruto gave me 2 high-level Katan jutsus and I am trying to master them. Pretty hard if you ask me. But I will master them when Zabuza decided to return, said Sasuke and sat to his seat. Naruto-kun still but here yet. Maybe I will go and search for him, proposed Sakura in concern. No need for that. Naruto was a slave driver when it comes to training others, but his own training is far more insane. He will return when he want. I've known him for 5 years. He fine, said Sasuke and began to dig on his food with lightning speed. and so they start to eat the dinner. After the dinner, Sakura looked at the picture and saw that the far right part was ripped, so she decided to ask, "Ano, why is this picture was torn up there?" Sakura asked while pointing at the ripped-out part. "I saw Inari-kun looked at the picture the while time during dinner. This torn part looks like someone intentionally tore away the person who was there." After she said that, Tezuna's, Inari's, and Tsunami's face become solemn. Kakashi and Sasuke also noticed that and began to pay attention. "It's my husband," answered Tsunami while washing dishes. "I did say that I will told you about the former symbol of courage when everyone will gather, right?" Sakura nodded her head and Tezuna began to tell them the story. He was a man that was once known as the hero of this town. When Tezuna started to retell the story, Inari stood up and walked away. Tsunami asked where he is going, but he just left and slammed the door. Then she turned back to Tezuna and said displeasingly, "Tu-san, I told you to not talk about him in front of Inari." With that, she left to follow Inari. "What's wrong with Inari-kun?" asked Sakura. "There must be a reason behind this," deduced Kakashi. "Inari had a dad that wasn't related to him." And so Tezuna began to tell them about the man named Kaiza, a simple fisherman but managed to bring the courage from people's heart by proving that with enough desire, you could make the impossible possible. He proved that when he swam to the other side when the flood happened. But then Gato came and executed Kaiza in front of everyone to make example. Inari never believed in heroes since that time, because to him heroes didn't existed, because they will eventually die. Next morning, in the forest, Naruto was sleeping heavily, lying in the ground. From all those training yesterday, he felt really tired. Not far from him, there was a pretty girl with brown eyes and pink yukata that gathering the herbs. She noticed Naruto and recalled that it was the same boy that nearly killed her master. At first she decided to snap his neck and end his life, but for some reason she rethinks and decided to wake him up. "Hey, wake up! You are going to catch a cold if you sleep there," said the girl. Naruto groggily woke up and rubbed his eyes to clear his vision, then asked, "Who are you?" The girl Jutsu smiled softly at him. Naruto blinked, then looked at the girl and asked, "Did you wake me up? And what are you doing here so early?" "Picking herbs," the girl answered simply. "Herbs? For who?" "For my precious person." Naruto decided to offer his help then. "Then would you not mind that I will help you?" "No, of course not," replied the girl. And so they began to pick up the herbs. The girl decided to ask while looking from the corner of her eye, "Why are you up so early in the morning?" Naruto didn't look back at her but continued to pick up the plant on the ground, though still answered, "I trained since yesterday, but exhausted myself too much, so I slept here to replenish my energy." "Training? So you are a shinobi or something?" asked the girl. "Yes, I am shinobi. The Hittite on my biceps proved that after all," replied Naruto. "You are pretty strong already, so why you need to train even more? For what or who do you fighting for?" asked the girl. Naruto turned to face her and asked back, "Do you satisfy with the current world?" The girl looked at him strangely while wondered why he asked something so strange. All these fightings, all these killings. Children were forced to become shinobi and then died on missions. "Do you satisfied with a world like this?" Naruto then looked up at the sky and continued, "I am not. That's why I need to be stronger in order to change this world with my hands." The girl was shocked at what he just said. She looked at his eyes and saw controller hatred, justice, and leadership in his eyes. "You are really amazing, but do you have precious person or people?" Naruto narrowed his eyes and wondered why she asked that question. "Why does it matter?" "I believed that the person is able to become truly strong when they wish to protect someone they cherish." That phrase caused Naruto's eyes to widen in wonder and agreement. He completely agreed with her, but not everything is so simple. Sometimes your precious person won't be able to understand you and you will be forced to hurt him or her. The girl then stood up with a basket of herbs and was about to walk away. But before she do that, she decided to ask. You are a really interesting person. Could you tell me your name? I'd like to meet with you one more time. I am Haku, by the way. Oh, and I am a boy, by the way. Naruto snorted at her reply and said, You may be able to fool the others, but not me. You are a girl. Naruto then smirked at her and asked, Or do you want me to prove that fact by tearing your clothes apart? Haku blushed heavily at his suggestion. She covered herself on instinct, which proved the fact that Naruto was right. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and you won't need to wait for us to meet again. I am planning to go Zabuza's hideout just now, said Naruto, then narrowed his eyes and finished his sentence. Nay, Hunternin-san? Haku widens her eyes at being found out and prepared to fight Naruto, all the while looking at Naruto's crystal blue orbs nervously. Nami no Kuni. Inside a forest. Naruto is looking at Haku with a confident smirk in his face. It amused him greatly to see Haku's shock face when he revealed her identity. Haku is gulping nervously. This person in front of her has defeated her master and could kill her easily. She knows that she won't stand much of a chance against him, but even so she won't go down without a fight. Haku slowly reached her hand to the pouch to reach for the poison senbons. She stopped her action when she heard him say, Relax, I just want to talk with Zabuza-san, and gives him a proposition. I am not here to fight, said Naruto, and put his hands to his pocket and left himself unguarded to gain the Kunoichi's trust. Why should I believe you? You are the one that injured Zabuza-sama to the state he is in, retort Haku with narrowed eyes and still not let her guard down. Naruto's eyes changed and become icy, and he said calmly, Why should you believe me? Obviously, I restrained myself when using that Mizuchi. The real Mizuchi will completely destroy all the body of the opponent from the inside. Hearing then, Haku widens her eyes in horror and relief that Naruto has restrained himself. Okay. Follow me then, Uzumaki-san, stuttered Haku nervously and told Naruto to follow her. Zabuza's hideout. Zabuza felt himself a little better. He is testing his strength by crush an apple in his palm. Suddenly the door opened. Zabuza glanced at the door and saw Haku has come back from gathering the herbs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and he was about to leap at the person behind Haku. But Haku restrained her master. What is the meaning of this, Haku? Why is this brat here? Asked Zabuza and turned to Haku furiously. Before Haku could answer, Naruto decided to answer ahead of her. Good evening, Zabuza-san. How are you feeling? I was the one that asked Haku-san to bring me here. Zabuza narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked, And what do you want with me? I thought you are a Konoha shinobi. Are you going rogue? That's pretty brave for a brat like you. I am only temporary with Konoha. I still have some unfinished business in Konoha. That's why I can't leave just yet. But enough about that. I'd like to offer you an interesting proposition. Zabuza-san. Zabuza heard that, narrowed his eyes and leaned in closer to hear what Naruto has to offer. I am listening. Naruto nodded his head and then unsealed the Nenekarimaru from the seal, which caused Haku to react. Naruto raised his palm to stop Haku and began to talk. In our fight, you asked where I got this blade, and I answered that this blade is my rightful heirloom. Zabuza nodded at that. That's simple, really. Nenekarimaru is the heirloom of the leaders of Uzumaki clan. Zabuza widens his eyes and asked, You mean you are the true Uzumaki by blood? Naruto nodded at that. That's surprising because I knew some fellows that just like to call themselves Uzumaki. I certainly know the story of Uzumaki being destroyed, but never expected for a survivor. Naruto closed his eyes and said, There are certain survivors, but they've already on their own now. I am an Uzumaki by blood, but I was born in Konoha. Due to a certain accident, I appeared in Yuzu and found out the whole miserable and cruel truth. And what truth is that? Asked Haku curiously. Naruto looked at her and shook his head. I can't tell you that now. It's a top secret after all. At least not before. You two join me to reconstruct Yuzu to its former glory. Hearing that caused Zabuza to widen his eyes and he asked, Wait, Gaki. You are proposing us to join you in reconstructing Yuzu? Naruto nodded curtly. Zabuza began to laugh hysterically. This kid is completely on same for offering him that. Guy ha ha ha. You are really insane, kid. Everybody knows that's impossible to reconstruct Yuzu back to its former state. There are only ruins there for so many years now. What you are suggesting is crazy. It's time. Naruto closed his eyes with a mysterious smirk. That's what the people of Yuzu want for the world to think that. Zabuza narrowed his eyes and asked, What do you mean by that? Naruto snapped his eyes open and looked at Zabuza. People of Yuzu knew that one day they will be extinct. Do you really think they didn't prepare for that? The last leader of Uzumaki has put a special ancient seals on each of Yuzu's buildings to reverse the time of a designated place. The reconstruction of Yuzu is not a problem. The problem is the population. I want you to help me to recruit the people that wants to live a new life, and if you can find the Uzumakis. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Zabuza to recall all those times that he must hide as a missing nin without a home to return. And this boy offering a home to him. Yuzu is the safest place because without a special way you won't be able to reach it. But there is still a question in his head that he wants to ask Naruto. What do you plan on doing after you brought Yuzu back? Naruto looked seriously at Zabuza and replied, To completely annihilate shinobi system from the face of the world. That's the only way I could see how to free this world. Because of that, I will stand against all 5 major villages. Zabuza and Haku widened their eyes again. This kid is plain insane. He is planning to wage a war with the world, with only Yuzu. Do you know that what you just suggest is insane, Gaki? There is no way you could stand a chance against all the 5 shinobi villages. That's just plain impossible. Really? Then look into my eyes and say that again, said Naruto seriously and turned his gaze at Zabuza. In Naruto's eyes is pure determination and resolve. There was not even a bit belief that he will fail. That Zabuza realized that this kid will change the world. The world will never be the same again, because Naruto Uzumaki will change everything. Haku also looked Naruto's crystal blue eyes and thought, Sugoi. His eyes didn't even waver a bit. I've never seen anyone with this much resolve before. You are amazing, Naruto-sama. Naruto still looks at Zabuza with the same gaze full of resolve and determination. Zabuza turned his gaze away from Naruto and said, Still what you suggest is impossible, and I don't want to follow a crazy man. I need time to think about your proposition, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto nodded his head in understand and said, If you need time, then it's okay with me. But Naruto put a seal from his pouch to the table, which caused Zabuza and Haku to look at it curiously. If you accept the proposition, then please contact me through this communication seal. Naruto then turned and was about to leave. I will await for your decision then, Zabuza-san, Haku-san. Naruto just about to step out of the room then remembered something and turned back to the 2 behind him. Oh, by the way, that old bastard Gato won't gonna pay you anything. He is just using for his goals. But I think you already deduced that, Zabuza-san. Therefore, we don't have any reason to kill each other. But if we are still gonna fight, I am asking you to not kill anyone from Konoha team. You can push them to their limits, but no killing, please. Zabuza raised his eyebrow up and asked with a devious grin. Oh, and what if I decided to spill some blood? What will you do, Suddenly both Zabuza and Haku widens their eyes as a ridiculous amount of ki is directed at them. Haku started to sweat and gulp nervously. Naruto's body is covered in blue chakra and his eyes is glowing icy blue. I think I don't need to answer your question, Zabuza-san. You yourself know what the consequence will be, said Naruto coldly and shunshin away. Zabuza sighed out in relief and muttered, What ki? I can't believe that boy has so much power. But it's as expected from a true Uzumaki heir and the person that will change the world. Tazuna's house. Naruto stepped in the house and noticed only Tsunami that is doing something at the kitchen. Naruto approached her and asked, Hello, Tsunami-san. Do you know where is the rest of my team? Tsunami turned to Naruto and exclaimed, "Ah, Naruto-san, you are back. You know, everybody was really worried when you didn't come back from your training. I apologize for that, but I want to know the location of the rest of my team. Please." Well, Sakura-chan and Sasuke-kun is outside in the forest training again. Kakashi-sensei is with my father. Acting like his bodyguard, replied Tsunami. Thank you, said Naruto and was about to walk out, but Tsunami interrupted him. Wait, Naruto-san. Naruto turned back to face her. You still haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Maybe you should sit down to eat something. I will be really glad if you accept my proposition, Tsunami said and smiling at Naruto. Suddenly Naruto's stomach decided to make itself known. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and nodded his head in acceptance. When Naruto's stomach rumbled, Tsunami accidentally looked at Naruto's body and blushed heavily. How the heck a kid at the age of 12 had such fantastic figure. You see, after the hellish training to practice Rokushiki, which forcefully pushed the user's body to the very limits, Naruto's body build improved greatly. His muscles are lean and firm. Basically, Naruto's body looks like Gohan SSJ2 during the battle with Cell. Naruto has unzipped his jacket during the training and never zipped it back. Naruto looked at Tsunami's red face and asked, Is something wrong, Tsunami-san? Your whole face is red. And nothing. I will bring you something to eat right away, stuttered Tsunami and hurriedly went to the kitchen. She started to understand why that Sakura girl liked this boy this much. He is very polite, not to mention handsome to boot. With Sakura Haruno has changed really much after she started training with Naruto's clone. Even though the clone has dispersed long ago, Sakura still followed the training regimen that Naruto's clone showed her. Her body gained a bit of muscles and her figure improved greatly. Her busy grows to seek up thanks to the training and Tsunami-san's help to improve her busy size. Her figure also became Kavya. Sakura Haruno slowly, but she is becoming a true kunoichi. Of course, she knows that she is still the weakest of her team. But she will prove the others that even as the weakest of Team 7, she will not be a burden to her team. She also often thinking to herself, why Naruto-kun didn't accept her feelings. She knows that he didn't actually reject her and she could see that Naruto also cares for her. She really wants to know the answer to that question and hope that one day she will find the answer to it. With Sasuke finally managed to master the 2 high-level katanjutsu that Naruto entrusts to him. Not only that, he has also invented the variation technique of Injinkan. He called it Injin no Yoroi, blazing god armor. After the activation of Injinkan, he could manipulate it to cover him in a cloak of flame to use both offensive as well as defensive. Injin no Yoroi is a trump card to use against Hyuga because they aimed for Tenketsu because of their Juken. But Injin no Yoroi is in flame armor that has a very high temperature. Because of that, Hyuga won't be able to touch the user. Sasuke is very grateful for Naruto to give him such techniques. That just proves one more time that Naruto is genius that is far different than the other genius. He doesn't have anyone to teach him from the beginning like Itachi or even Kakashi-sensei. Naruto is inventing techniques on his own, relied only on books and the concept of other powerful techniques to create his own techniques. That's why Naruto has his most respect. Sasuke don't have a doubt that in near future Naruto will surpass Itachi. That's why he wants to become stronger to fight equally with Naruto. Certainly, he never saw Naruto go all out, but that's why he want to know just how powerful Naruto really is. The Chunin exam will soon come. That's the place where he will test himself against Naruto with all his strength. Time skip. Nighttime. Sakura and Sasuke reached the house and opened the door. They were both tired from the training. They heard some chattering and turned their head to see that Naruto is chatting with Tsunami about something. Naruto-kun, since when did you return? I was worried sick about you, said Sakura with narrowed eyes and put her hands to her hips. Gomen, Sakura-chan. I have my training as well. But I am fine. See, replied Naruto. Sakura took a look at Naruto and blushed heavily. Oh my god. It's only been mere days and her Naruto-kun has transformed from a human to a god. What kind of training he did to achieve such figure, she wondered. Sasuke turned to look at Sakura and saw her gaping mouth and red face. He smirked amusedly at her reaction. Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, "You sure are crazy to train to this extent. But if you did not do that, surely you are not Naruto Uzumaki. Am I right?" Naruto looked back at Sasuke and said with smirk, "You know me too well, Sasuke." "Yo! So how are your trainings, my cute genins?" said Kakashi, and I smiled, also made his presence known to them. He is holding his Ika Paradise book in his right hand as usual. "Kakashi-sensei!" exclaimed Sakura. "I have news here," said Kakashi seriously. The genins began to listen intently upon hearing their sensei's serious tone. "I think that Zabuza will recover about 2 to 3 days from now. This means that we will fight him once more. I want you all to prepare for the fight. No more training for now. You need to rest your body." "Hi, sensei," said Sakura and Sasuke simultaneously. "Ryokai," replied Naruto with a nod of his head. He then looked up to the ceiling and wondered, "What will be your decision? Zabuza-san?" It's been 3 days and finally comes a day for Team 7 to confront Zabuza and settle things once and for all. All the members of Team 7 were already outside, except Naruto. He is fake sleeping because he knew that there is a possibility for Gato to kidnap Tsunami and turned her to a hostage. "Please take care of Naruto. It seems he was still tired from the training he put himself through, so I think to let him rest a little more," said Kakashi to Tsunami, and Inari was standing near his mother. Unknown to them, while Kakashi certainly noticed, Naruto is peeking through the window. Kakashi glanced for a second to the window, but Naruto already managed to hide himself. Tsunami nodded her head and wished them good luck. Tazuna and Team 7 turned to leave and waving his hand as a sign of goodbye. Tsunami only looked at their back silently. Upstairs, Naruto also gazed at his team's back silently while thinking. Now that they've left, Gato will make his move. Even though it's a little risky to let Sasuke fight Haku, but it is the only way for him to awaken his Sharingan. Sakura-chan also should be fine. She has improved so much that I was surprised. She could be a powerful backup for Sasuke. As for Kakashi-sensei, let's see how he hold up against the Kirigakure no Kijin. If he is really that legendary, there was no way he would fall by Zabuza's hand. But I also can't allow either Zabuza or Haku to die. So I need to calculate the time perfectly to avoid the worst outcome. The bridge. When Team 7 and Tazuna arrived, they were really surprised to see all the workers lying on the ground. They were all beaten, but none of them were killed. "What's happened here?" demanded Tazuna. "It seems he is already here," thought Kakashi deductively. Tazuna's house. Naruto decided to descend and walk to Tsunami to greet her. "Good morning, Tsunami-san." Tsunami was washing the dishes, heard Naruto's greeting, and turned back to face him. "Oh, Naruto-kun, you already woke up? I didn't expect for you to wake up this early." "Well, I can't sleep forever, can't I? So where's my sensei and teammates?" wondered Naruto as he took bread from the table and began to eat it. "Your sensei told me that you should take a rest today, so they left already with my father," replied Tsunami. They should have just waked me up. They underestimated my abilities too much," complained Naruto with a tick mark on his forehead. He then looked at Tsunami and said, "Well, I will be catching up to them now." By Tsunami-san, Naruto waved at her and run away. Tsunami is about to tell him hold on, but Naruto already left. But Naruto didn't truly left, he just used Maisugekure no Jutsu to blend in with the wall. He is waiting patiently for Gato's goons to show up. Not long after Naruto left, Tsunami went to her room upstairs to gather the cloths to wash them. She called out for Inari to help her, but he didn't seem to appear. Unknown to her, the two Gato's goons are already standing there with their bloodthirsty smirk. Back to the bridge. Out of nowhere, the mist appeared around them, which alarmed Kakashi greatly. He widens his eye as he could feel chakra in this mist. This mist! He then changed to a defensive stance and warned his students. Sasuke, Sakura, he's coming. Both Sasuke and Sakura prepared to pull out a kunai from the holster and prepared to fight. Tazuna also gritted his teeth nervously. So he's alive after all. And he's already shown himself, concluded Kakashi with a narrow eye in his head. To be sure, Sakura decided to ask Kakashi the reason of the sudden phenomena. Kakashi-sensei, this is Zabuza's Kirigakure no Jutsu, right? There was a pause for a second. Suddenly a voice rang through the mist. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. And you still carrying those kids around, though one is absent. It seems the blonde Gaki is not here. What happened? Kakashi didn't reply but just looked around and ready to act when necessary. Sasuke is trembling though. Seeing that Zabuza decided to ridicule him. Look, he is trembling again. How pitiful. Sasuke widens his eyes as suddenly a bunch of Zabuza appeared around them. But the surprise turned to an excitement. Sasuke smirked and countered. I am shaking with excitement. Zabuza looked disinterested though. Kakashi smiled and turned to Sasuke, who is still smirking. Go for it, Sasuke. One Zabuza that was in front of Sasuke charged at him and attempted to cut his head. Sasuke smirked and made a move. In a blink of an eye, all Zabuzas around them were slashed be turned into water, which proved that they were just Mizu Bunshins. I can see them, thought Sasuke after defeating Zabuza's Mizu Bunshins. He could defeat Mizu Bunshins. That kid got stronger, said real Zabuza and stepped from his hiding. A rival has appeared for you, Haku. Stop joking like that, Zabuza-sama. The only one worth to be my rival is Naruto-sama, scoffed Haku but still replied. It seems so. After the statement, both sides just staring at each other for a while. But Kakashi decided to break the silence. Yeah, it seems my prediction was corrected. Your prediction? Wondered Zabuza. The masked guy implied Kakashi. Sakura only now noticed that Haku was the same person that she saw back then and opened her mouth with funny eyes. So it means Naruto is correct, contended Sasuke looking calmly at Haku. So it was a lie that he was a hunter nin from Kiri? Added Tazuna. He's on Zabuza's side no matter how you look at it, concluded Kakashi. Kakashi and Sakura were discussing about how they didn't like Haku. Sasuke stared at Haku all the time though. I'll fight him, said Sasuke with a voice that there will be no arguments. Hi, Sakura asked back. He pulled that stupid act to fool us. I hate guys like that, replied Sasuke. Don't try to act cool here, Sasuke. That guy is with Zabuza, he is not an easy opponent. I suggested we waited for Naruto-kun to arrive then took care of both of them, suggested Sakura with a serious face. Kakashi was surprised at Sakura's mature statement. Even though he knew that Sakura changed because of hang out with Naruto, he didn't know that she will mature this fast. Naruto had completely changed her from a useless fangirl to a true kunoichi. Then he glanced at Sasuke to wait for his response. Sasuke gripped his knuckles tightly and refused. No, we don't need to wait for Naruto. I will fight him alone. I need to test myself just how my strength has grown since the academy. I need to shorten the gap between them. Sasuke thought about Itachi and Naruto in his head. Meanwhile, Haku and Zabuza have their own conversation. That boy is quite interesting, even though the Mizu Bunshins have only 1/10 of original strength. He dealt well with those clones, he deserved to be on the same team with Naruto-sama. But we made the first move. Let's go, said Zabuza, then he voiced his question that was in his head since Haku decided to address Naruto-sama. What the heck with that Naruto-sama crap? Don't tell me you feel attracted to that kid. Nothing like that. I respect Naruto-sama for his determination and guts, countered Haku. Her expression is unknown because of the hunter nin mask. And just that Haku twisted herself, creating a tornado and head straight to Sasuke. Sasuke was surprised seeing that move, but narrowed his eyes and ready for the counter. Tazuna's house. The two goons managed to abduct Tsunami and was about to leave. Inari, after recalling his father's words of courage and Naruto's words in the belief of heroes, charged at the two goons not caring for his well-being. He charged at them with only one desire, to save his mom. The two goons felt annoyed about the kid and decided to kill him. Tsunamis looked at them in panic and threatened to bite her tongue and die. But one of them had enough of her abs just knocked her unconscious. Just as Inari about to cleave in half, a clash of blades was heard. Back to the bridge. Sasuke and Haku clashed kunai and senbon with each other. Both sides tried to overpower the other. Zabuza was still standing aside and observed the battle of his accomplice. Oh, he was able to catch up with Haku's speed. Kakashi also observed the battle and then turned to Sakura to warn her. Sakura, stick close to Tazuna-san and stay close to me. Let Sasuke handles the masked guy. Sakura did as she was said and stood in defensive stance. Sasuke and Haku still clashing blades with each other. For a moment, they separate and then rotate only to clash blades again. I didn't want to kill you, but it seems you won't back off, right? Contended Haku and still trying to overpower Sasuke. Damn right. I won't back off no matter what, Sasuke retorted back with a smirk. As I thought, but you are in disadvantage now. That's why you won't be able to keep up with me anymore. And I've two advantages, replied Haku with confidence. Two advantages? Repeated Sasuke questionably. First, I am surrounded by water, and the second is, I've sealed one of your hands. Therefore, you can only take and block my attacks, explained Haku her advantages. Sasuke was about to shout back that are in same conditions, but he widens his eyes when he saw Haku formed hand seals with one hand. Even Kakashi was shocked when he saw the face Hunter Nin formed hand seals with one hand. Haku finished forming hand seals and unleashed her jutsu. Hijitsu, Sensatsu Sueisho. She stomped her foot on the ground and the water started to raise up. Slowly the water turned to senbons and was prepared to fly at Sasuke with shocking speed. Sasuke looking around and sweat nervously while thought, this is bad. I don't have a choice. I must use that jutsu to survive. He closed his eyes in concentration. Haku jumped back that moment the needles flew at Sasuke with shocking speed. But the moment Haku back off Sasuke also formed hand signs with equal speed. Tazuna's house. The two goons looked surprised as in front of them stood a kid with spiky blind hair and blue cold eyes. He is clashing his own blade with theirs. Where did you come from? Demanded one of the goons irritated. You guys will be dead soon. That is unnecessary, retorted Naruto coldly. What did you say? Shot back the one with a cap and thrust his sword at Naruto. Naruto disappeared in front of them, which caused them to look around. Then they put their gaze to the ground and noticed Tsunami was not there as well. Naruto appeared at the tree where he put Inari there. He was holding Tsunami bridal style. He slowly put her at the tree and was about to leave. Tsunami opened her eyes that moment and shouted in auto, Inari. He is fine, replied Naruto with his back to her. He stopped moving when he heard her voice. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? I thought you already went to the bridge, asked Tsunami confused. I knew that something like that may happen, so I fake my leaving to caught those goons of guard. Now please, head back to your house. I will take care of those 2-inch, replied Naruto and smiled at her. Will you be okay? Asked Tsunami worthily while pick up Inari. Naruto nodded his head and Shunshin back to the goons. We lost a hostage because of you, Gaki. Now you will die painfully, shouted the one with eye patch and charged at Naruto. The one with the cap followed him. Naruto disappeared in front of their eyes once again, only to appear behind them with Nenakarimaru withdrawn and took off their heads. He didn't even bother to look at their corpses and just leaving while flicking his sword off blood. Back to the bridge. Haku looked back at the outcome, and she was surprised when she saw steam coming out where Sasuke's supposed to be. Steam! The sight began to clear and now everyone could see Sasuke was enveloped in flame armor. He stood there sweating a bit with a smirk. Sasuke used the moment of surprise and began to form hand seals. Katan, Hausenka no Jutsu. Sasuke blew a couple of small fireballs at Haku, which caused her to jump back and dodge them carefully. But that was what Sasuke wanted. He used Hausenka no Jutsu as a distraction to ambush her from behind. You're pretty slow. Haku turned her head to the voice behind. Now you will be the one to take and block my attacks. He began to spin, as was she. But Sasuke has a trick this time. The moment they were about to clash blades again, he threw the other kunai in his hand, while forced Haku to bend down and using that moment to kick her hard to send her fly back to the ground. Sakura, Kakashi, and even Zabuza was surprised that Sasuke managed to stay on top of the fight. Sasuke is amazing, muttered Sakura in awe. She knows that Sasuke is string because he is from Uchiha clan and was trained by Naruto-kun since he was 7, but she was still surprised as he managed to deliver first serious strike that knocked down Zabuza's accomplice. He definitely becomes much stronger than before, Kakashi said to himself as he observed the fight. Haku shook her head and slowly picked herself up from the ground. She stood up slowly and asked, "How do you survive from my Setsatsu Suesho? I thought I've you with that jutsu there." Sasuke smirked cockily and replied back, "That was definitely a close call, but I've managed to activate my Enjin no Yoroi to effectively melt your water needles upon the contact. So do you've any trick? Bring it out or you will be wiped to the ground again." Really, Uchiha arrogance will never leave them. Even if Naruto tried to drill that in his head, Uchiha just has so much pride. That's why their ego is one of their weaknesses. Zabuza, you made a huge mistake when underestimate my students just because they are children. Sasuke is Konoha's top rookie. Sakura is the smartest child. And I don't need to mention him. Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's most unpredictable enigma. As the afterthought, Kakashi added in his mind. Yeah, such an enigma that not even Hokage-sama knew what he is capable of. But unknown to either of the side, Naruto has arrived and was observing the battle from afar on a tree branch. Zabuza turned to Haku and ordered, "Stop playing around and get serious already, Haku. We still need to capture that geezer there." Zabuza implied to Tazuna that was trying to make him unnoticed by them. Haku nodded her head in acceptance. "As you wish, Zabuza-sama. I will finish him real quick." Haku began to slowly approach Sasuke, which alarmed him. He noticed the air began to become colder. "It will be over now. You will not be able to keep up with my true speed," proclaimed Haku as she made a weird hand seal. Sasuke gulped and looking wearily at Haku. "True speed, you say?" Sudden, an ice mirror slowly started to form behind Sasuke, which shocked him. Then the while Sasuke's surrounding was covered by ice mirrors, creating a dome around him and Haku. Hijitsu, Makio Hyosho, Haku called out her jutsu when it was successful performed. The mirrors stared to glow and Haku went inside one if it. This shocked the entire Team 7 greatly. What the heck is that jutsu?" wondered Kakashi in shock. At the tree branch, Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Hayatan, didn't know that you have a Kekii Genkai. Haku-san?" He looked back to Sasuke that was looking back and forth at the ice mirrors. "You must overcome this trial in order to become stronger and to awake your Sharingan, Sasuke. Also show me the results of your hard training." Naruto glanced at Zabuza, which was observing the battle with calculating eyes. If Kakashi decided to intervene, then Zabuza will intercept him. And Kakashi can't make reckless move or else Sakura and Tazuna will be endangered. But that was what he thinks. Sakura is no longer useless anymore. In fact, she will prove that to both Kakashi and Zabuza in this battle. Naruto then turned his gaze to Sakura and softened his eyes. She really tried hard to become stronger and to earn his recognition. In the ice dome, Sasuke is being assaulted from all sides by the Senbons. He could only stand there and receive Haku's attacks. Sasuke is screaming in pain, which horrified both Sakura and Kakashi. Kakashi decided that it was time to intervene, but Zabuza intercepted him and threatened if he decided to intervene, he will kill both Sakura and Tazuna. Just how long will this continue? Thought Sasuke while gritting his teeth. He didn't even have time to form any hand seal. "Kyuso, is this all I can do? If it is, then I won't ever be able to catch up to those two." The only hype for me is to either wait for Naruto to arrive to double-team him from both sides or to somehow unlock my Sharingan. Easier said than done, though. Back at the tree branch, Naruto still observing the battle with calm expression. People called that being cold heart. But Naruto Uzumaki from the start didn't know what is love, happiness, or the other emotions that highly emotional. He only just recently discovers the meaning of friends. That was the only thing he understood right now. On the bridge, Sasuke was trapped in Haku's deadly jutsu, which is Haku's Kekkei Genkai. Haku basically is holding him in tight rope right now. Kakashi and Sakura were worried about him, but they couldn't move because one wrong move and Zabuza may kill Tazuna. Well, technically Kakashi thought that. Sakura is waiting for her chances to free Sasuke from that deadly ice dome. Just stand there and watch the battle of our students. Kakashi, said Zabuza in amusement and crossing his hands. Kakashi glared daggers at Zabuza, but he need to protect both Sakura and Tazuna. He couldn't act carelessly. I've training hard with Naruto-kun as well. I refuse to be a dead weight for my team, Sakura thought determinedly and began to charge forward with her fist cocking forward. Chakra was infused to her fist. Zabuza decided just ignored her because he thought that she is useless either way. Even Haku didn't react to her action. But imagine their surprised and shocking face when Sakura managed to shatter one of the mirrors. The face of everyone on the bridge was utterly shocked. They were just speechless. Oh my god, she shattered it with her punch. What the heckle you done to Sakura, Naruto? Kakashi thought with his eyes widened in disbelief. Did that little girl hide that strength entire time? Did that mean that she pretended the first time we met? Zabuza then narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, this must be the result of her training with that crazy Gaki. Just in 2 weeks, 2 short weeks, and he transformed the girl into this female Hercules. Even though my mirrors are not as tough-like from inside, they were still very hard. And yet this girl managed to pulverize it with one fist. Haku thought impressed at Sakura's strength. Up in the trees, Naruto seeing how Sakura pulverized the mirror and smiled lightly. Good job, Sakura-chan. You proved them all wrong. You are not a helpless girl anymore, but a true kunoichi that can stand in one line with us. Naruto was extremely proud of Sakura. Then he put his cold gaze at Sasuke and thought, Sakura-chan has showed her result of the training. Now show me your evolution, Sasuke. Show me your Sharingan. With Sasuke's eyes was widened and his mouth was opened in shock. Did Sakura just shatter the ice mirror with one punch? The same Sakura that he always thought she was useless. But Sasuke quickly snapped out of to reality and was about to use this chance that Sakura created for him to escape this deadly ice hell. Haku also snapped out from her trance and quickly knocked Sakura out with a senbon to her neck. She has put Sakura to the temporary death state like with Zabuza. After that, she quickly reforms a mirror and moved right in front of Sasuke to assault him with senbons. Gra! Shouted Sasuke holding his right shoulder as it was pinned by senbons. He looked up painfully and glared at Haku. I must say that was unexpected. I never thought that Pinkette will manage to destroy my mirror. She even exposed the weakness of my jutsu. I am very impressed, said Haku as she is reflecting herself on all the mirrors. But it's over now. You don't have any hope now. Please, just surrender. Like hell I will. Sasuke shot back while gritting his teeth. He then glanced at the mirror and began to deduct. These were made from ice. That means fire could melt ice. With that in thought, Sasuke began to fold hand signs, while Haku didn't even took action. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. A large fireball was sent straight at the mirror that was opposite of Sasuke. The steam was raised up and Sasuke waited for the result. But as expected, the mirror was completely unscathed. Sasuke cursed silently. Do you really think the jutsu of that level will manage to melt my ice mirror? Haku asked coldly. Surrender or you will die. This is the last warning. Sasuke began to sweat nervously. It seems the fake Hunternan's patience is at his limit. Kyuso, what can I do? How can I escape this ice dome? Sharingan is my only hope. But how? How will I awaken it? And then a rain of senbons began to rain down at Sasuke. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi looked at the knocked-out figure of Sakura and cursed himself. Zabuza also glanced at the girl and commented. That was really shocking, Kakashi. To think that little girl has that much strength. Did you actually plan all that? To distract me from her, so that she will save that brat. Zabuza turned back to Kakashi and continued. But based on your shocked face, you didn't know that she possessed that ability as well. Huh? He turned to the ice dome and said, but that brat life is over now. No one has ever escaped that jutsu ever. When Haku uses this jutsu, he even stronger than me. So that brat has no hope in defeating him. What kind of jutsu is that? Demanded Kakashi with narrowed eyes. That jutsu is something that even with your Sharingan you won't able to copy. Zabuza smirked widely under his bandages. Don't tell me that jutsu is a Kekii Genkai? Kakashi deduced with widened eyes in surprise. Bingo! Must I give you a cookie for guessing right? Joked Zabuza and began to cackle. Kyuso, I can't help Sasuke while protecting Tazuna-san at the same time. Not to mention Sakura, if I made a wrong move Zabuza might take action against her as well. Where the hell is Naruto when we need him the most? Kakashi thought helplessly. He didn't know that Naruto has been standing on a tree branch not far from them and observed the battle for a while now. In Ice Dome. Sasuke right now resembles a pincushion. He was pinned by senbons nearly his entire body. He is dead tired right now. Not only the attacks were much more mercilessly, they were also much faster. Haku is serious now. Last chance. Surrender or die a painful death, Haku said coldly. Sasuke is on his knees, slowly shakily stood up and looked up at his foe with determined eyes. No, I can't die here. Not before I can fight equally with those two. Then disappear. A rain of senbons rained down at the helpless Sasuke once again. But something unexpected happened to Sasuke. Somehow he could saw the senbons moved and they were really slopey, like in slow motion. And his body receive a respectable amount of chakra out of nowhere. Sasuke dodged the senbons very easily, which shocked Haku greatly. Even Sasuke himself was shocked that just not long ago he couldn't see jack shit and was pinned like a pincushion. Now he could see everything very clearly and even felt refreshed more than ever. Haku snapped out of the shock and looked at Sasuke's eyes. They are different now, no longer they are a pair of abyss. They were red with one tomo in left eye and two on the right. Your eyes. They've changed, Haku pointed out looking at Uchiha's eyes. She moved away so that Sasuke could see his reflection. When Sasuke looked at his reflection, he was surprised to see a pair of Sharingan in his eyes. But his Sharingan is little different from the normal Sharingan. For example, in the center of the pupil there was a kanji of sei, and there was trigrams surrounding his pupil around his tomo. This is my Sharingan. But why it looked different from what I saw before? Sasuke thought to himself while looking at his reflection. With Naruto. When Naruto saw Sakura was knocked out, his fingers began to twitch unconsciously. But he calmed down and continued to observe the battle. Then he saw Sasuke was about to be finished by Haku. All his instinct was told him to rush there and save Sasuke. But he also suppresses that feeling and watches the outcome with cold expression. He wasn't disappointed when Sasuke managed to unlock his Sharingan a second before he died. But Sasuke's Sharingan was different from other Uchiha. A brand new Sharingan? I've never seen something like that before. Even through the seal I implied on Itachi, I didn't have knowledge of such eyes. It's clearly not Manjikyu Sharingan like Itachi's. So what is it? How interesting. I know you will be able to surprise me, Sasuke. But this is really interesting, Naruto deduced looking down at the ice dome. Then he noticed how easily Sasuke managed to dodge Haku's rain of senbons, which are still very fast to human eyes. And based on his movements, he clearly sees them perfectly. How interesting. Naruto has a huge smile with excited eyes. in Ice Dome. Haku decided to use her special attack by jumping from mirror to assault Sasuke. But Sasuke could see every movement of her very clearly. He skillfully avoided her strikes. I can see it. Her movements, I can see them clearly like on a screen. I don't know what happened to me, but I can win. With my Sharingan, I can win this fight. Sasuke dodged another strike with a smirk. His new Sharingan is blazing in his sockets. How? Just moments ago, he couldn't even predict where my attacks will be. Now he can predict and avoid my attacks like he can see them. Haku looked at Sasuke's pair of Sharingan and thought, must be the reason are those unusual eyes. They are not like Kakashi-san's. I don't have much chakra to maintain this jutsu anymore. I need to finish this fight quick, Haku thought in alarm. But she was not the only one. Kyuso, I feel myself weaker with each minutes. Must be the side effects of not mastering my eyes. If so, I need to finish this fight with the next move. Sasuke fell to his knees and panting heavily. The sweat is running down his forehead. He looked up at his foe with the last of his determination in his eyes. I don't have a choice now, even if it will take all my chakra to use that jutsu. I must do it. It will be the first time I will execute an S-rank ninjutsu, especially if that is a jutsu developed by those 2 foot. With that in mind, Sasuke began to fold hand signs with as speed as he could afford. He was about to unleash an S-ran jutsu developed by Itachi and Naruto together. A katan jutsu that rivaled that of Madara's Guka Mikyaku. Haku felt that Sasuke is concentrating a huge amount of chakra for this technique. So much that if unleashed it will melt not only her ice dome, but maybe even some trees as well. She must stop him before he unleashed that jutsu. She threw a couple of senbons at Sasuke, but Sasuke withstood them with gritted teeth to maintain his jutsu. Katan. Ryu Bakuinha. Sasuke shouted to the heavens and clasped his palms together. His body is glowing crimson, and then from that aura a huge crimson Chinese dragon erupted and screeches loudly. It then rushed with shocking speed around the ice dome and melts it easily. Haku's eyes was widened in shock. She couldn't believe Sasuke has such a destructive jutsu. She blasted away by the force of the explosion created by a crimson dragon. But it lasted only for a minute before Sasuke lost consciousness due to chakra overload. And surely the dragon disappears as well with a final screech. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Zabuza decided that he has enough of the waiting and charged forward. Kakashi was about to reveal his Sharingan to counter him. But Zabuza was faster and thrust a kunai to where Kakashi's Sharingan was located. To protect his Sharingan, Kakashi shielded it with his left palm. The kunai has pierced his palm. That's when they heard a screech coming from the ice dome. Suddenly the whole dome was melt and a huge crimson Chinese dragon erupts from it. Both of the shinobi's eyes were widened on surprise. To this is Sasuke's jutsu? Judging by the chakra output, this jutsu is S-rank. Who the heck teach a kid an S-rank level jutsu? That is ridiculous, thought Kakashi angrily. But even Kakashi didn't know this jutsu because that was the accomplishment of both Itachi and Naruto. That jutsu was entrusted to Sasuke for an extreme situation, which means that jutsu was his last countermeasure. Zabuza snapped out of his trance and produced a Kirigakure no jutsu that was far much thicker than he used in their first fight. It was so thick that you may think yourself in a dream. All you can see is mist and mist alone. Suddenly Kakashi felt a pain in his chest. Only his instinct and experience of battles managed to keep him alive. He was nearly slashed in half by Zabuza's Kubikirabucho. He jumped back and began to look around, but he can't spot Zabuza anywhere, and so cursed silently. With Naruto. When Naruto saw the huge crimson dragon, he knew that the fight will be soon. So you was forced to use that jutsu to escape, Sasuke? But I don't blame you about that. On the contrary, I am proud of you, my student. He glanced to where Zabuza is fighting Kakashi. He sighed out loud and muttered, I think it's time I made myself known. With that, he shunshin to where the ice dome formerly located. He saw that Haku was on her back. She was exhausted from the fight. Naruto approached the unconscious figure of Sakura first. He picked her up bridal style and whispered softly. He withdraws the senbon from her neck as well. Good job, Sakura-chan. On instinct, he leaned down and kissed her forehead softly. Sakura unconsciously smiled at the kiss. Naruto then went to check up on Sasuke. He checked his pulse and saw that he just suffered chakra exhaustion, nothing serious. He approached Haku next and looked down at her with calm expression. You finally decided to appear, Naruto-sama, remarked Haku weakly, looking at Uzumaki. Well done, Haku. Are you feeling well? Naruto asked in concern. Hi. I am a little exhausted from the fight with Uchiha-san. Nothing serious. I see. So what is Zabuza-san's choice? Haku looked up at Naruto with half-lit eyes and replied silently. That's Zabuza-sama's decision. I am only following him wherever he goes. You need to ask him directly about that, Naruto-sama. I see. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He then turned back to her and was about to leave. Rest for now, Haku-san. You deserve it. I will take care of the rest. And don't worry, I won't let Zabuza-san die. Arigato, Naruto-sama. With those words, Haku closed her eyes. To take a nap. Now let's see. Naruto closed his eyes and activated his sensor ability. He felt that Kakashi is at disadvantage now. Zabuza cornered him with super thick mist and silent killing. About 5 meters from them, he sensed a lot of presences that are approaching to this bridge. No doubt those are Gato and his goons. Naruto snapped his eyes open and muttered, "Time to close up this party." With that, he shunshin towards the battlefield. But not before put Sakura gently to where Sasuke located. Zabuza versus Kakashi. Ha ha ha. Without your Sharingan, you are nothing. Sharingan no Kakashi. Which means all those legends about you were just exasperated rumors. Zabuza's laugh rang through the mist, taunting Kakashi. You should be ashamed of yourself, Zabuza. You were once a respectable member of Kirigakure no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu. How did you manage to lower yourself to the level of a mercenary? You even tried to kill Tazuna-san, which is a good man that was trying his best to protect his country. You've lost whatever honor you have, Zabuza. And I will never lose to someone like you, retort Kakashi confidently. Then he pulled out a small scroll from his jounin vest at the chest area. Ho? And what will you do? You can't see me in this thick mist, so how could you find me? Zabuza replied cockily with a bored look. Even if I can't see you, someone else could still find you, Kakashi retorted confidently. Then he began to fold hand signs while holding the scroll. After done folding hand signs, he slammed the scroll to the ground. Kuchios, Doton, Suga no Jutsu. A summon circle appeared on the ground and there were cracks on the ground. Zabuza felt a spike of chakra from Kakashi's direction, so he put himself on guard. But he never expected that from under the ground, 6 Ninken will assault him and bind him by biting hard to his muscles. Because being heavily injured, Zabuza couldn't maintain his jutsu any longer, and so the mist slowly began to clear. How? Zabuza gritted his teeth painfully from Ninken's fangs. As the mist slowly disappearing, Kakashi slowly approached Zabuza while explained to him, My blood on your sword. The Ninkens have tracked you by smelling my blood. You've made a huge mistake by underestimating me. Zabuza. Zabuza cursed silently and watched wearily as Kakashi approached him. Kakashi stopped opposite of him and remarked, I will show you my original jutsu now. The one that I create myself. Your own jutsu? That's right. Behold. With that, Kakashi began to fold hand signs. When he finished, he gripped his right wrist with left hand and began to concentrate a huge amount of chakra in his right hand. It was so much that was visible to human eyes. But that's not all. The chakra began to slowly emanate the lighting spark around Kakashi's body. Zabuza's eyes was widened in shock. So much chakra was concentrated on that jutsu. And if he was hit with this jutsu, that his life will be forfeit. That he knows for sure. It's over, Zabuza, declared Kakashi and began to rush forward with his right hand extend, that emanating with electricity. Raikiri. Zabuza closed his eyes and waiting for his end. Gomen, Gaki. It seems I won't be able to give you my answer after all. Take care of Haku for me. Those are the current thoughts of Zabuza as he accepts his fate. But nothing happened. He could still feel himself breathing. So he slowly opened his eyes to see a hand grasping the other hand to the wrist that was spouting electricity. Zabuza turned to the owner of the first to reveal that it was Naruto's. He is preventing Raikiri from piercing at his heart. Kakashi narrowed his eyes dangerously at Naruto and demanded, "What is the meaning of this, Naruto?" Naruto calmly met his gaze with his sensei but stay silent. He has arrived in a nick of time to save Zabuza. It was really close 1 second later and he might as well be dead. We don't need to fight each other any longer, sensei. The reason will appear just about now, replied Naruto, then turned his head aside at the other end of the bridge. Indeed, Gato and his goons have showed themselves. It's time to clean out the trash.